Chapter 101. Early morning. Huaya Hongshu woke up in a daze and opened her sleepy eyes. His green eyes stared blankly at the ceiling, and his thoughts recalled last night. Last night, after my mother-in-law came, she put in candles, and everyone asked her to make a wish. As for what kind of wish she made, I can't say it. It's a secret. After making a wish and cutting the cake, before eating a few bites, Gojo Satoru took out a brand new and complete cake from the room, and she was slapped in the face without any precautions. Then he quickly took a few more from the room, and all of them hit the other four girls. In this way, the cake war began. The old lady, the mother-in-law, looked cheerfully on the sidelines. Without the slightest discussion, they all picked up the cakes that were still covering their bodies and threw them at Gojo Satoru. However, the picture of Lai Pai happened. All the cakes that smashed Gojo Wu were judged as dangerous attacks by no lower limit art, and they were directly isolated. With the passive skill, no lower limit art, it's almost like he has Wushuang activated, chasing four people to fight alone. But, remembering Gojo Satoru dragging on the ground with a bitter expression afterwards, Huaya Hongshu couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Yawn. After yawning, Huaya Hongshu got out of bed. On the table next to it, there are 6 exquisite gift boxes, all of which are 5 birthday presents from them. Because they played too late last night, everyone slept in Gojo Satoru's house, and she fell asleep after returning to her room, and these birthday presents were not opened. Sitting on the cold chair, Huaya Hongshu began to disassemble the gift buried since childhood. Well, it's a game console that just came out last month. If you are free, you can have fun. Then there is Xia Chuan Misuzu, Kita Chuan Kaiming Saki Naruto. They are an extremely beautiful necklace, a perfume with a light and elegant aroma, and a chocolate box. And then the mother-in-laws. What the mother-in-law gave was an amulet and some blessings. I wish Master Hongshu more and more happy. Seeing the words of blessing, Huaya Hongshu's heart warmed up. After putting it aside, she picked up the last one, which was the birthday gift from Gojo Satoru. Advertisement carefully unwrapped the gift box. What catches the eye is the head chain with a faint luster, and there is a white platycodon hairpin beside it. Thank you all. Living room, useless. Gojo Satoru was still soundly asleep, wearing a nightcap, and there seemed to be a bubble popping out of his nose, which swelled up every time he exhaled, but it didn't burst. At this time, on the second floor, a blonde figure opened the door of the room and went downstairs quietly. It seemed that he saw Gojo Satoru, who was still sleeping soundly, and his eyes lit up immediately. Walking into the living room, the blonde figure, no, it should be Kitagawa Marin, jumped forward, flew to the sofa, and then shouted, "Wake up, Gojo-sensei." Being suddenly pressed against his body by a heavy object, Gojo Satoru's bubbles were instantly shattered, and his eyes bulged when he took off the blindfold, as if he had suffered billions of points of damage. "What are you doing, Kitagawa-san? Why are you attacking the teacher so early in the morning?" Staring at the dead fish eyes of the same style as the big teacher, Gojo Satoru said weakly. Sitting on his teacher's body, Kitagawa Marin didn't seem to be shy at all, and said with a smile on his face, "It's getting late. Teacher, it's time to go." After a while, looking at the girl who was so close in front of him, he even smelled the faint fragrance from her body, but Gojo Satoru didn't move at all, just like an old monk. You ask him why he is calm, because this is just the most basic expression control. But, as we all know, men are big morning, so the two sides were in a stalemate for a few seconds, looking at each other with big eyes. Kitagawa Marin suddenly blushed, and she felt a strange feeling. As a dead house, she even plays Huangyu, so naturally this is what it is. Cough, cough. Pretending to be calm and coughing a few times, she fell silent. "Teacher Wutiao, what do you usually eat for breakfast at home? I'll help you get it." "No, I'll do it later. I'll rest first and go," Gojo Satoru said calmly. However, his right hand pulled the quilt covering his body. Advertisement with his skin that can't even be pierced by bullets. He didn't feel embarrassed at all about such a trivial matter. "Okay." Nodding his head, Kitagawa Marin prepared to go back upstairs to wash up. However, after walking a few steps, she suddenly said, "Teacher, don't be shy." After speaking, her bare white and tender feet ran back upstairs with a bang-bang. Hearing the teasing words, Gojo Satoru couldn't help muttering, "TCH, it's not up to you to decide what's going on. On the table, everyone felt that the atmosphere was not right, and they saw Gojo drinking black tea without changing his face, while Kitagawa Marin on the opposite side was blushing, lowering his head, eating fried dumplings. Even if he looked up to answer, he didn't dare to look Gojo Satoru in the eye. Stare. X4, the four girls stared at Gojo Satoru. The two of them, something must have happened this morning. And just like that, the few conversations at the breakfast table came to an end. Outside the high-end apartment, the mother-in-law said kindly, "Wongs, then, I'll go back to Zingwolio first, Lord Hongshu. 1. Be careful all the way." Although a little bit reluctant, Huaya Hongshu still stammered out this sentence that he had never said in so many years. In an instant, the mother-in-law's eyes widened slightly, and a gratified expression appeared on her face. "It seems, Lord Hongshu, you have really grown up." Of course. Huaya Hongshu wrapped her arms around her and turned around arrogantly. The mother-in-law smiled slightly, didn't say much, left a sentence of, "I'm leaving," and turned to leave. Looking at her mother-in-law's stumbling steps and her old back, Huaya Hongshu pursed her lips. "Thank you for taking care of me for so many years, mother-in-law." F***K. This chapter was banned as expected. I knew it. I cried to death, and a large part of it will be deleted and revised. Bundle. Advertisement. Chapter 102. Walking on the street, Gojo Satoru did not ride his little electric donkey as usual this time, but walked to Zongbu High School on foot. Because I was woken up early by Kitagawa Marin in the morning, even if I was alone at home and cleaned up slowly, I would still have enough time to walk to Sobu High School. Speaking of which, this time he was wearing a blue shirt and a pair of sunglasses, and he looked like a handsome urban guy. No, it's not like, but it is. Gojo-kun. Suddenly, there was a shout in the distance. Then a breeze drifted by and a touch of body fragrance rushed over. I saw that it was air now. Both hands reluctantly hugged Gojo Satoru's left hand in his pocket. His charming face was full of smiles. "Gojo-kun, good morning." "Good morning, mistress." Seeing that it was Nino, Gojo Satoru was also a little surprised. Stare. X4 looking at the two backs that formed the cutest height difference in front of them. The eyes of the four sisters directly killed the past. So, transferring schools is not a good thing for us, but for Air Nai, it is definitely a good thing for 010. May complained. Agree. Sanjiu, who talked the least, nodded. Isn't this really good? Transferring to a school I like. I feel like I can make movies or TV shows. When it comes to movies, Ihua's eyes seem to be shining, and he preaches with great interest. She is very interested in things like actors, and even plans to audition for a while. If you succeed, you can become an actor, but if you don't succeed, then you don't succeed. So speaking of it, I haven't made up any extra lessons. It's a very good thing for everyone to transfer to Zongwu High School. Huh? Clover touched the back of her head, said with a heartless smile. Advertisement, however, as soon as the words fell, even the sight of the death of the three sisters came over. Stare. Yatsuba, the three of us are qualified to talk about this matter, but unfortunately, you are not. Sanjiu, Betch, said lightly. That's really good, Yatsuba, but you're not allowed to say any more. May learn to preach from the words on the internet. Okay, don't bully Clover. Seeing Yatsuba's aggrieved expression, Kazuka, as a big sister, hugged each other and said softly. Nino is able to meet the person he likes every day, which is also credited to Yatsuba. I think Yatsuba can ask Nino for a reward. Really? The nervous Yatsuba instantly forgot the complaints of Sanjiu and Wuyue, and the thought of asking Nino for a reward kept echoing in her mind. I've been coveting the black dress that Air Now wore last year for a long time, and I don't know if I can give it to me. This one. The three sisters were taken aback, but Clover still said excitedly. I really like Nino's dress very much. It looks really beautiful. I don't know if I look good in it. Nah. What do you think? Looks good. Looks good. What does Yatsuba look good in? After all, we are five sisters. Although Yatsuba is a little silly, she definitely looks good in anything. Ha ha ha. Yes, Yatsuba is just a little stupid. What do you mean I'm a little stupid? I hate you guys. The four sisters talked and laughed all the way. In fact, Yatsuba is not stupid at all, and her emotions are quite delicate. Most of the time, she is just nervous. She didn't pass the makeup exam twice a while ago. She is either helping others or helping others. Some people want to ask Yotsuba to help with something, and she is not good at refusing, and she will agree. She has no time at all for remedial subjects. Advertisement at that time. Nino had a very bad temper, but the reason for her anger was not because everyone transferred to another school because of Yotsuba, but because the group of false friends who pretended to be kind but secretly disgusted kept entrusting Yotsuba to help. She cares about her sister more than anyone else. Clover is like a pistachio, teasing everyone around her, wanting everyone to be happy. A milk tea shop in the street. Miura Yuko frowned and looked at Gojo Satoru on the opposite road, and Nino who was holding each other's arms. Yumiko, what's wrong? The old name Ji-Lai took a sip of the milk tea and asked with some doubts. No, nothing. Yumiko Miura shook her head absently. These words couldn't help but made Ebina Karai and Yugahama Yui at the side start to be surprised. Careful Yugahama Yui followed Miura Yumiko's gaze just now and saw the figures of Jojoking and Urdeo who appeared in his line of sight for only a second. Then, after thinking about last week and now, Miura Yuko no longer has no enthusiasm for Hayama Hayato. She couldn't help thinking, could it be that Yumiko fell in love with someone else? She didn't recognize Gojo Satoru as the teacher who took them to play cards. However, even though he thought so, Yugahama Yui did not ask in person. Now, only the rotten girl Ebina Ji-Lai is kept in the dark. When he was about to reach Zongwu High School, Nino also let go of the arms holding Gojo Satoru's arms. Like a normal student walking up to the teacher and talking. It's not that she is afraid of being misunderstood by others, that she has a boyfriend. It was because he was afraid that this would cause trouble to Gojo Satoru. After all, Nino was a student after all, and the person he liked was a teacher. Oh, forgot to say one thing. The 5 sisters were not assigned to one class, but scattered into other classes. Iwa is in Class J, Nino is in Class D, Sanjiu is in Class A, which is Xiaobu's class. Yotsuba is in Class B, Mei is in Class F. Advertisement. Chapter 103. Morning. Walking around the campus, Gojo Satoru was going to find a place to have a good sleep. Although there is a reversal art that can reverse the state of mind, sleeping is a beautiful thing for human beings. Gojo Satoru, who didn't sleep well, decided to be lazy and go to bed and leave the class to Xiao Jing, and Xiao Jing would not refuse anyway. Hey. Looking around with his eyes, Gojo Satoru didn't find a good place to sleep, but instead saw a figure in black silk from behind. Standing next to the vending machine, the figure squatted down in distress, tapping the vending machine lightly. Gojo Satoru, who was curious in his heart, walked over, and as he got closer, he heard a faint sound of distress. Ah, what's going on? It was fine yesterday. Why suddenly it can't fall into the water? Walking over, Gojo Satoru lowered his head and took a look. Oh, it's actually the 3 refuges. Taking advantage of the situation, he also squatted aside. This machine has an old problem. Last time I bought water, it was swallowed. What? The sudden sound made Sanjiu, who was concentrating on looking at the vending machine, jump in fright, with a look of horror on his face. When I turned my head, I saw the innocent white hair next to me, who seemed to be saying what's wrong with me. It's you, Ernau's white-haired boyfriend. Sanjiu blurted out. After finishing speaking, she covered her small mouth and blushed a little. It's over. It's so impolite to say what's in your heart. Hearing another person calling himself white hair, what do you said speechlessly. Please call me handsome. 1 and 2. Why do they like to call Baimao so much? When will Baimao stand up? Cry and cry. Sorry. Sanjiu quickly nodded and apologized. In response, Gojo Satoru waved his hand, looked at the vending machine and asked, You are buying water, and the water was swallowed by the machine? That's right. Obviously when I bought it yesterday, this kind of thing hadn't happened yet. Sanjiu scratched her long hair in distress. And I invested money twice, but they were all swallowed up. I see. Advertisement. Gojo Wunua nodded thoughtfully, stood up, and said at the same time, Stand back a little. What? A little unclear, but Sanjiu stood up obediently and took a few steps back. Seeing that the opponent was far away from his attack range, Gojo Satoru put on a Bruce Lee pose and shouted loudly. Odd. The slender long legs directly kicked horizontally and hit the vending machine body. Boom, there was a loud noise, and the vending machine shook a few times. The 2 bottles of green drinks that were swallowed before fell out of the water intake. Awesome. Seeing the falling water, Sanjiu's eyes sparkled and she applauded. Hey hey, as if pretending to withdraw his right leg, Gojo Satoru smiled proudly. I felt that my waist could not help but straighten up a bit. He picked up the drink from the spout with his big white hand, and he handed it to Sanjiu behind him. However, Sanjiu only took 1 bottle and explained in her mouth at the same time. This bottle of drink is my reward for you. Teacher, I can't finish it anyway. Thank you then. Without the slightest pretense, Gojo Satoru unscrewed the bottle cap and drank it. Well, matcha flavored, not too bad. After rescrewing the bottle cap, Gojo Satoru knocked on the vending machine as if he had come here and said to Sanjiu, "Let me tell you, this vending machine is in need of beating. If it swallows money, just kick it once. If it's not enough, give it another kick, and it will always fall out." Been taught a lesson. Sanjiu nodded solemnly. This is very valuable knowledge. Although there are many vending machines in Sabugo, each vending machine sells different types of beverages. The only one that tastes like matcha and green tea is this machine. However, I don't know your name yet, Nino's sister. Gojo Satoru asked intentionally. Although he knew the girl's name and details very well, he still had to ask on purpose. Asking for flowers. Advertisements, so I'm really tired. Hey, when will the Oscars give me an award? Huh? Haven't I introduced myself yet? As if in a daze, Sanjiu touched her chin and asked suspiciously. You really didn't introduce yourself, Takomi? Wujo complained. Okay, my name is Nakano Sanjiu. Please give me your advice. Wujo Wu, give me a lot of advice. Just call me Wujo teacher at school. Thank you, teacher Wu Tiao. Sanjiu suddenly smiled. Although the corners of the mouth were only slightly raised, it was indeed a smile. Fine. 0.0 this thank you. Gojo Satoru was naturally thankful for something, and shook his head casually. Then I'm leaving first? I don't want to go to sleep. He pointed forward. Well, goodbye. With a wave of his hand, Sanjiu left. She came out to buy water in the name of going to the toilet, so she had to go back to the classroom quickly. But speaking of it, Sanjiu stopped and looked back, walking in the opposite direction with her. Only Gojo Satoru from the back, thought. Wujo Wu, Wujo Bu. What is the relationship between them? Although there are many guesses in my mind, I feel that the relationship between brother and sister may be bigger. The other side. After searching and searching, Gojo Satoru couldn't find a suitable sleeping place after all, so he had no choice but to choose the former gazebo. Lying on the wide and long bench, Gojo Satoru took out a pillow and put it on the back, and let out a comfortable ah. This is how it feels, coming and coming, sleeping is coming. His eyelids trembled crazily. Within a few seconds, he fell asleep. The spring breeze blowing from time to time blows Wu Wu's white hair, stroking his face. If someone takes a photo right now, it is very likely to win the first place in the photo contest. After Ernai, the second relationship line of the 5 sisters is Sanjiu. I also love Sanjiu's black silk. Mouth. Advertisement. Chapter 104. Noon. Gojo Satoru then woke up, stretched his waist, and let out a cry of pain. Ugh. After a few seconds, he stopped slowly. Teacher. Suddenly, a faint female voice came to Wudio's ears. What's wrong? Gojo Wujo, who still had his eyes closed and wanted to squint for a while, crossed his legs and responded softly. With 6 eyes and 360-degree observation without blind angle, it is natural who is calling him. Analgan Hanabi. My grandfather didn't suffer as much as you did when he left. Anlagang Hanabi has no expression on his face, but his tone is full of complaints. A piece of chow mein noodles was stained on her cheek, and she was frightened when Gojo Satoru made the sound of pain in for 90. Hey, then you will see it now. With a grin, Wu Tiao said. This tone and look, simply don't take it too seriously. Curling his lips in displeasure, Yasuoka Hanabi continued eating yakisoba bread. This time, beside her, there was no cold bento. The two were silent. Neither of them spoke. Only the voices of other students and passing students came from around. After waiting for a while, Gojo Satoru jumped down, moving his stiff body. After recovering, he took out his mobile phone and clicked on the line software. Nino, Gojo-kun, do you want to come over for dinner? I prepared an extra bento. This message was sent 10 minutes ago. Wujo Satoru, Where are you? I came to find you. I just went to sleep. Within 10 seconds, Ernai's news came. Ernai, on the rooftop of the school, we just ate. Come here, my other 4 sisters are also there. Gojo Satoru. Ochk, wait for me to come over. Putting away the phone, Gojo Satoru walked away with his hands in his pockets, and at the same time reminded Yasuoka Hanabi. Advertisement. Eat less bread. Girl, look at you. Be careful of stunted growth. Hashtag. Anlagang Hanabi squeezed the bread violently and looked fiercely at the B************** D figure not far away. What does it mean to look at me flat? And what is it called to be careful about stunted growth? I seriously doubt if you are implying something to me. He opened his small mouth and wanted to continue eating, but Anlagang Hanabi hesitated at this moment and looked at his figure. Is it really malnutrition? She couldn't help thinking worriedly. Although she usually has no expression on her face, like a 3-no, but she also has the emotions of a girl, and she still cares about her figure. After thinking about it for a while, Yasuoka Hanabi decided to finish eating the bread this time and bring bento to eat later. The cafeteria is too troublesome. Even if the queue is slow, there are still so many people. Pillow, did you forget me? Gojo Satoru, who successfully persuaded a certain girl, walked into the roof of Sobu High with a smile. At a glance, besides the 5 Nakano sisters, there are many people. But fortunately, the roof is big enough. Even if there are many people, it doesn't seem very crowded, and it can even accommodate dozens of people. At a glance, he locked the 5 sisters with different hair colors and the same face not far away, and Gojo Satoru walked over directly. WHI, 5 beauties, can I eat together? Going to the position behind Air now, Wu Tiaoyu said flirtatiously. What to eat, if you don't get lost? Hearing another, B******************************, D, who wanted to come and eat together, Air now subconsciously wanted to scold him. But when he listened carefully, wasn't this the voice of Wu? Mr. Wu Tiao, you are here. The originally dark face instantly smiled like a flower. The 4 sisters were taken aback by the speed at which their faces changed. Is this a girl in love? I even learned the face-changing Sichuan opera in Huaxia. What about my share Air now? Taking off his shoes and sitting cross-legged on the pink cushion, Gojo Satoru asked. What about this? Taking the bento from beside him, Nino handed it over. Advertisement, it is a lunchbox with a light sakura flower printed on it. After taking it, after uncovering the lid, Gojo Satoru raised his eyebrows when he saw the ingredients inside. So ready? With salmon, fish roe, and a whole piece of Kobe beef. It is basically meat food. Obviously, this is probably specially prepared by Nino for Gojo Satoru. It's very homely. Our 5 sisters basically eat it every day. Ernai smiled slightly. However, as soon as the voice fell, 4 pairs of eyes looked at Nino together. The eyes seemed to say, are you sure? Umph, if only I could eat it every day like what Nino said. Wu Yue picked up a piece of salmon and whimpered softly. The 3 girls next to her nodded in agreement. This time they prepare Kobe beef and salmon. They are purely inspired by Gojo Satoru. Although they will eat them from time to time, it is impossible to eat them every day as Nino said and become a home-cooked dish. Well, delicious. After taking a bite of Kobe beef, Gojo Satoru praised him. If it's delicious, I'll give you mine too. As he said that, Nino picked up a mouthful of untouched Kobe beef. No need, you eat. After blocking 4.8 with his arm, Gojo Satoru said hastily. Okay. Air now was a little disappointed. Maybe, this is a girl who is in love. She always wants to give the best side of herself or the best things to the other party. Isn't that right? Isn't this kind of girl usually a boy? So, Nina, how did you become a loyal dog? The 6 people did not bother to eat, but chatted one after another, looking happy. This actually made many boys who wanted to come over to eat together jealous. Why can you have dinner with the quintuplets? Is it just because you are handsome? Could it be that my teacher seems to be more handsome than me? Damn it. You are really damned, you white-haired monster. Advertisement. Chapter 105. In the afternoon, school is over at 3 o'clock. Ministry of Service. Yukino Shida Yukino quietly sat on a chair and read a book. The sunlight from outside the window shone on her body, making her look extraordinarily cold and distant. However, this peaceful picture did not last long. Broken, there was the sound of the door being pulled open, and at the same time, There was a smiling, white-haired monster with his back to his hands. Hey, seeing Gojo Satoru, who came to the service department, Yukino sighed, put down the book in his hand, and said, "Why are you here again, Teacher Wutiao?" Huh? Yukino's words really make me sad, and I don't like you so much. Even though he said that, Gojo Satoru still had a smile on his face. Yukino didn't respond, but looked at the other party quietly, as if to say that's true. In this regard, Gojo Satoru shrugged, and put his hands facing away from him in front of him. In the middle of his palms was the kitten from the House of Love. Looks like we have to go. Xiaoxue doesn't want to see us. Facing the white and flawless kitten, he said to himself, "Meow." 14 The kitty responded. After speaking, Gojo Satoru seemed to really turn around and leave. Wait a moment. At this moment, Yukino suddenly stopped the other party. His face was full of tangles, and he stared straight at the kitten. Although I don't like to be with this incomprehensible or even black-bellied teacher, the kitten is innocent. You just stay here, she said helplessly. Gojo Satoru, who was facing away from him, showed a nasty smile. Xiaomian, isn't it easy to handle you? Ahem, that's what you said, I didn't force you. Pretending to cough twice, Gojo Satoru pulled the chair directly to the side of Yukino, sat down, and put the kitten in his hand on the table. Meow, 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 suddenly coming to an unfamiliar environment, and leaving Gojo Satoru's palm, the kitten cried out in fear. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. There is me. Don't be afraid. Advertisement Yukino gently stroked the kitten, with only a faint smile and tenderness in her expression. It was in direct contrast to the cold attitude just now. It's just Wutiao, teacher. What's wrong? Replying to Xiao Bu's message, Wutiao didn't raise his head. How did you bring this little kitten out of the loving home? Yukino asked suspiciously while stroking the kitten. Who made this little cat not eat all the time? Gojo Satoru put the phone on the table, propped his chin with one hand, and said the same thing to the kitten with the other hand. The manager of the store called me today and asked if I could adopt it. Since we are not here, it will not eat. I thought it would be nice to have a kitten. I will adopt it in the future. Is that so? Yukino nodded, feeling a little regretful in her heart. If it weren't for the place where she lived that couldn't keep small animals, the kitten would have belonged to her when it rained that day. Then, what shall I name you? Gojo Satoru tilted his head. Sweet, Mr. Wutiao, has anyone ever told you that you have bad taste in naming names? Yukino couldn't help complaining. Then, bye-bye xiao-bye woody-bye Mimi. If you really want to name this kitten those things, then I will never allow you to adopt it. Huh? It's so troublesome. Why don't you choose a name? I take it, hum. You're the only one who can hum, right? I can still hum. The little cat on the table looked at the two people curiously, and it didn't know why they were arguing. After thinking for a while, Yukino had an idea, and slowly spit out the word. Vanilla. I still have lavender. You just keep the laundry detergent, right? Gojo Satoru immediately retorted. Yukino glared at the white-haired monster, then picked up the kitten with both hands and shouted gently. Vanilla. Meow. Advertisement, little cat. No, it's time to call Vanilla from now on, and Vanilla meowed. He also seems to like the name very much. Someone take a look. Even Vanilla likes this name. Ah, yes. 11 Gojo Satoru curled his lips, but then thought of something, rolled his eyes, clapped his hands, and shouted. Herb here. Meow. Without hesitation, Vanilla jumped directly into Gojo Satoru's hands, rubbing her head against her index finger. This, Yukino's face became dull, and her hands were still holding Vanilla in mid-empty hands. She felt like a clown in a circus, or a friend who was stabbed in the back. Vanilla is so nice. Gojo Satoru raised the coriander with a smile on his face, held it in front of him, and rubbed the opponent's head. Vanilla is also licking the face of her master with her pink and tender tongue. 573. I really don't understand why Vanilla likes you so much. Even if it was Yukino, she was unconvinced and spoke sourly. Obviously I came first. Obviously I was the first to discover you. Obviously I was the first person who would rather get in the rain than shelter you from the wind and rain. But it's just that he can't match the Gojo Satoru of the Skyfall system, right? According to the anime, the current Yukino Shida Yukino is a naked, defeated dog. Maybe I'm a man? Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that even a kitten can't resist my charm. Gojo Satoru laughed narcissistically. Yeah, what did you say? Yukino Shida Yukino said perfunctorily. The two teased vanilla with each other, and half an hour passed quickly. The door was opened again, and a dead fish-eyed figure walked in. I'm in. This student with dead fish eyes. Can you knock on the door before you come in? Seeing the vanilla on the table was startled. Yukino Shida Yukino, the cat slave, was upset. It's straight up. What? Hikagu Hachiman was puzzled by the inexplicable rebuke. It was clear that nothing would happen if I said, I'm coming in before. Why did I have to knock on the door again to come in this time? Advertisement. Chapter 106. Not paying much attention to it, he picked up a chair from the other side and sat opposite him again. And Hikagu Hachiman found the vanilla on the table that was also looking at him. Kitten. He was a little surprised. You know, Zongwu Gao also strictly forbids bringing pets in. So what happened to this little cat? The pair of dead fish subconsciously looked at Gojo Satoru. Look at me. I brought it with me. What can you do? No. I was just thinking that Zongwu High School strictly forbids small animals to be brought into the school. Teacher, how did you bring them in? While speaking, Hikagu Hachiman stretched out his right hand to touch the vanilla. But vanilla took a turn to avoid this arm and stayed beside Yukino under the snow. Even, the cat made a warning sound viciously on its face. Meow. Hiss. Well, it doesn't look like it likes me. Hikagu Hachiman smiled sarcastically and withdrew his right hand. After all, classmate with dead fish eyes is just dead fish eyes. Vanilla definitely doesn't like it. Comforting Vanilla's emotions, Yukino Shida Yukino said flatly. So the hurdle of dead fish eyes is hard to pass. Hikagu Hachiman, who was already powerless to refute, could only silently accept this nickname. Picking up a book on the bookshelf behind him, he could only read it. But Gojo Satoru and Yukino Shida Yukino were still teasing Vanilla, and the former even took out a catnip from his pocket. Immediately, Vanilla licked the catnip. Her expression indulged, and the cat's body became enchanting. Wu Tiaowu was so funny that he recorded a video, ready to go home, and show it to Hong Su and Xiaobu. If possible, let Huangfen taste catnip to see if it can become as enchanting as vanilla. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Please come in. Yukino Shida Yukino shouted. Broken, the door was opened again. Excuse me, is this the service department that can handle anything? Kitagawa Marin walked in with a charming smile. Advertisement, but after walking in, seeing Gojo Satoru, her face flushed suddenly, remembering what happened this morning. 5. Teacher Wu Tiao, you are here. He greeted shyly. This shy look made Yukino Shida Yukino feel a surge of interest and looked at the two of them with gray-blue eyes. Something must have happened to these two people. Or this classmate dressed as a hot girl is pure unrequited love. Kitagawa-san, are you here thinking about your husband? Gojo Satoru asked. Yes, I heard that everything can be commissioned, so I came here. Putting away her shy thoughts, Kitagawa Marin returned to her usual appearance. With a charming smile and a charming face, Hikagu Hachiman, who was reading a book, couldn't help but glance over. That's it. Folding his arms, Gojo Satoru said seriously. Then you have come to the right place. This is the famous service department. Whether it is helping you participate in World War II or hunting dragons, it can help you complete it satisfactorily. Hey, two voices. Is it so powerful? Kitagawa Marin covered her mouth in shock. Don't listen to his nonsense. Yukino Shida Yukino said with black lines all over her head. This black-bellied teacher really ran the train with his mouth full. He even came to participate in World War II and hunt dragons. Let alone the World War II, which is more than 70 years away from today, just talk about dragons. Are there dragons in this world? Even if there are, they are not ordinary people who can kill them, right? Wow, what a cute kitty. Kitagawa Marin finally found Vanilla and exclaimed. Stepping up his big white legs, he trotted beside Gojo Satoru, looking at Vanilla longingly. They also seemed to want to hug each other. Seeing that longing look, Yukino Shida Yukino hesitated for a while and said, It's called Vanilla. See if you can give it a hug. Vanilla? Vanilla, come quickly into my sister's arms. Meow. Vanilla threw herself directly into Kitagawa Marin's arms. Boom. Advertisement. Hikagu Hachiman suddenly fell to the ground with his chair, and the whole person fell to the ground. Rubbing the aching skin drum, his dead fish eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. How is it possible? How is this possible? He clearly wanted to touch the other party, but this little cat named Vanilla resisted, and even issued a warning. How come a beautiful girl came and jumped in without hesitation? Discrimination, right? Huh. Gojo Satoru on the opposite side laughed mockingly, but quickly put away his expression. Hey, don't think I didn't see the way you mocked me just now, hey? Rearranging the chair, Hikagu Hachiman chose to keep looking at the book out of sight and out of mind, and the book was almost in his eyeballs. Yeah, so cute. Holding Vanilla and holding it high, Kitagawa Marin looked happy. After teasing Vanilla ecstatically for a few minutes, she suddenly thought, wait, didn't I come to entrust things? After hastily putting the vanilla back on the table, Kitagawa Marin stuck out his tongue and said with an embarrassed face, I almost forgot that I came here to commission something. It's okay. What's the matter? Please tell me. Yukino said solemnly. This is her first commission to set up the service department. If it can be completed perfectly, and, with Li Hao, the other party's publicity, there will definitely be a steady stream of people coming to entrust, well, this one. Kitagawa Marin pressed her cheeks, pondered for a while, and said, Actually, I want to entrust you to make clothes for me. Make clothes? Gojo Satoru, who was playing with his phone, raised his head. I'm interested in what you said. It seems that my student is preparing for cosplay. If you make clothes. Yukino hesitated. She doesn't know how to tailor clothes. Turning to look at Hikagu Hachiman, who also shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, one shouldn't have expectations for this dead fish eye. Tomorrow, I will do nucleic acid again. Tonight, I will update tomorrow's third update first, and I will continue to update after I come back. Use. Advertisement. Chapter 107. Seeing the helpless expressions of Yukino and Hikagaya Hachiman, Kitagawa Marin knew it too. I'm afraid neither of them can sew. Well, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do, so I left first. Made up a reason casually, she said. In fact, she said this just to avoid embarrassing them. Kitagawa-san. Gojo Satoru next to him suddenly spoke. If it means that you are going to sew clothes, teacher, I'm afraid I can remember a little bit. He pinched his fingertips and gestured. Fingertip universe, right? Hey, really, Gojo-sensei? Kitagawa Marin held Gojo Satoru's right hand. His eyes seemed to be shining, and his expression was extremely excited. She didn't even notice that her steamed stuffed bun was close to her. Feeling a touch of softness, Gojo Satoru smiled arrogantly, evoking the Dragon King's exclusive Nike mouth. Who am I? I'm Gojo Satoru. I can make millions of points of everything. He really didn't lie about this. Pretend, for him who is almighty, he can tailor clothes. Of course, as he said, he can make hundreds of millions of points. Teacher, I hope you can really do what you say, 510. Yukino said lightly. She is skeptical about Gojo Satoru being able to tailor clothes. You know, even she can't. Hikagu Hachiman continued to play dead. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth, he would be scolded by this white-haired teacher. This scolding was either a dead fisheye or a dead fisheye. He really had nothing to say. Will the 5 teachers start to be my measurements now? Don't want. Hikagaya Hachiman and Yukino made voices at the same time. This made Kitagawa Marin look at the two suspiciously. Cough, cough. After clearing her throat, Yukino looked at a certain white hair and dead fish eyes vigilantly, then pulled Kitagawa Marin to the other side, whispering quietly. Although Gojo Satoru, who possessed powerful perception, remained calm, he listened quietly. Student Kitagawa, there are 2 males here. It's measurements that you can measure yourself at home. This is Yukino's voice. It's very troublesome to measure your own measurements, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Just drive another boy out and leave Teacher Wutiao. Anyway, I believe Teacher Wutiao advertisement. This is the voice of Kitagawa Marin. What? Huh, Kitagawa-san. You have to know that no matter how much you trust Mr. Gojo, he is still a man. What if the beast becomes so violent that you what? That's right. But if Teacher Gojo doesn't measure my measurements, he won't know my size, and it won't be easy to make clothes. I'll measure it for you. Yukino said firmly. In order to keep this classmate's chastity and prevent Gojo Satoru from succeeding, she chose to measure the other party's measurements by herself. Okay, that's fine too. Kitagawa Marin nodded slightly. But for some reason, there was a small regret in my heart, and it was my regret that Woodiro didn't help her personally. You must know that Kitagawa Marin is not the kind of girl who has no common sense and has no sense of nerve. On the contrary, she is still an old CG who reads up various materials. Being able to tell Gojo Satoru to measure her measurements in person shows how low her vigilance towards the other party is. The talk is over. Do you need me to measure your measurements? Gojo Satoru teased with a smile all over his face. The conversation between the two fell into his ears. As expected, my wife in my previous life trusted and reassured me so much that she didn't love you in vain. Yukino glanced coldly at the white-haired monster, hugged it with both arms, and said coldly, "Why? The scumbag teacher wants to measure the other party's measurements so much? Why did I become a scumbag teacher again?" Silently propping his chin, Gojo Satoru continued to open, "Baby. It's obviously Kitagawa-san calling me to help him, right, Kitagawa-san?" Kitagawa Marin nodded his head quickly. This made Yukino stare and make the other party smile awkwardly. "Okay, teacher scum, I will help her personally. Yes, I don't need you." Yukino said. "Huh, that's really a pity." Gojo Satoru showed a regretful expression. These words made Hikagu Hachiman's mouth twitch a few times. "Not a teacher, you really dare to help others measure their measurements. However, we don't seem to have a ruler for the main circle, do we?" Kitagawa Marin said with a perplexed expression as he pressed his pale white fingers to his lips. "Yes." Yukino also reacted. "Advertisement: if you don't have a ruler to measure your measurements, you won't be able to get them out at all." Humph. Gojo Satoru hummed twice. His face became mysterious. "It's not up to me." After finishing speaking, he took out a ruler for measuring his measurements from his pocket. 5A dreams. Hikagu Hachiman let out an exclamation. "Go, who is that fat blue guy?" After slapping his hands, Gojo Satoru looked disgusted. Snapped. Yukino suddenly snatched the ruler over. "Very good, scumbag teacher. Carry a ruler with you. I really wonder if you are a scumbag teacher who likes students. As a teacher, isn't it reasonable that I carry a ruler with me?" Gojo Satoru spread his hands, with an innocent look on his face. "Reasonable ghost, 5A dreams. Student Seiyan, if you call again, I will make you look like Doraemon. Please forgive me." Hikagu Hachiman immediately bowed his head and admitted his mistake. "But I kept thinking in my heart, 5A dreams, 5A dreams, 5A dreams. Okay." Suddenly feeling a shadow covering him, Hikagaya Hachiman raised his head, only to see Gojo Satoru with a ferocious smile. "Why, what's wrong, Wuqiao?" "Teacher Wuqiao, I think you must have been saying something in your heart." Patting the other party's shoulder, Gojo Satoru kept a kind smile. "No, how come?" Although his body was shaking all the time, Hikaga Hachiman would never admit it. "If you admit it, you will definitely be beaten to death." "Yes." Picking up Hikagu Hachiman's back collar, Gojo Satoru gently carried him to the gate. "Open the door, aim at the leather drum, and then kick. The whole movement is smooth and smooth." A certain dead fish eye has been solved. After patting his dusty palm, Wu Banban nodded in satisfaction. The third update of tomorrow will be changed overnight. Advertisement. Chapter 108. This. Kitagawa Marin was dumbfounded seeing the coherent and even somewhat pleasing movements. With an embarrassed smile, he pointed to the door. "Teacher Wujo, is that student okay?" "Not dead." What did I say?" "That's right, that dead fish eye is still alive," Gojo Satoru said with a normal face. "Well, if you don't die, you don't die." Silently skipping this topic, Kitagawa Marin looked at Yukino, as if talking about what to do next. The two looked at each other. Yukino made a gesture of please and said lightly, "Teacher scum, you can go out now." "Can I not go out?" Gojo Satoru sat directly on the chair and said seriously, "If you want to try it. Death is death." As soon as the words fell, Gojo Satoru turned his head and left without hesitation. What does the words that come out of my mouth have anything to do with my body? While the sound of closing the door sounded. Seeing the closed door, Yukino still walked over uneasy and locked it directly. Then, Mr. Scumbag and Mr. Dead Fish have gone out. Let me measure your measurements now, Mr. Kitagawa. Okay. Kitagawa Kaiming's face was blushing, and she gently began to take off her clothes. When it was time to measure her measurements, she was still a little shy, even with the same girl. Gradually, Yukino Shida Yukino went from being flat at the beginning, to surprise, to twitching at the corner of her mouth, and finally to a dark face. The expression changes and is diverse. Outside the door, Hikagu Hachiman squatted in the opposite corner, looking like a prisoner of labor. Advertisement behind its leather drum. There is also an extremely eye-catching shoe footprint. Yo, Dead Fish Eye. Walking out of the service department, Gojo Satoru raised his hand and greeted him. You've been kicked out, Gojo-sensei, Gojo Aming. Hikagu Hachiman said gloatingly. Of course, he didn't dare to say the last sentence. He only dared to say it secretly in his heart. Also squatting in the corner, Gojo Satoru glanced at the other party and said, I always feel that I was kicked out. You are very happy, aren't you? No. How is it possible? Don't talk nonsense. I just feel sorry for you, teacher. Yes, it's a pity. Hikagu Hachiman directly denied Somlien and said straightforwardly. But in fact, he laughed in his heart. Wu Chiao Meng, Wu Chiao Meng. In front of that Zhongwu Gao's queen of the ice mountain, you are still being suppressed. Ha ha ha. Gojo Satoru tilted his head. Six Eyes was telling him that this kid was lying. Without hesitation, he grabbed the opponent's shoulder and neck with a big hand, slightly forcefully. Ah, it hurts. I was wrong. Wrong, Mr. Wujo, really wrong. Hikagu Hachiman immediately let out a scream and began to beg. What's wrong? It's wrong. It's wrong that I shouldn't laugh at you. Oh, you kid really dare to laugh. The big hand was even harder. It's really wrong. It's wrong, Teacher Wu Tiao, ah. Hikagu Hachiman let out an even more tragic cry. The entire corridor echoed with the cry of a certain dead fisheye. Members of other departments also poked their heads out of curiosity and looked over. After more than 10 seconds, Gojo Satoru also let go of his hand. Hikagu Hachiman was sweating profusely and panting heavily, as if he had run 10 kilometers. In fact, Wujo Wu's strength just now is very accurate. Not only does not hurt the body, but also loosens the bones. Teacher Wu Tiaoyu. What? Seeing that threatening face, Hikagu Hachiman chose to shut up. Advertisement at first. He wondered if this white-haired teacher had the ability to read minds. Why would he suffer disaster if he talked about the 5A dreams? In this way, time passed by every minute and every second. About 7 or 8 minutes later, the blushing Kitagawa Kaiming opened the door, poked his head out and shouted. Seeking flowers? 0, Teacher Wu Tiao. You two come in. Okay. The two stood up and walked in directly. It's just that Hikagu Hachiman's walking posture looks like a strange kind. After all, he has been squatting for so long, and his feet are numb. After entering, Gojo Satoru saw Yukino Shida sitting on a chair without saying a word, and even looked dazed and dazed. Puchi ha. Gojo Satoru laughed outright. He already guessed why Xiaoshu and I looked like this, probably because his self-confidence was hit by his lovely student. It's really funny that the second young lady of the dignified Shueisha family cares so much about her figure. Hearing the laughter, Yukino Shida Yukino looked over with a dark face. Sure enough, it's you again with black and white hair. Glaring at the other party fiercely, Yukino Shida Yukino pulled the chair and sat by the window, looking out the window. Today's scenery is extraordinarily beautiful. Hey hey. At this time, Kitagawa Kaiming let out a naive laugh, holding a notebook in both hands. Here you are, Teacher Wu Tiao. Ahem, okay. After taking the notebook, Gojo Satoru read it directly. Measurement data, 86.8, 68.2 bottom circumference, D/58.7/84.8. Generally speaking, it is lordosis and back warping. Finally, I know why Yukino Shida Yukino has a dark face. She is upturned, but not convex, haha. As expected of my lovely student. She's just so good. Saying that, Gojo gave him a thumbs up. This made Kitagawa Kaiming shy. On the other side, Hikagu Hachiman also wanted to come over to take a look curiously, but Gojo Satoru slapped his head and said, You are pervert, don't look at it. Hikagaya Hachiman, who successfully put on the pervert hat, sat in his seat speechlessly. If you can see it, it's not pervert. I want to come over and have a look. It's pervert. Who is this? My family. Blue thin shiitake mushrooms. Advertisement. Chapter 109. Hey, this is the character Gojo teacher, Heijang Sauce. Kitagawa Marin took out his mobile phone, found a photo in the photo album, leaned close to his body, and said excitedly. Gojo Satoru looked down. What I saw in the mobile phone photo was an anime girl in black Lolita with innocent eyes. Heijang Shizuku. If I remember correctly, Heijang Yun is the character of the Wet Girl 2 game, and this game is not a part of the SM series. As expected of you, Kitagawa Marin. Can you make this style? Teacher Wu Tiao. Kitagawa Marin asked anxiously. The little hands clenched nervously. After pondering for a while, Wu nodded and said, It can be done. 0.73-inch, yes. Hearing that this was exactly the call he wanted, Kitagawa Marin yelled happily. This made Yukino next to the window look back curiously. But what? Gojo Satoru suddenly changed the topic. Eat. Immediately putting away her happy emotions, Kitagawa Marin's face was full of tension. I'm afraid you will have to buy the clothes and wigs with me. Of course, if you bought them in advance, pretend I didn't tell you. As for the clothes and wigs, I bought them in advance and took photos. Mr. Wu Tiao, can you see if they can be used? Saying that, Kitagawa Marin began to flip through the photos on the phone, and when he found them, he stretched out his small hand and put it in midair for Gojo Satoru to see. Gojo Satoru took the phone directly and began to check it. Kitagawa Kai, who was not tall enough, dreamed of stepping up to watch together, but no matter how he stepped up, he couldn't see it, so he had to lower his head in disappointment. Rubbing his smooth chin and watching for a short dozen seconds, Gojo Satoru came to a conclusion in his mind. Leaning down slightly, pointing at the screen of the phone, he began to narrate. Advertisement, Student Kitagawa. The materials of the clothes you bought are indeed very similar in color, but when you look at the wig, Heijang Yun is not the kind of mellow purple, but the color of deep violet, and for the texture of the clothes, the material of the clothes you choose must be thicker, otherwise the whole dress will be light and unsightly. And look at the socks again. Although they are basically the same color, they are not the suspenders in the photo. Look again. Gojo Satoru spoke seriously. Even Yukino, who had come to tease Vanilla, couldn't help but be attracted. Looking at that handsome and serious face, an idea came to her mind. A serious scumbag teacher is quite handsome. As soon as this thought came to her, she quickly shook her head and shook it off. Handsome is really handsome, but it's a pity that Gojo Satoru has a mouth. After talking for about 5 or 6 minutes, Gojo Satoru stopped and asked, Understand? Still, I don't understand, Kitagawa Marin smiled awkwardly. She didn't expect that a cosplayer character would have so much knowledge, and even though a large part of it felt understandable, they just didn't understand it. There's really nothing I can do about you. Gojo Satoru smiled helplessly and rubbed the opponent's long golden hair. On Friday or Saturday, you and I will go to the mall to buy new materials. Good. Kitagawa Marin nodded quickly in agreement. The touch on the top of her head couldn't help but make her heart beat a little faster. I didn't expect you, Mr. Scumbag, to actually know how to make clothes. Yukino cast a strange gaze. He was obviously a teacher, but it turned out that he really knew how to sew clothes, as the other party said. Returning the phone to Kitagawa Marin, Gojo Satoru smiled contemptuously. Humph, who am I? I am the almighty Gojo Satoru, Well, narcissism is also narcissism to a certain extent. Yukino curled her lips. After staying in the service department for a while, Gojo Satoru was also about to leave. Advertisement. As for Kitagawa Marin, he left long ago. Come here, Vanilla, we're going home now. Stretching out his arms, Wu Tiao whispered. Meow. Vanilla also jumped from the table. Seeing Vanilla already lying in Gojo Satoru's arms, and maybe not seeing her again for a long time, Yukino always felt a little empty in her heart, and couldn't help looking at her mouth. That, Mr. Gojo. What's wrong? Gojo Satoru, who got up to leave, turned around. Yukino struggled for a while, then let out a breath slowly, and said seriously, In the future, can I go to your house to see Vanilla? Don't think too much. I'm just afraid that you can't take good care of it. Yes, please give me your line contact information, and I will send you the location if you want to come over. Gojo Satoru, doesn't matter. Wouldn't it be nice to have one more person to take care of Vanilla? Looking at the reclosed door, Yukino stared blankly at the account number marked Goshio Teacher in the line software. This is her first-line friend besides her family. That below. At this time, Hikago Hachiman spoke suddenly, with a flattering tone in his tone. What's wrong? Putting away the phone, Yukino picked up the book again, looked at the content in book 3.9, and asked without raising her head. Can you give me your line account number? Oh, I have been in the club for so long. Are you finally going to start chasing me, the cutest person in the school? Hikigujuan, since you want to chase me, so I choose to refuse. Who is chasing you? And you were talking about bacteria. It must be bacteria. Hikago Hachiman feels bad all over. He wanted Yukino's line account purely for the purpose of asking for a leave of absence if he had something to do in the future, so why did he become pursuing you? Sure enough, you are as narcissistic as that white-haired teacher. Tomorrow's third watch will be changed first. I have to do nucleic acid tomorrow. I'm so annoying. Advertisement. Chapter 110. Dusk swayed over the earth. Gojo Satoru held the vanilla in one hand and the Kikafuku box bot in Shibuya in the other, walking on the road surrounded by lawns. The warm sun shone on their bodies, making both the cat and the cat squint their eyes comfortably. Hoo-hoo. A breeze blows, blowing the white hair Mao. And suddenly, Wujo stopped. Huh? Isn't that the kid from last time? Not far away lay a young man in the uniform of Zhongwu Gao, who he recognized at a glance. After all, I was splashed with water by the little electric donkey I was riding, and then I compared the size in the toilet, so I was a little impressed. And this figure is Hideno Tabata. Gojo Satoru saw a familiar figure with white hair walking towards the lawn area. Tabata Hideo was lying on the thorny lawn, holding a book of beautiful girl comics in both hands, and staring at the content of the comics with glasses. Colored beautiful girl manga. This is his favorite. Russell, there was a sound of stepping on the lawn. Hideo Tabata pushed his glasses 14 times and squinted at the left side. In the next second, his eyes suddenly protruded and widened. It turned out to be the beautiful mixed-race girl from Zhongwu Gao who returned to Daxia. Yuan was shocked. Although it felt like his mouth was about to burst into laughter, Tabata Hideo quickly controlled his facial expression. The nonstop breeze moved the two of them. Hideo Tabata put down the beautiful girl manga in his hand and looked at the sunset in the distance. As for Xia Chuan Jinliang, his hands were facing away, and his exquisite face also revealed a sense of enjoyment. Russell, there was another sound of the lawn being stepped on, and it was Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru stood behind Xia Chuan Jinliang not far away, without the usual playful smile at all, only the blandness and gentleness that fit the current scene. Advertisement. None of the three spoke, and an awkward atmosphere began to spread. Okay, so embarrassing. Why is the B********** D from last time there? Although he has a different look, it is definitely him. And the beautiful girl who returned from the country didn't speak. Do I have to do something? What? But I don't know how to say those words, let alone the kind of words that please girls. Hideo Tabata complained crazily in his heart. Looking at the full circle of the sunset, he had inspiration and thought again. The sunset is so beautiful. No. If you say such old-fashioned words, that be D will definitely laugh at you. It's so annoying. It would be nice if Zhongbong and Jiju were here. After the crazy complaints, as if there was a heart-to-heart connection, Gojo Satoru suddenly opened his mouth and sighed plainly. The wind today is very noisy. Oh my God, why did you say this without changing your face? I wanted to bang my head to death when I heard it. Hello. Tabata Hideo roared again in his heart. Noticing Wu Tiaowu's back, Xia Chuan pulled back her deaf and disheveled long hair and responded with a hint of sadness in her tone. But the wind seems to be crying. Hey, what the hell? Is the beautiful girl returning to Daxia so funny? Although Tabata Hideo has kept his expressionless face, admiring the sunset, but he is suppressing the emotion of wanting to laugh, and his body is even twitching. Forgive me, I have endured to the limit, and I am about to burst. Although he thought so, he said something out of the blue. This wind has brought some bad things into Tokyo. Hey, why do I love acting so much all of a sudden? Tabata Hideo, who felt himself dead, lowered his head deeply. But at this moment, Gojo Satoru walked behind at some point, patted his shoulder with his right hand, and said seriously, "Don't bow your head, the crown will fall. I have a hairy crown." But Tabata Hideo raised his head again, tilted his head sideways, and said seriously, "Thank you. Why should I say thank you?" Tabata Hideo, who always felt that he was no longer himself, wanted to leave quickly, and then took out his mobile phone to send a message to his friends Yashitake Tanaka and Tadamura Shiera, asking them to come to the rescue. Sure enough, the message was sent within seconds. Yashitake Tanaka appeared on the path on the lawn, brushed his hair back, put one hand in his pocket, and said with a hint of sadness in his eyes, "Advertisement. Let's go. Shioza, there is something bad in Tokyo. We have to go there and take action." "Why did you take my words? I didn't tell you." After complaining again and again in his heart, Hideo Tabata picked up the handbag beside him, pushed his glasses, and said solemnly with sharp eyes, "Really? We still have to rely on us to make a move? You guys go too, before the wind dies down." Why did I say that the middle two broke the watch? Not even a second after the words fell, the enthusiastic citizen Shiera Tadamuni ran from the other side and shouted on the way, "Shioza, Jiju, let's go. The potato chips in the convenience store over there are on sale today, only half price. Can you take a look at the atmosphere, hello?" Feeling that he was powerless to complain, Tabata Hideo hurriedly dragged his two friends and ran away. "If you don't run away, Juinko will embarrass himself to death." Seeing the figures of the three running fast, Gojo and Xiachuan Jinliang finally couldn't help laughing. Why can you say such funny things, Mr. Wu Qiao? I almost couldn't hold it back. Haha 970. Xiachuan Jinliang clutched her stomach, laughed, and spoke. Her words were intermittent. "I'm afraid that I won't be able to catch my breath in the next second, and I will gasp. You still have the nerve to talk about me. You almost pulled me out of 3 rooms and 1 living room in embarrassment." Gojo Satoru sat on the lawn, hugging the vanilla and laughing. The two looked at each other and laughed even louder. It went on for several minutes. After feeling that she really couldn't stop laughing, Xiachuan Jinliang straightened her skirt and sat next to Gojo Satoru. At the same time, those blue eyes saw the poisonous weed in his arms. "Is this the kitten you raised, Mr. Wu Qiao? It looks so good. What's its name?" While speaking, her small white reflective hands carefully stroked Vanilla's head. Vanilla also made a comfortable snoring sound. "It's called Vanilla. Come on, I named it." Gojo Satoru, who has no shame at all, directly credits himself for taking the name of Vanilla. "Vanilla? It looks good, and its name sounds nice. Hello, Vanilla." A motherly smile appeared on her face, and Xiachuan's cool voice couldn't help but soften a bit. Meow. Vanilla also seems to respond with hello. Today's chapter is very fast. Advertisement. Chapter 111. Wujo Home. Gojo Satoru came back with Vanilla and Kikufu in his arms and shouted at the entrance while changing indoor shoes. "I am back. Welcome back, big brother, Master Wujo, Master Wujo." The 2 women and 1 Shikigami sitting in the living room responded at the same time. After changing, Wu Tiao went in directly, and the Vanilla in her arms let out a meow when she saw the strange room. 3 beams of eyes looked over in unison. "It's so cute. Huangfen, look, this is your kitten of the same kind." "Oh hoo, I'm a Shikigami. This little cat is not my kind at all, Mr. Xiaobu, and Mr. Hongshu. Why are you uttering oh?" The 3 were noisy together. After sitting on the sofa, Vanilla jumped out of her arms and looked around curiously. "Big brother, why did you suddenly think of raising a kitten?" Xiaobu walked over from the other side of the sofa, sat next to Gojo Satoru, and asked suspiciously, "It's still pretty. Can I hug it?" Gojo-sensei. Nodding with a red face, Huaya Hongshu looked longingly at the cute Vanilla. This made Huang Fan, who was lying on his shoulders, jealous. "Obviously, I am also half like a cat. Why didn't Master Hongshu react like this when he first saw me? It's called Vanilla. You can hug Xiao Hongshu if you want. As for why you keep a cat." Gojo Satoru pinched his chin and pondered for a moment, then said uncertainly, "On a whim. The whim of a ghost." Xiaobu was speechless, but she is quite convinced of the whim that her big brother said. After all, you can never guess what Gojo Satoru wants to do or what is on his mind. You never know what he will do next. If you adopt a kitten today, you may adopt a puppy tomorrow. Picking up Vanilla carefully, Vanilla didn't resist, but there was curiosity in her eyes. Suddenly, Huaya Hongshu felt satisfied. Whoa! The little face rubbed the Vanilla. Advertisement. This made Huangfan even more angry. The hateful little San actually took away Lord Hongshu's love for me. That's not right. Since Lord Hongshu likes kittens so much, then I can too. Thinking about it, Huangfan thought it was okay. Jumped off his shoulders, sat down on the table, lying there with his whole body, meowing like a cat, and talking enchantingly. Meow, meow, Lord Hongshu, I am also a kitten, The three of them froze in unison. But Huangfan still meowed and gesticulated endlessly. It feels like this, and it will definitely win back Lord Hongshu's love for it. After all, how can wild flowers have the fragrance of home flowers? Vomit. Finally, Gojo Satoru couldn't bear it anymore, and retched directly to the floor. What's the matter with you, big brother? Don't spit outside. There is a trash can here. Be obedient. Aim at the trash. Vomit. I can't stand it either. Xiaobu seems to be disgusted by success, and he can't stand it before he persuades his big brother. The two siblings vomited together into the trash can. Huangfan, you don't have to do this. Huaya Hongshu said with an uncomfortable face. Vanilla in her arms also had a look of disgust. Okay then. Puckering her mouth, Huangfan returned to her original appearance. After vomiting for about 10 seconds, the two brothers and sisters did not vomit after all, but leaned weakly on the sofa. The expressions and actions are extremely consistent, as expected of you two. After taking off the sunglasses and putting them on the table, Gojo Satoru fumbled for the phone up and down, but before the phone came out, he took out a brand new catnip ball. Hey, Huangfan, do you want to try it? Holding catnip balls, he is like a strange sorghum who kidnaps his little daughter with a lollipop. Catnip balls. Huangfan sniffed closer, and then slapped it with her paws with a look of disgust. No need, it smells so bad. Yes. Advertisement. Gojo Satoru nodded, but suddenly he slid up and down in the air with a catnip ball and shouted. Here comes the little flying stick, sound. Huangfan suddenly jumped in the air, sticking out her tongue and grabbing the catnip ball. After grabbing it, it put it on the table and licked it wildly. With this operation, Huaya Hongshu, Xiaobu, and even Vanilla couldn't stand it anymore. Huangfan, if you lick catnip balls, lick catnip balls. Why did you stick out your tongue in midair and catch it like a dog? And can you be more gentle in the way you lick? After licking it a few mouthfuls, Huangfan fell to the ground, sticking out her tongue, staring at the ceiling with dull eyes. Teacher Wutiao, what's wrong with Huangfan? Huaya Hongshu asked with some concern. Although I don't like Huangfan's coquettish operation just now, but after all, they have lived together for several years, and it must be false to say that they have no feelings, and both parties have deep feelings. It's okay, it's just a matter of getting on top. Gojo Satoru said calmly. Licking catnip balls can even hit the head. Oh, the case is closed. Huangfan is a cat shikigami. Xiaobu suddenly realized. After a small episode, the three of them ate zijiafu and watched anime on TV. As for the yellow powder, it still hasn't recovered. After eating the last zijiafu in his hand, Gojo stood up and asked, What do you want to eat tonight? Kung Pao chicken, get it. Hagi machi. The two women said in unison. Kung Pao chicken is also available, plus Sichuan dishes such as mapo tofu. As for Hagi biscuits, I still have a few in the refrigerator. Let's eat them as dessert after dinner. After deciding on the cuisine for tonight, Gojo Satoru was ready to go to the kitchen to make dinner. He is very good at Sichuan cuisine and even likes it. Putting on the pink apron, Gojo Satoru didn't feel awkward at all. Maybe every boy has the idea of a pink hunk in his heart. Oh, by the way, this pink apron was bought by Yubijima Ong, who said it must be cute to cook in this. Again, make up the third update overnight, and do nucleic acid tomorrow, and come back to continue updating after finishing it. The vanilla illustrations can't be played, but I don't know if you have seen the episode of Cat Ear Girl Paradise. Advertisement. Chapter 112. Just a few days passed, and it was Saturday. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. I'm coming. Xiaobu, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room and playing with his mobile phone, heard the doorbell, shouted a few times, and went straight to the door with bare feet. Bang bang, opened the door. He saw Kitagawa Marin smiling outside the door. Good afternoon, Xiaobu. Good afternoon, Haiming. Are you here looking for Big Brother? Xiaobu let go of the handle and asked while holding the indoor shoes in the cabinet. In the morning, her big brother told her that maybe Kitagawa Marin would come over in the afternoon, and it was a little trivial to find him. That's right, is Mr. Wujo in there? Putting on the indoor shoes that Xiaobu took out, Kitagawa Marin poked his head inside and asked, Big brother, Haiming is here to look for you. Xiaobu yelled from inside. The sound was so loud that even Kitagawa Marin was taken aback. A few seconds passed. Click, the door of the room was opened, and it was Gojo Satoru. It's just that the current Gojo Satoru exudes a lazy atmosphere. Even the top is a loose black top, which slightly reveals the delicate and powerful collarbone, and the eyes are still wearing black mirrors. Raising his right hand, he greeted lazily. Yo, Kitagawa-san, you're here. Good afternoon, Mr. Wujo. Seeing her teacher's outfit today, Kitagawa Marin felt very novel. The main temperament, appearance, and height are big plus points. Want a cup of coffee? We'll go. Gojo Satoru walked to the refrigerator, rummaged through the coffee powder with ease, and asked at the same time. Okay. Advertisement, Kitagawa Marin said. Xiaobu, do you want a drink? I won't drink it, you can drink it. Xiaobu shook his head. She doesn't like to drink this kind of drink. It's better than Fat House Happy Water. As expected, only Fat House Happy Water is YYDS. After a few minutes, seeing the poured coffee placed in front of him, Kitagawa Marin took a small sip. Well, with sugar cubes added, neither bitter nor sweet, bebbed, is too much, just right. By the way, Teacher Wu Tiao, isn't Hongshu at home? A hint of doubt appeared on Kitagawa Marin's face. Only since she came to Gojo Satoru's house to accompany Hoya Hongshu to live together, she knew that the other party also lived here, and the three of them were surprised for a long time. Little Hongshu? Gojo Satoru paused before speaking slowly. Something went out. It is true that there is something to do, and I went to find trouble with filth. Okay. Kitagawa Marin nodded, a little disappointed. When she came here, she wanted to ask Hongshu if she would go to the shopping mall together, but in the end she was not at home because of something. Of course, I also asked Xia Chuan Jinliang and Jin Shiming. One said it was too hot to go out, and the other didn't answer the phone, obviously staying up late to catch up on sleep. But big brother, where are you and Haiming going? Xiaobu, who was sitting on the sofa and eating potato chips, asked. A few days ago, I asked Teacher Wu Tiao to help me make clothes. We will go to the mall later. Do you want to go together, Xiaobu? Before Gojo Satoru could speak, Kitagawa Marin spoke first. When he heard that he was going to the shopping mall outside, Xiaobu refused without hesitation. I won't go, you go. If you have time to go to the mall, you might as well play games at home. All right. Then you just stay at home obediently. If someone knocks on the door, first check who it is before opening the door. Got it. Big brother, you just treat me like a child. Although the words were full of complaints about Wujo Wu, Xiaobu felt warm in his heart. After all, who doesn't want to be valued by their relatives? Advertisement Kyoto, Inyang Liao. Tsuchimikado Arima stared blankly at the new type of filthy drawing and ability report on the information. Name, unknown. Gender, suspected male. Ability, can control volcanoes and flames with great lethality, can cast unknown barriers, and forcibly pull people. Battle report, it has human intelligence and can speak. Under normal circumstances, ordinary humans cannot see it. During the battle with the 12 Heavenly General Tongue Snake was injured, with a large area of burns covering his whole body. It is suspected that he was killed by an unknown not hurt by the world. Danger level, at least Becerra level. Range of activities. When it first appeared, it was near the edge of Kyoto, and then rushed to Nagoya, and the last place of appearance was Tokyo. Looking at the portrait, the head looks like a dirty of Mount Fuji. Tsuchimikado Arima is more interested. This new type of filth is different from the traditional appearance of other filths. He even guessed that this is not filth at all. Master Arima, may I come in? At this time, Tsuchimikado Mike's voice came from outside the door. Please come in, Mike-kun. 11 still looking at the portrait in his hand. Tsuchimikado Arima said flatly. The door was pushed open. Tsuchimikado Mike bowed solemnly first, then put the documents on the table with both hands, and spoke at the same time. Master Arima, This is a brand new information resent by Lord Holy Empress. Information sent by Ong. Tsuchimikado Arima raised his head, put down the old document in his hand, and picked up the new document. The previous content is roughly the same, but there are some differences. Battle report. The enchantment that wounded tongue snake is a kind of domain. After I and the other Onmyoges just arrived at the battlefield, it was already too late. After the domain disappeared, tongue snake was on the verge of death, and that dirty was also seriously injured. He wanted to run away, but we couldn't catch up. Tsuchimikado Arima narrowed his eyes slightly. Field. This is not something that filth can display. After continuing to look down, he saw a line of writing. The mantra fluctuations emitted by this filth are completely different from ordinary filth. Even Becerra can't change his own mana fluctuations at all. Even, I always feel that the mana fluctuations and system of this filth are its kind of like, the kind of enlightenment? Called breathing out a foul breath. Tsuchimikado Arima rubbed his temples. Sure enough, this filth wasn't filth at all. It was a completely new monster that had never appeared before. Soon, Gojo Satoru's field is coming. Advertisement. Chapter 113. 5 p.m. Somewhere coffee shop. Gojo Satoru and Kitagawa Marin sat opposite each other, drinking coffee. There are also many shopping mall bags next to it. Most of these bags are about materials for making clothes, wigs, and stockings, and a small part are some new clothes bought. After all, the weather is getting hotter and hotter. Buy some summer clothes in advance, too. Thank you very much for today, Teacher Gojo. Kitagawa Marin smiled sweetly, feeling grateful in his heart. Not only is she willing to help make clothes for her, but it's so hot today, Gojo Wudu still came out as promised to accompany her to the mall to buy cost materials. She is really grateful to him. You are welcome. Gojo Satoru, who was lying backwards, waved his hand weakly. He was really scared. I'm afraid he won't accompany anyone to the mall for a long time in the future. You know, not only was it so hot that it exploded today, but he also visited the shopping mall for several hours. If it weren't for the reversal technique, he would have died in the shopping mall like other men. Woman, what a horrible creature. Seeing Gojo Satoru like this, Kitagawa Marin covered his mouth and laughed softly. But he seemed to think of something again, struggled for a while, and opened his mouth slowly. Teacher Wu Tiao, you look like this. Do you need a kiss to be resurrected with full blood? As the internet says, do you need me to kiss you? After saying this, although it seemed that there was no change in expression, the red earlobes revealed his mental state. Kitagawa Marin is also shy. Kitawa-san, I'm your teacher, slightly raising his head, staring at the rebellious student with dead fish eyes. Gojo Wu said speechlessly. Why are 1 and 2 greedy for my body? It's okay for Yubajai Mako and Hirazuka Shizuka. Why are my students greedy for the teacher's body? Just kidding. Sticking out her tongue, Marin smiled mischievously. Hee. With a merciless dry laugh, Gojo Satoru once again turned into a salted fish state. But the words came out of his mouth. If COS is counted from tomorrow to sewing, it will be ready in a few days. But what I'm curious about is, Kitagawa-san, would you know how to put on that variety of makeup? Advertisement, makeup. Kitagawa Marin pondered for a while, then smiled awkwardly. It will, just a little bit. It's true that I didn't lie. The makeup skills she knows are the most basic for girls. If that's the case, then it's difficult for you to cosplay Heijon Yundian. The makeup doesn't quite match yours. What? Kitagawa Marin was so frightened that she stood up, but sat down again the next second, holding an object with her arms folded, and said triumphantly, But I'm not afraid. After all, I believe Mr. Gojo knows how to make up. Even Gojo Satoru was speechless at this. How much does this girl trust him? Kitagawa Marin put his hands on the table and said jokingly, Hey, that's right, Mr. Gojo. Yes. Gojo Satoru responded helplessly. He also wanted to tease the other party, but he didn't play the cards according to the routine. After staying in the cafe for about half an hour, Kitagawa Marin spoke suddenly. Teacher Wu Tiao, we can't go to dinner. It's almost 6 o'clock now. A pitiful look appeared on the small face, and by Nun's right hand was covering her belly, as if she was really hungry. Gojo Satoru raised his eyebrows, and then said with a pitiful expression, But I'm not very hungry either. No, you're just hungry. Let's go have dinner. No, let's not eat. If you want to eat, you have to eat. Don't eat. Don't eat. I don't eat. It seemed that there was really nothing he could do with Gojo Satoru. Kitagawa Kaiming put on a cat face, left his original position silently, and sat beside the former. What do you want? Gojo Satoru hugged his body with some vigilance. Yu stared at his teacher, and after almost 3 seconds, Kitagawa Kaiming suddenly howled and burst into tears. Woo woo woo, I want to eat, I want to eat. While crying, he threw himself into Gojo Satoru's arms. Advertisement: this coquettish offensive may work for other men, but for Gojo Satoru, asking for flowers. Gojo was holding Kitagawa Kaiming in his arms, and howled likewise. Well, I don't want to eat. The crying of the two attracted the young lady at the front desk. She looked hesitant, as if she wanted to come over and ask what was wrong. However, it may involve privacy, so we have to stop and wait and see. After crying for about half a minute, Gojo Satoru finally stopped making trouble and patted the Miss Girl on the back and said, Okay, don't cry, let's go to dinner. Two voices. Okay, Kitagawa Kaiming immediately got up from his arms, showing a triumphant smile. But the red and swollen corners of the eyes and the tear stains looked extraordinarily funny. Apparently, during the fake crying just now, she actually cried out. Zero, there's no need to work so hard. Seeing the tears, Gojo Satoru reluctantly took out a tissue and handed it to the other party. Thanks. Said politely, Kitagawa Kaiming took the paper and gently wiped away the tears. But the hot feeling made her grin her teeth in pain. Do you know it hurts now? I didn't expect to actually cry. Puckering her pink lips, Kitagawa Kaiming said in a naive manner. Tisk. Gojo Satoru gently supported the sides of Kitagawa Kaiming's head with both hands and said in the other's puzzled eyes. Close your eyes. Kitagawa Kaiming closed her eyes obediently, but her eyelids were trembling nervously, and her small mouth was involuntarily pursed. Shouldn't Wuqiao teacher want to kiss me? Do I have to learn from those videos on the internet? Slap me, but I don't want to slap. I don't feel disgusting at all. I shouldn't. Do you like teacher Gojo? While Kitagawa Kaiming was thinking wildly, Gojo Satoru used the reversal technique. In his hand, even though he exhaled a breath at the location of the tears, a cool feeling emerged, and Kitagawa Kaiming suddenly felt that the burning feeling of his tears was gone. Tomorrow, I have to go to a distant place and see if I can update you all overnight tonight. Slowly, the emotional line between Gojo Satoru and Kitagawa Kaiming began to unfold. Again, advertisement. Chapter 114. It doesn't hurt anymore. Kitagawa Kaiming opened his eyes in surprise. Gojo Satoru had already let go of his hands, drinking his coffee calmly. Mr. Wujo, how did you do it? I'm curious. Flutter. He had just taken a sip, and upon hearing this, Gojo Satoru spit out the coffee water and looked at Kitagawa Kaiming with a strange expression. You're not a girl. You were dropped by Chitanda Eru, right? Why did you even say I'm curious? Seemingly understanding the meaning of Gojo Satoru's weird expression, Kitagawa Kaiming smiled. I learned Eru's mantra. Speaking of Chitanda Eru, her family asked him to take a week off, and he would not come to school until the next Monday. After all, such a big incident happened in the May 60, and it is still necessary to adjust the physical and mental state. Let's not talk about this first, Mr. Wujo. How did you do it? Saying that, Kitagawa Kaiming poked the spot where the tear stain was just now with his finger. Not at all. Just do this, then do that, and finally take a breath and it's okay, don't you know? Gojo Satoru said as if looking at a fool. Do this, then do that, okay? Kitagawa Kaiming even gestured foolishly. This made Gojo Satoru want to laugh. Cough, cough. He quickly suppressed his smile, cleared his throat, and changed the subject. Okay, don't think too much. Aren't you hungry? Let's go eat. Yeah, eat. Hearing the meal, Kitagawa Kaiming's eyes lit up suddenly. The topic just now was thrown away in an instant. Lifting the bag, the two left the cafe with the coffee money on the table. Advertisement gradually, the sky gradually dimmed. In a fried restaurant, Kitagawa Kaiming was eating fried rice with a happy face. But the corner of Gojo Satoru's mouth twitched. What's the matter, Mr. Wujo? Kitagawa Kaiming asked vaguely as he chewed the fried rice with his small mouth. Why do you keep looking at me? Why don't you eat? No, it's nothing. I'll just eat it. Silently withdrawing his eyes, Gojo took a spoonful and ate fried rice. This fried restaurant was brought by Kitagawa Marin with Wujo Wu. I heard from her that this is a restaurant she frequents. Not only does it serve fried rice dishes from various countries, but the fried rice inside is also delicious. Gojo Satoru and Kitagawa Marin both ordered Yangzhou fried rice and udon noodles. After serving it, Kitagawa Marin poured udon noodles into the fried noodles under Gojo Satoru's horrified eyes, which seemed to be delicious. Not a girl. Although this does not belong to dark cuisine, but don't you think it's weird to eat? Udon noodles are covered with fried rice. Doesn't it taste weird? After a few minutes, Kitagawa Marin patted his slightly bulging stomach in satisfaction and sighed happily. Our rice is indeed the most delicious food in the world. Are you done eating? Gojo Satoru was a little surprised, glanced at the other party's empty plate, and then at his own plate with half of the fried rice. He also sighed. You can really eat, Kitagawa-san. Kitagawa Marin's happy face froze, blushed, and shamelessly grabbed the clothes of a certain white-haired monster, pulling and shouting. Don't say that I can eat very well. You can't say, Mr. Wu Tiao Ba. I'm just telling the truth. Being shaken, Gojo Satoru couldn't even speak clearly. Don't let people tell the truth. Hey, why are you crawling on top of me? Kitagawa Marin seemed to want to cover Gojo Satoru's mouth, but he was not tall enough at all, so he crawled into his arms and finally blocked that abominable mouth with both hands. Don't tell, she said softly. Gojo Satoru, whose mouth was covered, nodded, holding his arms around the opponent's slender waist, afraid of slipping down. Advertisement: the wine-red eyes of the two and the blue eyes exposed by the slipped sunglasses of the two looked at each other quietly, and the atmosphere began to be ambiguous. Hoo. Feeling the big hand around her waist, Kitagawa Marin's exhalation became slightly hasty. His eyes gradually blurred. Teacher Wu Tiao, he is really handsome. He is the perfect boyfriend in my ideal. He is tall and handsome. He is also willing to make cosplays for me. He will also accompany me on hot days as promised. If possible, let Mr. Wujo be my boyfriend. An idea popped out of Kitagawa Marin's mind. She is an open-minded girl. Although she has never had a boyfriend or had close contact with any man in 16 years, she is indeed an open-minded woman. The forbidden love between the teacher and the student may even be discovered later, and judged by others at the highest point of morality. She doesn't care at all. Kitagawa Marin only cares about whether he likes the other party. It seems that I really like Gojo-sensei a little, she thought for sure. In this ambiguous atmosphere, the curtain in front of the fried restaurant was suddenly pushed open, and a middle-aged female boss came in and said at the same time, Hey Mo, is there enough udon noodles? Not enough, aunt. I'll give you a bowl. Before she finished speaking, she stared at Wujo Wu and Wujo Wu in a daze. Sorry for disturbance. Leaving a word, the middle-aged female boss ran away. Looking at the running figure, Wujo Wukong stretched out a hand, pulled away the hands covering his mouth, and said 3.4 in grief. It's over, my innocence. It should be my innocence, Mr. Wujo, Kitagawa Marin said with a small mouth. You don't understand now, although I'm a girl logically, but you know the boss so well, it must be because of my innocence. It seems to be right. Right, he. Seeing the cute girl who was stunned by the words and even nodded in agreement, Gojo Satoru smiled viciously. However, I always feel that something is wrong. Oh, you think too much. Really? All right then. Kitagawa Marin's emotional drama is slowly unfolding. I don't know if it will be banned, hey. Advertisement. Chapter 115. After walking out from the fried restaurant, the street lamps in the surrounding streets were also turned on. The streets were bustling with people, either those who had just got off work or passers-by who went out for dinner. Teacher Wu Tiao, what's wrong? Hearing the girl at the side calling him, Gojo Satoru turned his head slightly to ask. That is. Kitagawa Marin poked her fingers at each other, looked to the other side, and said with some embarrassment. Outside the school, can I call you Wu Jun? In island countries, the hierarchy is very clear, especially between students and teachers. Most students respect and even fear teachers, and she changed from a respectful name to an intimate one. To say it is exaggerated, it is disrespectful. To put it mildly, it is just that the relationship between the two parties is very good. This is nothing to say. It's okay. Outside, I'll let you Haiming from now on. Gojo Satoru didn't care, and even spoke first. Kitagawa Kaiming's eyes lit up. The whole person's body and mind are happy. Yeah, Wujun. She thinks that the relationship between each other is not limited to the teacher-student relationship, but a closer relationship between 14. For example, boyfriend and girlfriend. After Kitagawa Kaiming confirmed that she really had a great affection for Gojo Satoru, she would take the initiative to attack instead of waiting for the other party to confess because of the girl's reserve. In any anime, most of them are naked losers. Kitagawa Kaiming does not want to leave regrets for her youth, nor does she want to become a loser. She wants to be the final winner. Gojo Satoru is not at all clear about the girl's change of mind. He only knows that she has a lot of affection for him. After all, he is willing to hug him in close contact. For Kitagawa Kaiming, Gojo Satoru also maintains an attitude of appreciation. But if you let him take the initiative to pursue someone, maybe you will never see him in your life. Would you like to go shopping for a while? Haiming, Gojo Satoru asked. When he went to the fried restaurant before, he sent a message to Xiaobu and Xiao Hongshu at home, asking them to order takeaway tonight. This made Xiaobu, who was controlled by the brother, very upset, and sent him a voice saying, "You must be back before 1 o'clock. Yes, you can." Kitagawa Kaiming squinted her eyes happily when she was called Kaiming. Advertisement, let's go to the park. There is a park not far in front of us. It takes a few minutes to walk there. Also, after deciding on the destination, the two walked side by side. Garden. Although it is night, there are still many children in the park accompanied by their parents. These children are playing in a sandpit with various buildings piled up beside the fitness equipment. There are more than a dozen pigeons. Sitting on the bench, the two leaned tightly together. These children are really good. They can have their elders by their side and play freely. Kitagawa Kaiming propped his chin with both hands and said with a slightly complicated look in his eyes, "Unfortunately, I haven't played it. When she was very young, her mother passed away early, and her father also worked hard for the family to survive, so there was no way to accompany her. Many children played in childhood, but she has never played, even sandpit. After being promoted to Zongwu High School, my father was also transferred from his post and went to work in other places. Up to now, Kitagawa Kaiming also lives alone, and the problem of eating is either in convenience stores or outside. You can play if you want," Gojo Satoru said indifferently. "No, forget it." Kitagawa Kaiming smiled and shook his head, sat up straight, and said lightly, "It's no longer necessary, because someone has already accompanied me." Glancing quietly at Gojo Satoru, who looked bored in every possible way, Kitagawa Kaiming secretly smiled. "Ahem, let's go, Mr. Wu. I've almost finished digesting it." "So fast. It's really fast. Let's go, hee hee." She wouldn't tell him. She just left because he was bored. "Then I'll also get home and understand, Mr. Wu." "Oh, this is your home. What floor is it?" The two stood outside an ordinary apartment building, talking. "Why? You want to attack me at night?" Kitagawa Kaiming said mischievously. Advertisement. After confirming the thoughts in her heart, her actions and words became bolder. "You have guessed all of this, it seems." Gojo Satoru was surprised at first, then immediately changed into an evil smile, and his tone became gloomy. "I can't let you go, Jia Jia Jia. Jia Jia Jia. Wu Jun, how many Soul Hall elders do you eat in one meal?" "What?" Gojo Satoru was also taken aback by these words. "I have traveled back again. How could anyone understand this stock? I'm a web surfer too, Kitagawa Kaiming said amusedly. "Oh, this one." Scratching his white hair awkwardly, Gojo Satoru didn't know what to say. "Hey, let's not talk about this. Then I will go first," Wu Jun 373 said. Kitagawa Kaiming pointed to the apartment building. For some reason, she especially likes to call the word Wu Jun. "Then goodbye." Gojo Satoru waved his hand. "Goodbye." Kitagawa Kaiming also waved her little hand and walked towards the apartment building. However, before taking a few steps, she suddenly trotted around and threw herself directly into Gojo Wu's arms. After holding him in her arms, she took a deep breath of deodorant and said in a muffled voice, "Thank you very much today, Wu Jun, and thank you for being willing to make a cost suit for me." As soon as the words fell, Kitagawa Kaiming climbed along the waist and her small mouth was imprinted on Gojo's cheek without hesitation. Mua. A crisp sound sounded. Kitagawa Marin jumped down with a blushing face, ran all the way, and waved his right hand back. This is a thank you gift. See you next Monday, Woojun. Looking at the gradually disappearing figure and the remaining warmth on his cheeks, Gojo Satoru couldn't help thinking strangely. Could it be that you like me? He didn't do anything. Why Kitagawa Marin fell in love with him, I don't understand. Haiming wife. Advertisement. Chapter 116. Sunday afternoon. Gojo Satoru walked out of a supermarket slowly, with a lollipop in his mouth and a lot of snacks in his hand. These snacks are obviously bought for Xiao Bu. Get out of the way. Suddenly, panicked shouts came from far to the right. What? Go turned his head and looked to the right in a daze. What I saw was a small trailer full of various things, flying downhill at high speed, and the person towing it was also an old acquaintance, Rin Okamura. I saw Rin Okamura yelling in horror, pulling his hands back with all his strength, but he couldn't pull it at all, and he ran at a high speed. Get out of the way. Seeing that the blurry figure in front hadn't moved away, Okamura became even more absurd. According to this speed, once the small trailer hits a person, it will not be dead or half disabled. Coal. Stop for lousy. With a roar, Rin Okamura felt hot all over, and inexhaustible strength came from his arms. In just a second, he actually forcibly stopped the small trailer. Ouch! Seeing the small trailer stopped on the downhill road, Gojo Satoru tilted his head curiously. In his line of sight, a pinch of blue flames was burning in Rin Okamura's heart, and an aura that belonged to demons, but was unique to demons, was emitting slightly. Hoo. On the broken road, Rin Okamura was panting heavily, his body covered in cold sweat. He wasn't too surprised that he forcibly pulled the small trailer to a stop. After all, he has been very strong since he was a child, and his current physical fitness cannot even be matched by athletes. Hey. However, within a minute, Rin Okamura found that his great strength was disappearing. The small trailer slowly slid down, and he made a sound in panic. Finally, the power disappeared in just a few seconds, and he quickly went downhill with the trailer. But Gojo Satoru below was already squatting in front of the supermarket, watching a movie with a lollipop in his mouth. Boom, there was a loud bang. Rin Okamura crashed into a pile of groceries with the small trailer. I give full marks to this technique. Advertisement. Seeing that all the sundries were hit and fell to the ground, Woody nodded in satisfaction. The right hand also took out his mobile phone to take a picture and then walked over whistling. In the debris pile. So annoying. After confessing from a pile of wooden boxes, Rin Okamura looked angry. This is another job he changed, as a porter in a supermarket. And today is also the first day of work. He wanted to finish the move quickly and get the money back home. But the result was that he packed too much goods and went downhill to take a shortcut. If the goods were not ready, he might lose a lot of money. Young man, I know you are in a hurry, but don't worry. Gojo Satoru came over and said with a mocking face. It's you. Seeing this familiar face and clothes, Rin Okamura's eyes widened slightly, and his expression looked surprised. But in the next second, he thought of the vague figure blocking his intersection downhill, and his expression became ferocious. The person who went downhill and blocked the intersection is you. What's blocking it? I'm just passing by. Wojo said without changing his expression. Yes. Rin Okamura glanced at the white hair suspiciously, but then shook his head. Forget it. Even without that person, he might still bump into debris when he goes downhill. Actually, I think you should care about yourself first, haha. What? Seeing Gojo Satoru's gloating appearance, Rin Okamura was a little confused. Okamura Rin. A middle-aged female voice suppressed anger came from behind. Rin Okamura's body froze, and he turned around like a robot and saw the short and fat supermarket owner with a black face. He seemed to know what was going on. An hour later, Rin Okamura came out of the supermarket with a dejected expression on his face. He, again, was successfully fired. So annoying. Advertisement. Looking at the sky that had already changed into the setting sun, Okamura sighed. His father found this job for him, but he was fired after less than a day of work. If he went back, he would definitely be beaten and scolded again. It seems that you are lost on the road of life, boy. A voice entered Okamura Rin's ears. Looking in the direction of the sound, Gojo stood quietly not far away, and even raised his hand to say hello. Why don't you leave yet? Rin Okamura pouted. Is it possible that you came to laugh at me? Why am I laughing at you? Walking to one side, Gojo Satoru slapped the opponent on the back suddenly, causing the opponent to scream in pain. But at the same time, he also took out a lollipop with his left hand and handed it over. It hurts. F***K. Cut, grinning in pain. Rin Okamura just wanted to curse back, but when he saw the lollipop in front of him again, he immediately stopped talking. Picking up the lollipop, peeling off the wrapping paper, and putting it in his mouth, he put his hands in his pockets and said, "Tell me what's the matter. It's nothing to worry about. Anyway, I'm bored and come here to have a look at you." Gojo Satoru said lightly. "Look at me." Rin Okamura's expression was weird for a while. As if he had thought of something, he silently moved, Zhao a few steps. Gojo Satoru was speechless after watching this operation. "I'm not gay. You see I'm so handsome. Do I need to find you an ugly comparison?" "That's right, huh?" "No, you scolded me just now." "Absolutely scolded me." "You heard me wrong." %*S1*, you heard me wrong. You must call me ugly." "Ah, what? I scolded you. What can you do?" Look, admit it directly. Look at my face and eyes for yourself. Which one is not linked to the name of handsome guy?" "Yep. Right." After hearing the admit that he is a handsome guy, Rin Okamura wiped his nose triumphantly. "I won't update tomorrow's third update at 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm too tired. I will resume the normal afternoon update tomorrow." Advertisement. Chapter 117. "Hey, Rin, you brat." Suddenly, a strong male voice came from a distance, and anger was suppressed in the voice. Hearing this familiar voice, Rin Okamura, who was originally complacent, froze and looked around in a panic, as if he was looking for a place to hide. "My father is here. Please don't say that I lived here. If you don't tell me, I will thank you for the rest of my life." After finishing speaking, Rin Okamura hid in the trash can under Gojo Satoru's disgusted eyes. "Rin, have you been humiliated again?" A middle-aged man with pale hair and a slightly old face wearing a black monk uniform ran over. Shiro Fujimoto, Rin Okamura's adoptive father. A man with the title of the strongest exorcist. "Brother, may I ask if you have?" Fujimoto Shiro was about to ask Gojo Satoru, who was still standing there, but just halfway through speaking, his eyes under the glasses shrank suddenly. White hair like snowflakes, black eye patch, extremely tall figure, you can't go wrong. This is Gojo Satoru, who is known as the strongest yin-yang in the world of yin-yang. 653 Shiro Fujimoto. Gojo Satoru called out the opponent's name with a smile. "Haha, it's a great honor to be known by the strongest on my OG, even a small person." Fujimoto Shiro laughed and patted the back of his head. "However, I kept wondering why Gojo Satoru was here, and I saw that Brat Rin was also nearby when I was in the distance." Involuntarily, he began to worry. You must know that Rin Okamura is not an ordinary human being raised by him, but the illegitimate son of Satan, the ruler of the void world. It perfectly inherits Satan's iconic blue flame, although it is said to have been sealed and transferred into the demon sword Kurigaro since childhood. However, once it is discovered that Rin Okamura is the illegitimate son of Satan, not to mention the world of exorcism, the lunatic who is currently in charge of the world of yin and yang will definitely send out the 12 heavenly generals, and even several of them will be dispatched to pull him out and kill him. But Gojo Satoru, the strongest in the world of yin and yang, appeared here for no reason, and Shiro Fujimoto began to think wrongly. "You are no small person, the strongest exorcist," Gojo Satoru said meaningfully. Advertisement. Shiro Fujimoto still had a smile on his face when his title was called out. Gradually, the air seemed to be silent. One is the strongest in the yin and yang realm, and the other is the strongest in the exorcism realm. Ouch, it stinks, I can't bear it. Rin Okamura's voice suddenly broke the heavy atmosphere. I saw him lying in the trash can, his face turned blue and white, and he vomited from time to time, and even his hair was stained with a lot of blackened fruit. Flies were still flying around his body. "Damn it, Dad!" Seeing Fujimoto Shiro, who was also looking at him with both eyes, Rin Okamura was so frightened that his body shook. He quickly climbed out of the trash can and ran away. Don't run away, you brat. The boss called me in the afternoon and said that you screwed up again and got fired. Isn't it true? Fujimoto Shiro shouted angrily and chased after him directly. However, it seems to be chasing and killing Rin Okamura, but in fact he wants to quickly return to the other side and protect him. So Shiro Fujimoto really broke his heart. After watching the two father and son completely disappear from the field of vision, Gojo Satoru was silent for a while and then suddenly smiled. Interesting, Satan is about to come and possess him. When he saw Shiro Fujimoto, his 6 eyes observed a pinch of blue flames lurking in the opponent's body, and after seeing Rin Okamura, the pinch of blue flames instantly swelled up, not a lot. Apparently, Satan finally recognized Rin Okamura, who was one of his sons. Dark night falls. Gojo Satoru stood on the rooftop of a high-rise building, overlooking the brightly lit and gorgeous city below. Beside him, Huaya Hongshu was also there, with a yellow powder lying on top of his head. Teacher Wu Tiao, is something important going to happen tonight? Huaya Hongshu frowned and asked. It is not without reason for her to ask this question. Now there are little devils floating in the whole of Tokyo, and the disgusting atmosphere spreads throughout the city. On Myojis, Exorcists, and even the Tokyo Anti-Magic Special Class came out to patrol. It's not a big deal. Advertisement. Gojo Satoru sat next to the roof with his legs hanging in the air, and then continued to speak. It's just that the Satan of the nihilistic realm is coming. What? X2-inch Huaya Hongshu and Huangfen exclaimed together. Swallowing her saliva, Huangfen asked nervously, Master Wu Tiao, you are not joking. Satan is about to land. I'm not kidding you too. What I mean by coming is possessing someone. Huh, that's good, that's good. Hearing that it was only possessing a human body, Huangfen breathed a sigh of relief and smiled happily. In the records of the Blue Knight, Satan wanted to possess human beings, but they were all burned by blue flames, so they couldn't come down successfully. I'm afraid it will be the same as this time. There is no way to successfully descend to the world. It seems that the person possessed today is the strongest exorcist today. Gojo Satoru stroked his chin and said seriously, the strongest exorcist is possessed, isn't it? Huangfen was so frightened that she almost fell down, with a terrified expression on her face. Although there is no human being in the records who can withstand the coming of Satan possessed, what if the most master can withstand it? Once it is endured, the whole of Tokyo will turn into a sea of blue flames. It's over, Tokyo is about to end. Let's run away, Lord Hongshu. Are you stupid? Yellow powder. Hearing the words of running away, Huaya Hongshu couldn't help, but a few black lines appeared on his forehead, grabbed the yellow powder, and shook it, and said, Teacher Wu Tiao is still here. Why are you panicking? Hey, that's right. Huangfen blinked stupidly. That's right, Gojo Satoru, who is the strongest yin and yang, is on the scene, so it's easy to get rid of the bully Satan. Advertisement. Chapter 118. You can't leave me. I can't forget you. Without you, I'm like a fish dying of thirst. The cell phone rang suddenly. Huaya Hongshu and Huangfen, who listened to Huaxia music, looked puzzled. Taking out his mobile phone, Gojo Satoru saw that the caller was Tsuchimikado Arima. Click on the screen to connect. Hello, Tion Pavilion Officer. What? Is there something you want to do with me? Or is there a new massage parlor in Kyoto? Gojo Satoru said teasingly. You guessed it all? There is indeed a new massage shop in Kyoto. Do you have an idea to go together? No. Why did I talk to you about it? Tsuchimikado Arima, who was on the phone, seemed surprised, but quickly recovered and said, Ahem, let's not talk about this for now. Is there something going on in Tokyo? What happened? Gojo Satoru paused. Luyen sensed the devil's aura a few kilometers away and the two spells from downstairs, and continued pretending to be blind. Nothing happened. It was peaceful, and it was only a matter of setting off fireworks to celebrate. Really? It shouldn't be. Then why did Mikage-kun report to me that there are signs of powerful demons coming to Tokyo? Oh, the report was wrong. What a mistake. Gojo-sama, we are in Tokyo. Tsuchimikado Mikage's shout came from the phone, and at the same time, Tsuchimikado Arima's blame came. I said don't expose it, give Wu Tiao-kun a fright. Master Arima, should I really say it or not? Forget it. let's say it. With Gojo-sama's pervert-level investigative ability, he must have discovered us long ago. Yes, I forgot. Doodle, the phone is hung up. The roof gate was pushed open, revealing Tsuchimikado Arima and Tsuchimikado Mikage in hunting uniforms. Long time no see, Gojo-sama. Tsuchimikado Mikage bowed and said with a serious face. Advertisement, yeah, Gojo-kun. Tsuchimikado Arima raised his hand to say hello with a hippie smile on his face. Then he walked up to Gojo Satoru and said in a low voice with his face shifting, "Hey, what's going on with you and the orphan of the Hoya family? Although they are teachers and students are not." Oh, it hurts. Before he finished speaking, Gojo Satoru ruthlessly held Tsuchimikado Arima's head as if holding a ball. The ridicule has come to me. It's okay. Wrong, really wrong. No, you are right. Gojo smiled ferociously. As if he didn't use his left hand enough, he even stood up and rubbed his hands vigorously. Feel my love for you. You call this love? It hurts to death. It hurts to death. I really want to die. When the two were messing around, the nearby Hongshu Hoya and Mikage Tsuchimikado greeted each other. Hello, Mikage-sama. You don't have to call me sir, just call me Mikage. Tsuchimikado Mikage shook his head with emotion. Unexpectedly, this orphan young lady of the Hoya family became a student of Gojo-sama's inner world, which is really surprising. Hoya Hongshu was taken aback for a moment, but immediately realized why. After torturing Tsuchimikado Arima for a few minutes, Gojo Satoru let go of his hands with a happy expression on his face. It still feels good to your hand, and it's comfortable to pinch. Tsuchimikado Arima said while silently rubbing his aching head. Aren't you wondering why we came to Tokyo? Gojo-kun. His face looked unusually expectant. As long as Gojo Satoru said curiosity, he would say, I didn't tell you, until the other party showed an uncomfortable expression. Just thinking about it makes me feel comfortable. But, in that expectant gaze, Gojo Satoru said, not curious. Why? Advertisement, Tsuchimikado Arima yelled with a distressed expression. Say it. Grandmate, why don't you say it? Say it quickly. Asking for flowers. I'm not going to say. You must be holding back some bad ideas. Gojo Satoru folded his arms and said with contempt on his face. Speechless family members. Tsuchimikado Arima's body and the surrounding background seemed to have turned gray, and the whole person exuded a deadly atmosphere. But he didn't say anything. Tsuchimikado Mikage beside him explained. Gojo-sama, this time I came to Tokyo with Arima-sama. I think I came to ask you to go to Funo to investigate a new type of filth. A new type of filth. Hearing this, Gojo Satoru became interested. At the beginning, Mihejima Ko told him that a new type of filth appeared in Phi, but this time Tsuchimikado Arima and Tsuchimikado Mikage both came to Tokyo, which means that Song Foul must also be in Phi around Tokyo. 00. Tell me about the information. A few days ago, when Master Ting Snake went to investigate the wilderness alone, he was ambushed by that filth. He could speak, manipulate volcanoes and flames, and the battle started. It was fine at first, but at the end that what kind of domain is only used for filth, and forcibly pull Lord Tongue Snake into it. It was already too late for the Holy Empress who came to lead the Onmyoji. After the domain automatically dispersed in the past, Master Tingsha fell to the ground on the verge of death, and the last escape direction of that filth was Tokyo. Tsuchimikado Mikage said, Domain, filth, forcibly pulling people in? Gojo Satoru raised his eyebrows strangely. This is not something that filth can use, or even say, why does that domain smell a bit like the world of magic? Is there an image of anything? Yes, look. Mikage Tsuchimikado took out her mobile phone, and it was the new type of filth in the photo album. Gojo Satoru took the phone, saw the photo album for the first time, and immediately laughed out loud. Isn't this my lovely Hubao? That's right. In the photo album is the one who came over to kill him confidently in the magic world back then. Although I don't know if it is the same one, but the appearance is indeed the same. Advertisement. Chapter 119. Do you know it? Gojo-sama. Hearing the words that seemed to be familiar, Tsuchimikado Mikage said anxiously. Even Tsuchimikado Arima returned to his normal appearance and walked over with a serious face. Although Hoya Hongshu and Huangfen next to him didn't know what was going on, but hearing that even the Tongue Snake, one of the 12 heavenly generals, had been defeated, It must be a big deal. Sensing the eyes of several people, Gojo Satoru shook his head abnormally, but nodded again. If you say you know it, you know it. If you say you don't know it, you don't know it. Anyway, this guy is quite difficult to deal with. You don't need to chase it down. I will go. He is also telling the truth. If this locust is really the same as in the impression, then once the domain is opened, Tsuchimikado Arima and others will not be able to escape at all, and the whole 013 process will be at a disadvantage. Only Wujo Wu, the same strongest sorcerer, can use the expansion field to remove it. Tsuchimikado Arima frowned slightly. He felt that Gojo Satoru probably knew the information about this filthy, but he didn't want to say it. Anyway, the other party clearly stated that he would hunt and kill him. Hey, Mikage Tsuchimikado sighed regretfully. Let's not talk about this first. Gojo Satoru turned around and looked into the distance and said softly, a large number of demons are being born. The whole of Tokyo is now filled with black air, and countless ghouls are possessing the corpses of animals or humans. Human beings with evil thoughts are even possessed by demons. Now, they did not communicate, but rushed to a place together. Orthodox Church. Gojo-kun, what should you do with this demon incident? Tsuchimikado Arima narrowed his eyes and asked the all-knowing white-haired monster seriously. When Satan saw his son, he was so excited that he wanted to get his son back. Gojo Satoru said flatly, excited to find a son? 8 princes. No, it's just an illegitimate child born to a human woman. Advertisement, B************** D child? I rely on it. Tsuchimikado Arima was startled, with a look of astonishment on his face. The combination of the majestic ruler of the nihilistic world and a human woman gave birth to an illegitimate child. What a big melon. Orthodox Church. Seeing the men who were busy pasting the house with various spells, Rin Okamura finally couldn't bear his curiosity and shouted loudly. What are you doing, sticking spells all the time? What's the matter? He had his memory wiped out of the incident in the amusement park, so he didn't know what happened. As for the boys who grew up and asked them, the men who also wore monk uniforms had no time to talk to them, so they could only stick the spells on them all the time. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Rin Okamura wanted to forcibly grab someone to ask, but Shiro Fujimoto, who didn't know when he came, held his shoulder. What are you doing? Dad, you pulled me back with a mysterious look. Why are you keeping it from me? Am I still your son? There seemed to be tears in the corners of Rin Okamura's eyes. But it was not because he was crying without telling him, but because he always felt something bad in his heart. Fujimoto Shiro yelled in a complicated way. There are some things you should know. What? This world is not as peaceful as you can see. It has an extremely wide world, on myojis, wild filth, demons from hell, and finally, the demons from the nihilistic realm. How is this possible? Rin Okamura's eyelids twitched wildly and asked hastily, what are you talking about, old man? How can there be in this world? Fujimoto Shiro interrupted his words loudly, and then spoke softly in a weakened tone. You, from now on, as a big brother, take care of Shuanon and cook more food for him. Although he doesn't say anything, he likes big brother's food very much. When the weather is cold in the future, don't wait for me to remind you. Change into thick clothes so as not to catch a cold. This was like explaining the last words before dying, which made Rin Okamura listen with puzzled eyes. On the way back, I heard you say that Gojo Satoru helped you. You know him. If you really have to, you can go to him. He should help you solve everything. Gojo Satoru? That white-haired B************************. D. I can't say that. He may be the only one who can help you with kindness. Promise me. Hear me. TSK. Listen to you and listen to you. Advertisement. Hearing this promise, Shiro Fujimoto finally recovered his usual loving smile, patted his son on the head, and said, Then I wish you a happy birthday in advance, Rin. Varied. A demon is coming. A middle-aged man suddenly yelled in panic. What about those on myojis and anti-magic classes? Leaving Rin Okamura, Shiro Fujimoto strode towards the window. They are evacuating the crowd and dealing with other demons. But there are too many demons, and the ghouls in the sky can't stop them. The man on the other side responded. Fujimoto Shiro let out a breath and said with a very serious expression, Combat, prepare. Yes. XN, looking at the people who were busy again, Shiro Fujimoto whispered with a grin on his old face. How could it be so easy for you to occupy my body and take away my son, Satan? He is fighting against Satan in his body. There is no one mantra in 10. 2.1 The outside world. The Onmyuji were divided into two groups. One group was evacuating the crowd, and the other group was blocking the demons. And there are more than a dozen people dispatched to the magic class. All are humans who made a contract with the devil. Throat. Akira Hayakawa released the seal with one hand and closed one eye. A huge fox's head burst out suddenly, swallowing dozens of ghouls in one gulp. It seems that you summoned me this time to deal with the demon of nihilism. While stirring the ghoul in his mouth, the fox demon said, Please. Hayakawa, Chio still had that icy expression. As you wish. The human side or the filth all use spell power, except those who sign a contract with the devil. Advertisement. Chapter 120. Somewhere in a love hotel. Nobuyuki Shushiong poured a glass of water, picked up a medicine and took it, but his body did not respond for a long time. What's the matter with you, Sayuki? After changing her clothes, Akane Managawa asked suspiciously. Wait a minute, wait a moment. Nobuyuki Sugo said in embarrassment. The right hand kept beating, but there was no response. Shouldn't it? Didn't the internet say that if you eat one, you can redo the heroism of a man? Could it be that they sold me fake medicine? Thinking of this, Shinobu was annoyed and wanted to take out his mobile phone to give a bad review, and then complained about this product in hundreds of words. However, what he actually didn't know was, this box of medicine is not fake medicine, but real medicine. It's not that there is a problem with the medicine, but that there is a problem with him. Seeing Nobuyuki Sugo, who was still playing with his mobile phone but didn't respond, Akane Managawa cast a contemptuous look at 14 and prepared to open the drawn curtains. Opening the curtains, she looked at the sky through the window and thought to herself, why don't you find some big guys in the early morning? While she was thinking, suddenly, a black shadow was rapidly attacking from the sky. Stab! The glass was instantly broken by the black shadow, and Managawa Akane, who was by the window, was pierced to the point of chilling. Ah! A big hole was pierced in the chest. Akane Managawa struggled to make a sound and wanted to call for help, but she yelled out a voice. There is a reaction. There is a reaction. Nobuyuki Sugo shouted in surprise. After hitting him a few times excitedly, he looked towards the window. What? Seeing Akane Managawa, who was vomiting blood and had an empty chest, he was so frightened that he fell to the ground and cried out, Help me! Stretching out her right hand, Managawa Akane shouted hoarsely. Advertisement walked over staggeringly. Ga, Anders for W. The black shadow in the room. That is, the crow possessed by the ghoul let out a piercing cry. Its whole body was entwined by Akane Managawa's intestines, and it seemed to be hungry, so it ate it raw. No help. Nobuyuki Sugo, who was so frightened that he peed all over his pants, got up crying and ran out the door. He doesn't care about the other party, and now he just wants to escape from this place. However, he wanted to escape, but Akane Managawa was unwilling, so she threw herself on the ground, exerted her last strength, and grabbed the opponent's heel. Feeling his heel being caught, Nobuyuki Sugo's face panicked. He turned around and kicked Akane Managawa's face frantically with the other foot, and shouted ferociously at the same time. Get out! You are not saved, and let me save you. Save Nima, get out. The face was kicked crazily. According to the past, Akane Managawa would definitely get angry. But now she is lifeless. After kicking for more than 10 seconds in anger, Nobuyuki Sugo finally realized that the B****ch might be dead, and quickly squatted down to release the hand that grabbed him. Quack! Amidst the cry, the crow finished eating its intestines and stood behind Nobuyuki Sugo with its head tilted. Shushiong Shinsei's body froze, and he smiled miserably. After a minute, he also lost his vitality, and the crow flapped its wings and flew into the distance. That is, the Orthodox Church. Orthodox Church. The barrier outside had already been broken by demons, and all of them poured into the church. All the exorcists fought back with the prepared exorcism water and spells. What? An exorcist didn't pay attention and was directly bitten by a sneak-attacking ghoul. The ghoul bit his body and dragged him back, followed by more than a dozen ghouls rushing up. In just a few seconds, the exorcist turned into bones. Exclamation point. You bloody demons. Die for me. If you have the ability to kill lousy, come on. Advertisement. The exorcists who were still alive were angry when they saw their companions who had been together day and night being eaten to death by the ghouls, leaving only bones. Regardless of his injuries and counterattacks, even if his hands and feet are broken, he will have to exchange his life for another. And Rin Okamura, who was hiding behind, was trembling, looking blankly at the bloody battles of the uncles who had seen him growing up since childhood. The blood in his whole body seemed to be freezing. Are these all because of me? He thought. Before the demon group attacked, Fujimoto Shiro also told his true identity, the ruler of the void world, one of the illegitimate sons of the demon god Satan. At the same time, Okamura Yukio is also, but he has not inherited the power of Satan. He is just an ordinary human being. The mass emergence of this group of demons is all the masterpiece of Satan. He wants to bring his son, Rin Okamura, back to the void. No, do not want. Seeing an uncle being pinched by a humanoid demon, Rin Okamura subconsciously called out. However, this cry was useless at all, and his head was still crushed by the demon 860. Rin Okamura seemed to feel that the surroundings had quieted down. His eyes shrunk to a very small size, and his breathing became more rapid and heavy. I said it all, don't. A mournful roar. Blue flames spread across Rin Okamura's body, light up the dark surroundings. In an instant, the moving demons stopped, and Sean knelt down with an incomparably solemn expression. I'll wait. Welcome, young master. Several humanoid mid-level demons shouted in unison. F***ku, young master. Rin Okamura jumped down and hit the demon who had just let him go with his fist. The blue flame burned the body, and in the cry of pain, the demon was burned to ashes alive. Young master, it seems that you haven't realized that you are a person from the void realm. Among them, the goat-horned demon stood up, with a terrifying grin on his face. Surely Lord Satan wouldn't blame him for beating up the rebellious young master? Rin Okamura was about to spout trash talk, but was slapped away by the claw demon. Thanks for reminding. Field expansion has been changed. Advertisement. Chapter 121. PFFTCH. With a sweet throat, Rin Okamura, who hit several benches flying, spit out a big puddle of blood. Damn it, the devil. Falling to the ground, he struggled to get up. But the pain from his body and the broken bones made him get up and fall down again. Rin Okamura, who has just awakened the power of Satan, although his physical fitness is soaring rapidly, is still just awakened and cannot face demons above the intermediate level at all. Ta-ta-ta, a rush of footsteps came from behind. I saw that it was Fujimoto Shiro who had just returned from the basement, holding a samurai sword with a gorgeous scabbard in his hand. The demon sword Kirigaro. I heard the sword wrapped in blue flames in the hands of Fudo Myoko, who was once one of the 8 great Myokos. Draw out this sword, Rin. With a loud shout, Shiro Fujimoto threw Kirigaro directly at Rin Okamura. Pata, there was a sound of landing, and Kirigaro fell to the side of Rin Okamura. Looking at the gorgeous samurai sword on the right side, Rin Okamura's eyes were attracted, and he couldn't return to it for a long time. He could vaguely feel that this samurai sword was calling him. Although I don't know why you called me to pull it out, but, grabbing Kirigaro with his right hand, Rin Okamura, who stood up against the scabbard, grabbed the handle of the knife and shouted angrily. Father told me to pull it out. It must be able to destroy you. With a twitch of the right hand, the blue flame that was about to be extinguished suddenly soared, covering Rin Okamura and even Kirigaro again. Teeth are becoming sharper, ears are growing, zhong, longer, and even a devil-like tail is gradually growing out. I feel great now. Okamura grinned. The injuries received all over his body are recovering at an extremely fast speed, and Li Xing is more than twice as strong as before. At this moment, all the demons dare not act rashly, not only because of the demon-subduing sword Kuriharo, but also because of the satanic blood in their blood, they subconsciously surrendered. Advertisement. Looking at the sun who was burning with blue flames in the center, Fujimoto Shiro said in a complicated low voice. After all, did you pull it out? He had an agreement with May Faith. Once Rin Okamura removes Kirigaro from awakening the power of Satan, May faith will execute the former step by step. But if it is not pulled out, everyone in the church will be killed by the devil, and even Rin Okamuru will be brought into the void by Satan. In everyone's sight, Rin Okamuru waved the Kurigaro like chopping vegetables, beheading all the demons, and even those middle-level demons couldn't resist a few swords before being cut in half. After killing all the demons, Rin Okamura shouted to Fujimoto Shiro behind him with a face full of credit. "Father, am I handsome? I'm awesome. Brat." Fujimoto Shiro shook his head while laughing and cursing and continued, "You're still too early." As soon as the words fell, his glasses cracked suddenly. Immediately, blue flames burned throughout his body. In the flames, in just a few seconds, Shiro Fujimoto's whole body grew the characteristics of a devil, showing a ferocious smile that was no longer the usual. "Ha ha ha, finally got this body." It was a strange, extremely crazy voice of a middle-aged man. Satan descended. Looking at the familiar but unfamiliar Shiro Fujimoto, Rin Okamura looked puzzled. "Isn't this flame only for me? Why does Dad have it? And how did the voice become another person's voice? Are you calling me my son?" Satan tilted his head and looked at Rin Okamura, smiling evilly. No, you're not my daddy." Rin Okamura took a step back in fright and shouted in disbelief. No, I am your father, my son." Satan shook his head, walked over, and said with a fake and loving smile on his face with blue fangs, "Come back to the void world with me and see your brothers." Advertisement don't want. With a refusal, Rin Okamura burst into tears. A bad premonition appeared in his heart. Could it be possible to shut him down? "It seems that you are still in the rebellious stage." Satan withdrew his benevolent smile, and it was all cold. He wants to forcefully bring his son to the void world. Even if all limbs are broken, it doesn't matter. He can recover anyway. In the silent space, there were only crisp footsteps, and the surviving exorcists did not dare to breathe, and Rin Okamura was still in a sad mood and couldn't recover. "It seems that I came just right. The boss of the void world has come." A voice suddenly appeared in the corner. "Who is it?" Satan looked expressionlessly at the source of the sound. At the first glance, I saw the extremely eye-catching white hair, the white hair swaying slightly with the breeze, the slender body, and the black eye patch. "Wujowu." Gojo Satoru folded his arms and looked at Satan with interest. "You are." Satan frowned. In his perception, the magic power possessed by this sudden human being can almost be said to be beyond imagination, and even vaguely surpassed him. It seems that it is another high-level human combat power, even the strongest combat power. A conjurer who passed by showed it. "Remember it for me." Gojo Satoru pointed with a big hand and said pretendingly, "Shouldn't conjurers be on my Ojus?" At the time of Satan's doubts. After regaining his senses, Rin Okamura finally found Gojo Satoru and said in surprise, "It's you." The Gojo Satoru mentioned by the old man is someone who can help him, etc. "I remember when we met for the first time." This Gojo Satoru said mysteriously that he was looking forward to my father's arrival. Could it be that he had already expected that Satan would possess his body, right? Citation: "I was thinking about whether to save Fujimoto Shiro. Fujimoto Shiro is quite charismatic, but saving the follow-up plot of Okamura Rin is not very easy to arrange." Advertisement. Chapter 122. "It is better to eat sold out here. Although I don't know who you are, but you dare to stop me from bringing my son back, I will kill you," Satan said calmly. He didn't want to fight Gojo Satoru. Once the battle started, he had no time to bring Rin Okamura back to the void. Hearing this, Gojo Satoru hugged himself with both hands, showing a scared expression. "I'm so terrified. If I block the beloved Satan, he will GG. Woo. I'm so scared that I cry." As he spoke, he covered his face and began to cry, but within a second, he stuck out his tongue and smiled viciously. It's strange. No lower limit. Forward rotation, teleportation. Boom! In an instant, Satan turned into a shooting star and was kicked out by Gojo Satoru. No lower limit. Reversal art. Hex. Standing where Satan was just now, Gojo Satoru raised his index finger, and a scarlet shock wave suddenly appeared. The solid wall was pierced directly, and a chasm with a width of more than 10 meters appeared on the ground, and the entire cross church became ruins. "Don't want." Seeing Satan being knocked into the air and bombarded by the shock wave, Rin Okamura subconsciously yelled. However, the next second he bowed his head and fell silent. That, not his father. 810. Young man, let me remind you, that's not your father, but Satan. Looking at the majestic power that was waking up in the ruins ahead, Gojo stood where he was and said calmly, I know. Rin Okamura responded in a low voice. Yes, the familiar old father in memory is gone, but Satan possessed by old father. Hurry up and go, this guy's counterattack is coming. Gojo Satoru narrowed his eyes slightly and reminded. In the observation of the 6 eyes, once this power is released, not to mention Rin Okamura and others, even the 12 heavenly generals will be seriously injured if they respond head-on. And you must know that this is not the full power of Satan. He is only possessed by Fujimoto Shiro. Advertisement, but my father. Rin Okamura wanted to ask if his father was still alive, but before he could finish speaking, he was quickly picked up by the rest of the exorcists and left. The blue flames burned the bricks and tiles. Satan stood up from the ruined area. His black monk uniform was tattered. Ha ha ha, I know, Befch, who you are. I know who you are. He yelled wildly. The one who killed my son. After being hit by Satan felt it a little bit. This magic power was the power that killed his son Astaroth in the first place. Although he didn't like the son who acted on his own and deserved to be killed, he was his son anyway. If he was killed, his father would definitely have revenge. Grabbing with the sharp right hand, a tornado of blue flames swept forward. Countless waste products were involved in it, and they were melted before they came into close contact. Even the Onmyoji in the distance, and everyone in Tokyo's Duomo special saw the huge tornado, and the dark night was even dyed blue. But Gojo Satoru, who was still in a daze, unhurriedly unfastened his blindfold. No lower limit technique. In an instant, a tornado of flames swallowed Gojo Satoru. His thin body turned into an afterimage, and Satan stood on a steel bar in a waste area, his eyes constantly observing the situation. If he didn't believe in this move, Gojo Satoru would die on the spot. Sure enough, after the flame tornado dissipated, a ball wrapped in blue flames appeared in the spot. The sphere dispersed, revealing the 6-eyed Gojo Satoru looking at Satan indifferently. You're pretty strong. No lower limit. Forward rotation technique. Song. Tadpole-like Uzumaki suddenly appeared in the sky. The terrifying attraction made Satan unable to stand on his feet, but he also quickly reacted, adjusted his standing posture, and rushed down. Blue flames burned the earth. The sharp hands grabbed forward, the sound of piercing the air sounded, and the invisible air knife slashed down. Bang, dust was blasted away. 10 bottomless scratches appeared on the ground. No lower limit. Use and attack. Looking at Satan who swooped down in midair, Gojo Satoru grabbed the opponent's hands and slammed them down heavily. His body fell to the ground, and his right hand continuously bombarded his face and abdomen. Advertisement immediately. He kicked his right foot and kicked into the air again. No lower limit. Reversal art. Hex. Several consecutive shock waves bombarded the sky. Gojo Satoru used teleportation again and appeared behind Satan, trying to grab the opponent's head with his left hand. However, Satan held the blue flame in his right hand and gathered it into a blade, turned around, and slashed towards it. Blue blade flames streaked across the sky. Cut a piece of air. Gojo Satoru, who appeared behind Satan in a teleportation, rested his right hand on his back. Scarlet light emerged. Go down and wait for me. Boom. The sound of air bursting sounded. Satan landed rapidly and fell into the waste area. Countless bricks and tiles splashed into the air. Gojo Satoru, who teleported to the ground in midair, shouted loudly. Hey, are you okay? It's not good to beat an old man, but you deserve it. There was silence and no response. However, a hot feeling suddenly came from the soles of the feet. Gojo Satoru dodged to dodge, and just at the same place, a pillar of blue flames suddenly appeared. As soon as it landed in a new place, pillars of fire shot out from the ground one after another. There was no other way. Gojo Satoru could only hang in the air. Oh, I was almost killed. He seemed to be very panicked. Below, Satan, who was buried inside, climbed up. His whole body was in a state of panic. The monk's uniform on the upper body was already in tatters, The face with green face and fangs was bleeding from 7 orifices, and the blue flames weakened a lot. Looking at the miserable Satan, Gojo Satoru sighed regretfully. I've pulled back a lot. Why are you still beaten half to death by me? Satan in the void seems to be quite useless. Satan had a bulging vein on his forehead, and his whole body was not well. What is called a lot of strength and was beaten half to death? What is called Satan of the void realm seems to be quite useless. If Lousy hadn't been able to come to reality with his real body, he would have tore your vicious mouth to pieces long ago. Advertisement. Chapter 123. Satan raised his arm to continue mobilizing his strength, but his eyes suddenly protruded, and he knelt down on the ground, pinching his own neck with both hands. This sudden change made Gojo Satoru, who was about to use chi, withdraw his spell power. In the observation of 6 eyes, Satan and Shiro Fujimoto are engaged in a fierce soul struggle, and both want to regain control of the body. After a few minutes, what? The kneeling Satan? No, it should be Fujimoto Shiro, he sighed with a smile. Is the strongest on Myoji so ruthless? It hurts me to death. Who made you keep Satan in control of your body? Gojo Satoru pouted. Then he landed on the ground, walked to Fujimoto Shiro, and continued. If you look like this, terror won't last long, right? Being able to take back control of the body from Satan, 100% sure, burns the soul. Fujimoto Shiro was silent for a while, then smiled. It's okay. I've lived long enough anyway. It's just a pity that I didn't get to drink the wedding wine with Rin and Shuanon. Gojo Satoru glanced at him. To be honest, although his current reversal technique can heal all the injuries in the body, even if the limbs are broken, they can grow back. But for the burning soul injury, it can't be done for the time being. Maybe tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, if you become stronger, you will be able to grow into a reversed soul, but it is definitely not now. Hey, Gojo Satoru. How? Is there one thing I can ask you? Fujimoto Shiro looked at the already dark sky and said in a low voice with a request. Although it's a bit abrupt, can you take care of Rin after I die? Once Rin is found to be Satan's illegitimate son, there will definitely be many people who will come to hunt him down. It is possible to hunt and kill Rin. My time is running out, and my son is still involved. Gojo Satoru propped his chin and said speechlessly. He didn't like this kind of sad scene, and he didn't like that people who were about to die didn't care about themselves, but cared about others instead. Advertisement. Hearing this, Sui Ben Sherlang laughed. Probably, he is my favorite son. Ah, yes. Gojo Satoru said perfunctorily. The two were silent with each other. Fujimoto Shiro never let go of the big rock in his heart, and he was waiting for Woodioyu's answer. Gojo Satoru was sitting on the ground, looking at the sky in the same way, speaking slowly from his mouth. I will only ensure that he enters the True Cross Academy, and other things will not be my business. That's it, thank you. Hearing this answer, the big rock in Fujimoto Shiro's heart finally fell, and he suddenly smiled. This answer has exceeded his expectations. He had expected the answer to be rejection, but he did not expect to be able to enter the academy. Shiro Fujimoto's eyelids became heavier, and his whole body was on the verge of falling. Looks like I'm going to rest for a while. As soon as the voice fell, he fell vertically backwards. However, Gojo Satoru next to him stretched out his left hand to catch the opponent and slowly put it down. Go ahead. Looking at Fujimoto Shiro, who was smiling even in death, he said softly. In fact, the promise Gojo Satoru just made is the same as no promise. In the original book, Rin Okamuri successfully entered the True Cross Academy. However, there may also be accidents, and those who settle the accidents will realize the 5 promises. After standing up, Gojo Satoru took out his mobile phone and gave it to Tsuchimikado Arima and others to clean up the mess. This time, the satanic incident has become big enough, and I feel that even the officials may not be able to suppress it. On Monday, Fujimoto Shiro's funeral was carried out, because it was carried out hastily, and there was only Rin Okamura in front of the tombstone. The sky was overcast, and it was raining lightly. Looking at the black and white photo of laughing in the middle of the tombstone with blank eyes, Rin Okamura wanted to cry, but he couldn't cry, and just stayed there in a daze. As for flowers, advertisement. When the human body is overly distressed, the brain turns on automatic protection measures to cut off the grief. Tata-tat-it. There was a sound of soil being trampled. Gojo Satoru, who was wearing black clothes and sunglasses, came over, holding a handful of chrysanthemums in his hand. Bypassing Rin Okamura, he knelt down and placed the chrysanthemum in front of the tombstone. Your father told me before he was alive that he would let you enter True Cross College, which is also the school for exorcists. Gojo Satoru took out a bottle of wine from his pocket and put it over, saying at the same time. Rin Okamura didn't respond to her opening. She still had those dull eyes, and didn't care at all that her whole body was wet by the light rain. 00. Standing up, Gojo Wuxiang lit a cigarette in response to the occasion, and just after taking a puff, he coughed violently. Ahem, I am really not suitable for this. After throwing the cigarette into a small puddle to extinguish it, he patted Okamura Rin's shoulder next to him and said in a deep voice, Want to keep the snowflakes, but in the palm of your hand, it will only melt faster. Rin Okamura's lifeless eyes finally fluctuated. He slapped the white-haired monster's hand away and said, Don't be cool. Huh? It's not enough to pretend to be cool. Definitely not, just not. Ah-ha-ha. Rin Okamura smiled, very happily, and gradually turned into a big laugh. But in the process of laughing, lines of hot tears flowed from the corners of his eyes, and the memories of him and Quabenshire in the past 16 years kept replaying in his mind. Daddy, I miss you so much. Gojo Satoru next to him didn't disturb the other party, but left an umbrella silently and left. However, when he was leaving, he stopped to look at a white figure quietly watching in the distance. May Faith Special. After Gojo Satoru muttered something in his heart, he lifted his footsteps and left the cemetery again. He is not interested in the other party now. I want to keep the snowflakes, but in the palm of my hand, it will only melt faster. I really like this sentence, woo woo woo. B. Advertisement. Chapter 124. Although it was Monday, Sobu High School, and even the entire school in Tokyo did not start classes, and classes were temporarily suspended for 2 days. The reason for the suspension of classes was naturally because of the incident last night. Fearing that there might still be leftover demons in the world, a group of onmyoges who stay awake day and night, Tokyo's special class on demons, and exorcists are investigating and encircling. After 2 days of investigation, if no demons are found in these 2 days, the school can start classes. Of course, not only schools, but places where there are many people cannot be released. When Gojo Satoru returned home, he found that the living room was empty. Hwaya Hongshu, who goes to bed early and gets up early, hasn't woken up yet, obviously tired enough. After opening the door of his room and closing the lock again, he threw himself directly into the big soft 887 bed. Yeah, my bed is still comfortable. Gojo Satoru closed his eyes and couldn't help sighing. My left hand wants to hug the pillow next to me to sleep, but when I touch it, it doesn't feel right. It's soft, and it seems to still have body temperature. Isn't this a human being? Gojo Satoru opened his eyes suddenly, lifted the quilt to look, and saw that it was Xiao Bu, who was wearing pajamas and sleeping soundly. Suddenly, Xiao Bu made a nasal sound, frowned, and rubbed his arms. It seems that he was woken up by the cold. The little hand wanted to pull the warm quilt, but it was still out of reach. Slowly opening his eyes, Xiao Bu stood up and saw the quilt in midair, pulled it down, and covered him again with a look of displeasure. Then she was ready to go back to sleep happily, but suddenly she opened her eyes again. No, I sleep alone. Why is the quilt in midair? Xiao Bu turned his head to look, only to see Gojo Wu looking at her with twitching corners of his mouth. What? What? The two screamed together. Why do you imitate my name, smelly big brother? Why do you imitate my name, smelly sister? Said in unison. Advertisement, stop. Gojo Satoru quickly gestured to stop. To be able to say these words at the same time, only the two siblings. Xiao Bu pulled the quilt with a flushed face. Although she is a serious brother control and likes big brother at the same time, she is still shy when she suddenly sleeps together. Tell me, big brother, what do you want to do when you sleep in your sister's room early in the morning? Huh? I sleep in your room. Gojo turned pale in shock and pointed at himself, with the look of, you're not mistaken. Look at the layout of this room yourself. Is this your room? He was speechless. Your stinky sister enters your big brother's room and says it's your own room, yelling, stop the thief? Isn't it my room? Xiaobu said suspiciously. After the words fell, his eyes were constantly scanning the surroundings. Well, he could get the answer at the first glance. Not my room. Suddenly, she became embarrassed. It seems that it's really not my room, Hey shit, why are you sleeping in my room so early in the morning? Gojo Satoru said with a strange expression. Isn't it? You want to forcibly get your big brother's body. Toei, I still want to get your panties, and your body. Stinky big brother is really shameless. Xiaobu groaned, and his face became more and more red. Although it is very desirable, it is impossible to say it openly. Scratching his messy flaxen hair, Xiaobu began to recall the memory. I remember that in the morning, she stayed up all night, then went to the bathroom in a daze, and then went to sleep in a random room in a daze after going to the bathroom. But she didn't expect it to be the big brother's room. Forget it. Forget it. This is an important step in promoting the relationship, so just pretend to be dead. Thinking about it, Xiaobu pretended to be nonchalant and turned his body sideways, as if he had gone to sleep. Advertisement, isn't it? You're still hanging on, little buddy. Seeing the stinky sister who was lying down to sleep again, Woody rolled her eyes. Oh, this woman didn't say anything anyway. I was sleepy and fell asleep. After saying these words, Xiaobu blushed almost to the point of smoking. Although I feel a bit thick-skinned, but for the sake of great love, this is nothing. Staring with dead fish eyes, Gojo Satoru didn't know what to say. Lie down, cover the quilt, turn over, and hug Xiaobu, who looks like a teddy bear, into his arms. 399. Feeling the big hand hugging him in his stomach, Xiaobu shyly shouted. No, no, why is it so urgent? This is going to be my sister's base? Don't think too much. I'm tired. Go to sleep. After these words fell, Gojo Satoru seemed to really fall asleep. Small grunts broke out, and the exhaustion of Xiaobu's brain finally overcame her shyness, allowing her to fall into a deep sleep. When Xiaobu woke up again, it was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The right hand subconsciously touched the side, but it was a piece of air. Sitting up straight, looking around with sleepy eyes, she realized how she came to her room. Rubbing her still aching temples, Xiaobu put on her slippers and pushed open the door of 2.1 and walked to the living room. In the living room, Gojo Satoru was drinking coffee quietly, with Vanilla lazily lying in his arms, and Huaya Hongshu and Huangfen next to him were also eating hagi cakes. Wake up, Li. Gojo Satoru saw Xiaobu who was looking at him, and said hello. Xiaobu scratched her head with some doubts. She wondered if what happened before was a dream. Why did the big brother's expression not change at all? Forget it. Why think so much? Stepping briskly, she sat next to Gojo Satoru, ate the hagi cake beautifully, and teased Vanilla. This made Vanilla bark twice in dissatisfaction. Everyday peaceful life begins. Advertisement. Chapter 126. Tuesday. Gojo Satoru was still sleeping in, and slept until the afternoon. Last night, I played games with Xiaobu all night, and I didn't sleep if I couldn't pass the level. This flag was set. Very good. I played for several hours in a row, but I didn't clear the level. At 10 o'clock in the morning, I managed to beat the game completely. After all, there are too many hidden plots and achievements, which nearly collapsed Gojo Satoru. What kind of game is broken, setting up so many hidden plots? As for Huaya Hongshu, Huangfen, and Vanilla, they suffered a lot. Takeaway at noon. You can't leave me. I can't forget you. Without you, I'm like a fish dying of thirst. The cell phone rang. The loud music made Gojo Satoru fumble for the phone in a daze and hang up. But after hanging up, the call came again. Hang up again. The phone call came again. Hang up again. The call came again. Gojo Satoru, having no choice but to sit up, looked at the caller on the phone screen unhappily. The caller was from an unfamiliar number, and he wanted to hang up again without even thinking about it. Putting down the phone, Gojo suddenly felt that the whole world was quiet and wanted to sleep well again with a smile on his face. However, within a second of lying down, his closed eyes suddenly opened, and he quickly picked up the phone and opened the screen to look at the phone number. If I remember correctly, this is Ping Nai's phone number, right? Gojo was in a daze. When chatting last night, he sent his phone number, several buildings, and the number together. Yukino Shida Yukino also sent the phone number. Gojo Satoru, who was in the advanced stage of lazy cancer, thought of trouble, so he didn't save it immediately, but saved it later. Wait for a while. That is, it has not been saved overnight. After using the reversal technique to wake himself up, he dialed the phone number in 5 sentences. Buzz after a long standby. The phone is connected. You still know how to call back this phone number, Teacher Wutia. Yukino Shida. Yukino's voice on the phone was icy cold. Hey, didn't I forget to save it? You're downstairs, I'll come pick you up. Gojo Satoru smiled awkwardly. With a cold snort, Yukino Shida. Yukino continued. No, I'm at your house now. After speaking, the phone was hung up. At my house. Gojo Satoru raised his eyebrows, feeling the interior of the room a little. Sure enough, Yukino Shida. Yukino was sitting in the living room, with Hua Yi Hongshu on one side. A few minutes ago, Yukino Shida. Yukino looked at the phone that was hung up again with an ugly expression. Being smart, she had already guessed that Gojo Satoru, that stinky guy, must have not saved her mobile phone number last night, and kept hanging up when she saw that it was an unfamiliar call. Taking back the phone angrily, Yukino Shida. Yukino wanted to leave, but she stopped again when she thought of Vanilla just across the wall. There was no other way, so she had no choice but to ring the doorbell. Ding dong. A few seconds after the doorbell rang, the door was opened. It was Hwaya Hongshu poking out her small head, seeing the unfamiliar Yukino Shida. Yukino, and asked with some vigilance. You are? Excuse me, is it the 5 Emperors family? Yukino Shida. Yukino asked without changing expression. Hearing this, Hwaya Hongshu knew that this cold-looking beautiful girl was looking for Teacher Wujo again. Immediately, she let go of the handle and said, Yes, please come in. Nodding, Yukino Shida. Yukino walked in. There are also indoor shoes specially prepared for guests at the entrance. After changing her indoor shoes and walking to the living room, Yukino Shida. Yukino saw Vanilla curled up lazily on the sofa. Her beautiful eyes lit up, and she ran to the sofa. Vanilla, Vanilla. There were pleasant shouts mixed in softly. Hearing someone calling herself, Vanilla slowly opened her eyes and saw at a glance that it was the human being from last time. Meow meow. Seeing a familiar person, Vanilla couldn't help calling twice more. It seems that you still know me. With these meows, Yukino Shida. Yukino felt like her heart was about to melt. After putting the cat food in his hand aside, he gently hugged Vanilla in his arms and stroked the pure white hair with bare hands. Buzz, at this time, the mobile phone rang, and the caller's note was Gojo Satoru. Walking out of the room, Gojo Hiroshi walked over with a smile on his face. But as soon as he came over, he received Yukino Shida. Yukino's death stare. Teacher Wutiao, you are really a noble person. Forgetting things, you just forgot that I was coming in the afternoon, and you kept hanging up on my phone. Amazing. Yukino Shida. Yukino said in a strange way. This shocked Hwaya Hongshu, who didn't know it, and was ready to listen to this big melon. However, Gojo Satoru still had a smile on his face. He was so thick-skinned that he really didn't want it. Don't worry about the details. Isn't this going to come in? By the way, Xiao Hongshu, Shuanao, what do you want to drink? Black tea will do. Humph, just black tea. The two responded. At this moment, Yukino Shida. Yukino didn't have much anger in her heart, and she was healed by the lovely Vanilla. After a while, Gojo Satoru placed several cups of steaming black tea on the table. After taking a sip of black tea, he suddenly saw the cat food wrapped in a black bag next to him, and immediately beamed with joy. Oh, tell me about you. Just come here. What should you bring? It's not for you to bring it here. I know, but doesn't this just save Zhao Lai's cat food money? Gojo Gori said confidently. Hwaya Hongshu and Yukino Shida. Yukino are no strangers to this thick-skinned level. Oh, by the way, Xuanai, I forgot to introduce you. This is Hwaya Hongshu, my student. Because of some things, he has been living in my house. Gojo Satoru said. Hwaya Hongshu nodded to Yukino. Yukino, and the latter also responded. Xiao Hongshu, this is Yukino Shida. Yukino, the head of the service department, the most popular and beautiful girl in Sabugo, and a student in the class led by Xiaojing. Did I hear you right, Ministry of Service? Hwaya Hongshu judged. Teacher Wutiao, are you sure you are right? Serving the ministry? Not the serving bubo I thought. How could such a beautiful girl set up a service department? And the school allows it? It's really outrageous. Chapter 127. Seeing Hwaya Hongshu's expression, Gojo Satoru knew that this girl must be thinking wrong. Spreading his right hand, he looked at Yukino Shida. Yukino with both eyes. Come on, Yukino, start your performance. What does it mean to start my show? With a groan, Yukino lightly explained while stroking the vanilla. Student Hwaya, my service department is not what you imagined. There is an old saying, teaching a man to fish is worse than giving him a fish. The purpose of my club activities is to lend a helping hand to those who are in trouble. All kinds of commissions from students. If you accept the commission, you must fulfill your responsibilities. Hearing that this kind of society helps others, Aneo Hongshu expressed his shock. So that's the case. I was rude just now, sorry. You don't need to apologize to me. Many people will think wrong when they hear and see it at first sight. I can understand. Yukino shook her head. She might be extremely venomous and indifferent to other people, but this is Gojo Satoru's student after all, and the other party even apologized. She couldn't keep her face from being stern. Seeing the two girls getting along so well, Gojo Satoru smiled like a fox. After taking a sip of the already warm black tea, he got up and said, "You guys talk first. I'll wake Xiaobu to get up." Small buried. Hearing this title, Yukino glanced at Gojo Satoru unexpectedly. Xiaobu. Isn't that the Wajobu's nickname that Zongwu Gao used to describe beautiful girl and gentle angel? Wait, Wadiabu. Yes, they have the same surname. I should have thought of it long ago. How could she have such a bad salted fish big brother? She thought to herself. However, what Yukino didn't know was that it should be Gojo Satoru. How could he have a good-for-nothing salted fish sister? Although the two of them are just as good as each other. Pushing open the door of Xiaobu's room, it was pitch black inside, and countless clothes were thrown on the ground at will. On the spacious big bed, Xiaobu, who was wearing hamster pajamas, was sleeping soundly while hugging the cat pillow. After silently throwing a pink private thing under his feet into the closet, Gojo Satoru went directly to the bed and pushed Xiaobu with his big hand. "Xiaobu, get up, the sun is swollen." "No, let me mime for a while." Xiaobu, who was shaken awake, made a nasal sound and said in a low voice. After finishing speaking, she turned over and continued to sleep on her stomach like spreading pancakes. In less than a second, he fell asleep again. Silently withdrew his hand. Gojo Satoru left the room directly. Of course, he didn't give up waking up Xiaobu, but was ready to get his tools. After all, if she couldn't wake up in the afternoon, she would definitely not be able to sleep at night. If she couldn't sleep, she would play games, and play games all night. After a minute, amidst the puzzled eyes of the two women in the living room, Gojo Satoru, holding a trumpet, walked into the small room expressionlessly. Get up, lazy pig." After recording the sound with the speaker, the sound was turned up to the maximum. Gojo Satoru placed it next to the bed cabinet and clicked to play. Get up, lazy pig, get up. Countless repeated words rang in Xiaobu's ears. Doubt, irritability, unhappiness, and completely crazy emotional changes appeared on Xiaobu's face. "I'll get up. Can I get up, big brother? Turn it off now." Xiaobushin got up helplessly and said, "Then get up quickly. If you sleep until evening, you won't be able to sleep at night, and you have to go to class tomorrow." Gojo Satoru said lightly. At the same time, the right hand picked up the horn and turned it off. "Know it. There's nothing you can do about it, Beft." Hearing this feeble response, Gojo Satoru took a step forward and stroked Xiaobu's messy flaxen long hair. Reverse spell. In an instant, Xiaobu felt completely sleepless. She blinked in a daze, and then asked excitedly, What is this?" "Just treat it as yin and yang." "Such a powerful yin and yang technique. Then isn't this a liver-exploding artifact?" Xiaobu's eyes seemed to be twinkling with little stars. These words made Gojo Satoru speechless. Do you care about reversal technique as a liver-exploding magic weapon? In fact, Xiaobu was not wrong. For a fan of the Dead Fat House game like her, isn't this kind of yin and yang technique that can refresh people's spirits a proper magic weapon for bursting the liver? Heal yourself when you are sleepy and tired. I don't know how many levels are always ahead of the whole server. Get up and tidy up, there are guests outside. Guest? Xiaobu's spirit was shaken, and his revealing face became serious. At home, she can be a good-for-nothing younger sister, but in front of outsiders, she must maintain a dignified and beautiful beauty. If you didn't say stinky big brother earlier, I would have woken up earlier. Xiaobu hurriedly tidied up her pajamas. Her white and tender feet ran to the separate toilet in the room, wearing slippers. She needs to tidy up well, otherwise her personality will collapse. You have already collapsed in my house, and you are still pretending. Gojo Satoru folded his arms and said speechlessly, "You do not understand." There was a reply from Xiaobu in the toilet. Yes, I don't understand." After picking up the horn, Gojo Satoru turned and left, taking advantage of the opportunity to also close the door of the room. On the sofa, Gojo Satoru was playing with his mobile phone. Yukino Shida Yukino and Hwaya Hongshu were feeding Vanilla. In order not to be exposed in front of ordinary people, the yellow powder has been turned into a xingwai and hung on Hwaya Hongshu's neck. Bada. At this time, the door of the room opened. I saw that the hair was combed softly and smoothly. The long flaxen hair seemed to be shining, and Xiaobu walked out with an ignorant face. "Hello, Yukino Shida-san," softly shouted. When she saw Yukino Shida Yukino, she recognized Yukino at first glance, Sabugo's Queen of the Ice Mountain, but she didn't know him. "Hello, Wuqiao classmate." Yukino Shida Yukino replied in the same way. "Just calling Wuqiao classmate. I feel a bit awkward. After all, there is a Wuqiao teacher next to him, Wuqiao Wu." Chapter 128. I didn't expect Mr. Wuqiao to be the big brother of classmate Wuqiao. Yukino Shida Yukino took a sip of coffee and said with a hint of surprise in her tone, "Maybe it's because my big brother and I have different hair colors. Many people don't realize that we are brother and sister." Xiaobu scratched the ends of her hair and smiled softly. "By the way, Yukino Shida should call me Xiaobu. My friends call me that. Otherwise I will call him big brother and me. It's very confusing. Why the hair color is different, she naturally knows. Wudiawu, Wudiabu, the two siblings are not real siblings at all. Besides, as long as there is love, even brothers and sisters cannot stop it. Friend?" Yukino Yukino was silent for a while, then nodded slowly. "Then, I'll tell you to ignore it from now on." "Okay," Xiaobu responded softly, and Hwaya Hongshu, who was next to him, had already run into the room. Because the yellow powder who had turned into xingwai was too uncomfortable to hold back and wanted to come out to get some air, so he contacted his little master. In order not to scare Yukino Yukino, Hua Hongshu had no choice but to go back to the room. There are only 3 people and 1 cat left in the spacious living room. "It seems that you guys had a good chat, and I feel relieved to do cosplay." At this time, Gojo Satoru interrupted. "I have to spare a little time every day to make cosclothes. Why does it feel like being squeezed out of work? So, salary is a sea dream, right? Suggest me to watch it together?" "Mr. Gojo." There was curiosity in Yukino Shida Yukino's eyes. She doesn't know how to make cos suits or sew clothes, but she can learn. She is a perfectionist, and she was inferior to Gojo Satoru, a big man, in terms of sewing clothes. She was even snatched from the service department, and her poor self-esteem began to cause trouble. "Are you going?" "It doesn't matter. Just keep up with yourself." Gojo Satoru looked at him strangely, then shrugged. "Thank you," he replied politely. The two also followed to the study on the 2nd floor. As for Xiaobu, who was still in the living room on the 1st floor, when he saw the two of them completely disappearing from his field of vision, his angelic smile disappeared, showing an uncle-like decadence. "Hey, it's really tiring to decorate beautiful girls at home." He sighed like an old man. She was really afraid that Yukino Shida Yukino would ask her what she was doing at home during the holidays, why she got up so late today, and was called up by her big brother when she was so old, etc. Playing games at home during the holidays, staying up all night playing games last night, because I like big brother to call me. These are the 3 standard answers for Xiaobu. Study. As soon as Yukino Shida Yukino came in, she saw a variety of books, even the books she often read in the service department. If you observe carefully, you can find that these books have traces of being twitched. Obviously, this is not a show. In the middle of the study, there are small and large tailoring machines, as well as various small tools and materials for making clothes. Sitting on the chair, Gojo Satoru propped his cheek with his right hand and smiled. "Why, you were shocked by my study?" "Yes." Yukino Shida Yukino still had that calm look. She straightened her skirt and sat on a chair beside her, then said, "Let's start." JPG, Gojo Satoru black, puzzled face. "I'm not a girl. Why are you so aggressive like a young lady?" I'm sewing clothes, not playing the piano for you. No, since the atmosphere is here, then I also. Please wait a moment. At this moment, Cho Tiao's tone and movements began to become more graceful. After walking into a room in the study, within a minute, he came out again. However, this time Gojo Satoru put on a black tuxedo all over his body, holding 2 glasses of red wine in his hands. Shui now, please. Looking at each other affectionately, the tone became deep. Looking at the affectionate eyes and beautiful eyes that make people addicted, Yukino's heart beat fast, and a blush appeared on her face. Asking for flowers. She is also an ordinary person, but she is more cold and poisonous than other ordinary people. Can make Gojo Satoru call Yukino. Obviously, she has accepted this intimate title in her heart. Of course, this is naturally accepted by male friends. So why did the scumbag change into a tuxedo? Don't you just make clothes? Or do you think you look handsome in a tuxedo? I just think you're stupid. Taking the red wine glass with his right hand, Yukino pretended to be calm and said in a contemptuous tone, "This set of venomous tongue combos may not be able to get off the table for ordinary people." But Gojo Satoru raised Nike's mouth, Dragon King's mouth, and said, "Zero, I'm really handsome." Cut. I was speechless. After taking a sip of red wine and putting it on another table, Gojo Satoru didn't bother to change his clothes and started sewing cosplay clothes. And Yukino, who was sitting in a lady's posture, watched and studied quietly. 5 p.m. Ding ding. Suddenly, Yukino's cell phone alarm clock rang. And Gojo Satoru, who just finished today's workload, got up and asked while picking up the red wine glass, "Why do you set the alarm clock so late? Don't you usually wake up at this hour?" TSK, the dignified Sougaume girl, is actually a lazy pig. Don't think of me as you do, Mr. Wujo. Yukino continued to speak after she swiped the phone with her hand and turned off the alarm clock. I just set an alarm clock in advance. After all, a cute girl like me comes to your house alone. It is inevitable that you will become wild, but obviously it doesn't need to be. So why should you be so wary of me? 5 Enlightenment is full of black lines. I've seen narcissists, but I've never seen anyone as narcissistic as him. Seeing the expression of this white-haired D, Yukino smiled secretly. In fact, setting this alarm clock is just to remind you to go home and make dinner, not the alarm clock 3 is mentioned in the mouth. Chapter 129. Aren't you doing cosplay? Seeing Gojo Satoru stop at this moment, Yukino put away her phone and asked, "It looks like it's almost a third of the way done, so why don't you strike while the iron is hot and finish it quickly?" In response, Gojo Satoru raised his index finger and shook it. No, if you regard sewing suits as work, it will be very tiring. I just do it as a hobby to help my lovely students. So in order not to make myself tired, let's take a step and take a break. After all, isn't it typical of you that you just want to be lazy? Hey, what are you doing? Yukino couldn't even complain about this white-haired monster. To put it nicely, in essence, I am afraid of being tired and want to be lazy. After 053 adjusted her skirt a little, Yukino stood up from the chair. It's past 5 o'clock, and it's almost time for me to go back and prepare dinner. Don't you want to stay and have dinner together? You should know that my cooking is delicious. It may be the best food you have eaten in your life. If you miss this one, there will be no next one. The best I've ever eaten in my life? Hearing this extremely pretended and even humiliating words, Yukino showed blue veins on his forehead and said with a half-hearted smile, "Really? That's really a pity. The best food I've ever eaten is cooked by myself. And although bragging is not illegal in the island country, you don't need to brag about yourself like that, Mr. Scum. Believe it or not, you have to eat and keep it for yourself." Wujo Wutiao finished his sentence arrogantly and walked out of the study. The tuxedo on his body was also taken off, revealing the original casual long clothes. And Yukino, who was already angry, said that she would not go home, so she ate at Gojo Satoru's house. If someone asks what she is best at, it is naturally housekeeping and cooking. Now that someone dares to challenge her field of expertise, it doesn't matter who is not angry. Evening, 6 o'clock. The 3 girls sat on the sofa together. Vanilla is still lying on the ground and sleeping late. She really eats and sleeps every day, eats and sleeps after sleeping, and sleeps after eating. Sometimes Gojo Satoru wonders if Xiaobu is leading the other party badly. After all, this schedule is simply the animal version of Xiaobu. Hongshu Huaya, who was sitting at the end of the sofa, looked like he was watching TV, but he was actually communicating with fans in his heart. Lord Hongshu, I want to come out to get some air. It's too uncomfortable, and the 5 adults actually made braised carp tonight. I want to eat it. No, obedient Huang fan. My classmate Yukino Shida is still there. What if you come out and scare others? I can save some braised carp for you. But you must not come out. What? Look at this human who likes vanilla so much. I'll just pretend to be a cat then. Pretending to be a cat. Huaya Hongshu shuddered when Huang Fan's enchanting body and piercing meowing sounded in his mind. No, absolutely not. That's all. Hey, I can pretend to be a fox. Before he could finish his words, he was blocked by Huashu with spell power. This made Huang Fan, who had turned into a Xingwai, suddenly feel that the world was pitch black. Lord Hongshu has changed. He doesn't love me anymore. Woo woo woo. While chatting in the hearts of one person, one Shikigami, Yukino Shida Yukino sitting in the middle looked at Gojo Satoru, who was cooking in the kitchen from time to time. It's quite fragrant. She muttered in surprise. Xiaobu, who was sitting nearby, also heard the muttering and couldn't help but feel proud. Hey, the dishes made by my big brother must be delicious. Half an hour passed again. After serving the last braised pork ribs on the table, Wu Tiaoming shouted as he took off his pink apron. Xiaobu, Xiao Hongshu, Xuan now, dinner is ready. Dinner is ready X3. The 3 women left the sofa synchronously. Even Vanilla, who was sleeping on her stomach, seemed to understand the meal and ran towards the dining table with a meow. Tonight, Wu Tiaoshi made 5 dishes and 1 soup. They are braised carp, braised pork ribs, boneless chicken feet, mapo tofu, cola chicken wings, and vegetarian meatball soup. Meow meow. Vanilla has been circling around Gojo Satoru, screaming extremely anxiously. This made the cat slave expert, Yukino Shida Yukino know immediately that this was a cry that indicated that she was hungry. Looking at a certain Shiro, Taguchi said, Teacher Wu Tiao, Vanilla is hungry. I know I'm ready. Responding a few times, Gojo Satoru picked up the small bowl he had already prepared on the table. This little bowl has some spare ribs and boneless Coca-Cola chicken wings, just enough for a kitten. After putting it on the ground on the other side, the Vanilla couldn't wait to eat it. Seeing eating the unusually fragrant Vanilla, Yukino Shida, Yukino remembered the cat food she brought over in the afternoon. I always feel that the bag of cat food was brought here for nothing. No, you don't have a lookaria. Gojo Satoru, who was serving the rice, said lightly. Sometimes I get up late, and the Vanilla can only eat cat food, and I don't feel relieved to give it to takeaway. Even if I eat, I can only eat a little. Then you have the nerve to say that Vanilla, and you have really suffered. Yukino Shida, Yukino glared at the other party. Even if she starved herself, it was impossible for Vanilla to starve. Gojo Satoru 1.3 rolled his eyes. What does it mean to suffer with me? Didn't you find that Vanilla is more than twice as fat as when we first met? It was all raised by him. The meal took nearly half an hour. Even Yukino Shida, Yukino had to be convinced that the food made by Gojo Satoru was really delicious. However, if you ask her to say that the food is delicious, that is absolutely impossible. The main thing is to say that a certain stinky guy's tail is about to go up to the sky. After the 4 of them finished eating, it wasn't just Wujo Wu who cleaned up the dishes and washed the dishes, and the 3 girls were all helping. Even Xiao Bu, who is usually the laziest and plays games while lying down after eating, is there. From this point of view, it is hypocritical to maintain her beautiful girl persona. Chapter 130. Evening, 7:30. In the elevator, Gojo Satoru poked Yukino Shida Yukino's shoulder with a smirk and said jokingly, How about it? Did I cook something delicious tonight? It's just SOSO. Who knows if this is the only one you know? Curling her lips, Yukino Shida Yukino turned her head to look at the other side and said lightly, Delicious is indeed delicious, but you want me to admit it personally, in the next life. No, it will be impossible in the next life. Hey Xuanai, let me tell you, being arrogant can ruin your life. I'm not arrogant, to be honest. Really? With a long voice, Wu Tiaoyu bent down and moved closer to his face. This made Yukino, who had been looking at the other side, not notice, and subconsciously turned her head and said, "Of course." The rosy lips are about to stick together. However, Gojo Satoru immediately took a step back in the next second and said in horror, "What do you want to do, 14 Xiaoshu and I? Let me tell you, we are teachers and students. We can't be sensual. It should be me asking what you want to do, right? You suddenly brought your face so close." Yukino shouted angrily. Just a little bit, almost handed over her first kiss for no reason. And the other party who handed it over was still this unscrupulous white hair. The thief is calling for a thief. TSK, you are really thick-skinned, Xiaoshu and I. Wutua clicked his tongue twice and said with a look of disgust on purpose. Yukino was speechless, not knowing what to say. He had no choice but to embrace Obai's arms, with a dark face, and bowed his head in silence. Gojo Satoru looked amazed at this look. In fact, he deliberately took a step back and didn't let the other party print it, and it was also intentional. After all, his relationship with Yukino is just friends after all, even if she doesn't admit it. If Yukino was really allowed to seal it at that time, apart from anything else, it would be a slap in the face, and all ties would be severed. And the elevator chimes sounded. We have reached the first floor, the parking lot. Because the sky had already darkened, Gojo Satoru was worried, and decided to send Yukino back in person, but the other party didn't say anything, apparently acquiescing. The elevator door opened, and Yukino with a dark face walked out directly, walking to the left without even looking. But after walking a few steps, she came back again, which made Gojo Satoru, who was watching the play, say teasingly, "Why, don't you go over there? Don't talk so much nonsense, send me back quickly." With a dark face, even her tone was cold. Shrugging his shoulders, Gojo Satoru walked towards the road that Yukino just walked before. What a vicious, scumbag teacher. Looking at the tall figure, Yukino raised her fist and muttered with dissatisfaction. Obviously, I'm on the right track. The same is outside the upscale apartment complex. Boom. There was a roar of locomotives. I saw that it was Gojo Satoru who was riding a Kawasaki and Yukino who was carrying it. This should be your home, am I right? Gojo Satoru, who was wearing a helmet, turned his head sideways and asked. Sitting at the back, Yukino, who was also wearing a helmet, looked around and in front of her, then nodded her head lightly, and then took off the helmet. After stuffing it into Gojo Satoru's hand, she walked straight forward, as if she didn't intend to say hello. Gojo Satoru didn't think much about this. Maybe he was still angry. Putting the helmet in the middle of his arms, he twisted the accelerator, and when he was about to start again, buzz, someone sent a message to line. Gojo Satoru took out a look, and saw that it was the message from Yukino. Safe travels. Seeing the news, he smiled softly. Xiao Yukino is quite cute. He replied, you look cute without being tsundere. Retracting the phone, twisting the accelerator, Kawasaki roared again. The other side, rubbing her cold arms, Yukino opened the door of the house. Because of some things, she lived outside alone and rented a high-end apartment. Of course, if I have time every weekend, I will naturally go back to the Yukino family. While changing indoor shoes at the entrance, Yukino suddenly saw a pair of neatly placed high heels next to her, and the high heels should not be too familiar. Aren't these the high heels of her older sister, Yukino Harino? After hastily changing, she rushed into the living room. I saw a sleeping woman lying on the sofa. The woman's face is 70% similar to Xuanai's, but she is more mature. Compared with her younger sister's flat face, she is a turbulent and deadly weapon. As if sensing his sister's return, Yukino Yoshino made a seductive nasal sound, slowly got up, and rubbed his still sleepy eyes with his right hand. However, when she opened her eyes and saw Yukino with a cold face, she instantly felt relieved, ran down the sofa happily, hugged him, and said, Xuanai is back. Sister has been waiting for you for a long time. Wait for me. I can understand. I have a little personal matter today, but what I want to ask is, how do you have the key to my house? Yukino's face was full of surprise and doubt. The problem of the key is easy to solve. The master who changed the door for you back then was raised by our Yukinoshita family, right? To surprise you, I asked him to make a new key for me. Yukinoshita Yoshino still hugged, still smiling. TSK. A trace of boredom flashed in Yukinoshita Yukino's eyes. Of course, this boredom does not refer to my sister, but to that master. He obviously made it clear that no one in the family asked him to make a new key, and he obviously agreed. But in the end, he still made a new key for his sister. Chapter 131. So, what do you want to come to me at night? Let go of the hand holding her waist, Yukinoshita Yukino said while sitting on the sofa. Hey. Yukinoshita Yangno smiled flatteringly and also sat on the sofa, shaking her graceful and charming body, and acted coquettishly. Didn't I miss Shuen now? And I can have dinner when I come here. But I didn't expect you to be away. Sister, I am still hungry. After finishing speaking, she felt pitifully that there was no fat at all, only a flat waistcoat line. Cuckoo_the stomach also made a sound at this time. With a helpless sigh, Yukinoshita Yukino stood up again and walked towards the kitchen. Only one sentence remains. Wait for me. I'll give you something to eat. Okay, happily squinting his eyes, Yukinoshita Haruno responded with an energetic look. However, after Yukinoshita Yukino walked into the kitchen, her full of energy look disappeared without a trace, only a look of thinking. I went to Dissen's apartment in the afternoon. I didn't come back until evening. What was Shuenai doing there? Said in a low voice. Decent apartment. This is the high-end apartment where Gojo Satoru lives. Because he didn't see his sister when he came back at night, Yukinoshita Yoshino, who was a little worried, called the relationship and easily found out the other's activity track. Shouldn't you be talking about a boyfriend? Such an idea popped into my mind. This made Yukinoshita Yoshino immediately ruled it out. After all, she knew the character of the other party. Compared with talking about boyfriends and dying alone, she is more willing to believe in the latter. Forget it. Why think so much? Getting rid of the thoughts in his mind, Yukinoshita Yoshino walked into the kitchen with brisk steps, and Yukinoshita Yukino shouted, "Don't hug me. I'm still chopping chives. Nothing to say all night. Wednesday. So, why am I the one who drives you on a small electric donkey, big brother?" Riding on the side of the road while driving a small electric donkey, the little e-donkey yelled with his head full of black lines. Behind him, there is a drowsy Wu Tiaoyu and a tense Hua Hongxiu. The big brother has fed you shit and p***s for so many years. It's time for you to honor your big brother. Don't ask why if you let me drive you. He replied feebly. Last night, I had a great chat with Nino and Kitagawa Kaimeng and drank coffee again, so I couldn't fall asleep, so I just got up and played games all night. As for why you don't use reversal technique and teleportation, you don't care. He is happy. God damn, it feeds me big with shit and pee. Xiaobu felt that he wanted to punch his fist, but his hands were still maintaining the balance of the little e-donkey. For the sake of his own and Hong Su's life, he had better bear it. There is a dive below. Hold me tight. Ah! Huaya Hongshu cried out in horror. 10 minutes later, the three of them came to Zhongwu High without any risk. Along the way, there were all the strange eyes of the students of Zhongwu High School. After all, the beautiful girl Wujo buried a handsome white-haired guy and a beautiful girl into Zhongwu High School on a small electric donkey. Big brother, where do you stop? Has slowed down, slowly driving a small e-donkey on the campus. Xiaobu turned his head and asked, "Just stop under that big tree." 11 As he spoke, Gojo Satoru pointed his finger. Under the big tree? Looking in the direction pointed, Xiaobu eyelids twitched and said awkwardly, "Big brother, are you sure you're right? That's the principal's parking space, right?" "Oh, it's okay. He knows my little e-donkey." Gojo Satoru said indifferently. "Then that's what you said. Don't blame me for being dragged away." Xiaobu rode in the direction pointed, and then stopped. "It's here. It's 10,000 yen. Thank you for your patronage." 10,000 yen for shit. After Huaya Hongshu went down first, Gojo Satoru came down. "Bring it to you." As he spoke, he moved his right hand and took the key of the small e-donkey away. Then he put his hands in his pockets and left in an unusually chic manner. This made Huaya Hongshu and Xiaobu look at each other, and they both saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Walking on the road, Gojo Satoru yawned from time to time. Bang! Suddenly, a soft body crashed into his arms, and at the same time, there was a female voice apologizing. Sorry, I was just looking at the news. I didn't see you, sorry. Hearing this sound, Gojo Satoru, who yawned and suppressed abruptly, looked down. Hey, isn't this the famous dish of Ebino? Yodaru, he said hello. This voice. Gojo big brother? Ebino, who was still apologizing, looked up and saw that it was the Gojo Satoru he had been thinking about day and night. Gojo Satoru bent down, his big white hands tugged on Ebino Nina's chubby face, and said with a smile, Ah, Kai is so cute again. Li Liao Zhao, oh, Ash, Ebina Kai made a lovely voice, and a blush appeared on her face. Ahem, I won't punish you, so I'll go first. You should have gone to find Xiaobu, right? Xiaobu is right in front. Gojo Satoru let go of the big hand that was holding the opponent's fleshy face, and touched the soft hair in turn and said, Smile and touch the dog's head. Well, okay, 5 big brothers. Ebby Night's Eye lowered her head shyly and responded in a low voice. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, patrol. Gojo Satoru continued to walk forward, and he still had to catch up on sleep. But Hai Lao Ming Kai still stayed where she was, touching her cheek that had just been pulled with both hands, talking to herself with a smirk. Gojo big brother praised me again, and praised me for being cute again. Hee hee. Duh. Chapter 132. Class F for 1 year. Other classes are having classes normally, but theirs is eerily quiet. Because in front of their eyes, a certain white-haired head teacher was laying the floor on the podium and arranging the quilt. Oh, it depends on what I do. The teacher didn't sleep well last night. Take a nap here. Remember to call me good night when get out of class is over. After speaking, Gojo Satoru took advantage of the situation and lay down, covered the quilt, turned sideways, and fell asleep. Who? Hearing the sound of snoring within a few seconds after lying down, everyone's heads were covered with black lines. Puchi Haimeng, look. Haimeng. Xiachuan Masuzu wanted to call Kitagawa Kaimeng next to him with a funny face, and subconsciously turned his head while talking. I saw Kitagawa Kaimeng squinting his eyes, with extremely thick dark circles under his eyes, and his whole body was on the verge of falling, as if he was about to fall asleep in the next second. What did you call me for just now? It's so cool. Her body trembled, as if waking up from a dream, and said in a daze, No, you'd better go to bed quickly. Xia Chuan Jinliang tilted his head, only showing the back of his head. In fact, she blushed when she laughed. 1 Gojo Satoru, 1 Kitagawa Kaimeng. You two are here to have fun. Oh, well, then I'll go to bed at 953 first. Kitagawa Kaimeng lay on the table and said softly, Good night. Cool, Hongshu Mingchan. Stop talking, you'd better go to sleep. I'm really afraid that you will die here suddenly. I agree with what Jinliang said. At that time, Zhong Wugao will have another blonde female ghost, but don't be afraid, I can save you. The 3 girls said. What? I won't die suddenly. As he spoke, the heavy eyelids made Kitagawa Kaimeng finally unable to hold on, and fell asleep directly. I didn't sleep all night last night, just immersed in the joy that the cos suit is about to be ready. At the same time, she also fell in love with a blogger, a girl who is also a COS. Twitterie Kozer. It's really cool, Mingjiang, Hongshu. At this time, Chitanda Eru, who was in the first row, quietly came to the back row, saw Kitagawa Kaimeng who was sleeping, and called out to them in a low voice. What's wrong, Eru? Xia Chuan, who was secretly playing with her mobile phone, put away her mobile phone and asked with a puzzled, beak, face. I guess Eru is going to tell us urban legends again. Huaya Hongshu said lightly. Correct answer. Agree. Seeing Qiming opened his mouth silently. No, it's different this time. It can almost be said to be a stone hammer. Chitanda Eru said with a mysterious face, and at the same time picked up the mobile phone with her right hand and seemed to flip through it. And the mobile phone was placed on Misaki Naruto's table. Just watch this video, it's really shocking. Hearing this, the curious 3 girls poked their heads to watch the video. Video content. From the shooting point of view, it was at night. The sky had already darkened, and the author was standing on a tall building, chanting the words, "The stars are so beautiful tonight." But the next moment, boom, there was a loud noise, and there was a huge roar in the distance, followed by several scarlet beams of light flashing from the ground to the sky. Countless buildings collapsed, and dust filled the sky. Is this a superpower fighting? This is definitely a superpower fighting. The author yelled very excitedly. Immediately, the video zoomed in and wanted to observe carefully, but a strange male voice came from behind. What are you doing? No filming allowed, follow me. This is the end of the content of the video. After watching the video, the three women fell into silence. They are all people who know the other world. One is an onmyoji, one has experienced the Shibuya incident, and the other has a powerful magic power. Yes, there must be monsters, onmyojis, superpowers, etc. in this world. If I didn't save it so fast, I wouldn't be able to let you see this video. Chitanda Eru whispered excitedly. I really want to see the battle between them. It really makes me curious. In fact, what she didn't know was that she experienced a demonic event that night. But maybe it is. Hwaya Hongshu forced a smile. Fortunately, it was only taken from a distance, and there was no picture of their onmyoji, exorcist, and anti-monster class fighting against demons at all. In fact, in the final analysis, the enchantment master did not set up the enchantment well, and the scope of the setting was so large that many ordinary people were shrouded in it. The official is also true, but the evacuation of ordinary people has not yet been completed, and even the video has been sent to the internet. Even if it is deleted quickly, there must be many people like Chitanda Eru who have kept it. Let's not talk about this. Eru, why don't you change your seat and sit in front of me, so that it will be convenient for everyone to talk in the future, lest you keep sneaking over. Xiaochuan, really cool, changed the subject cleverly. She remembered every detail of the Shibuya incident clearly. The beam of light in that video was not 100% like the one used by Gojo Satoru that day, but also 99% like it. Gojo Satoru's understanding of reversal technique that he can form a variety of battles such as shock waves, spheres, and beams of light. Switching places? Chitanda Eru, who was brought back by the topic of changing positions, thought for a while, smiled, and nodded happily. Okay, when Teacher Wuqiao wakes up, I'll go and tell him. Violet eyes looked at Gojo Satoru, who was still sleeping soundly on the podium. There was a trace of shame in my heart. Ding, the bell for the end of get out of class rang, and Gojo Satoru woke up amidst a burst of noise. Teacher Wuqiao, you're awake. Seeing my class teacher get up from the floor, a male classmate said hello. Gojo Satoru was still immersed in the world that hadn't woken up, so he just waved his hand. Reverse spell, the brain is clear. Yeah, I still feel comfortable with this. Wujo got up very happy. Although I like to enjoy the feeling of sleeping, but I can't sleep enough, so I can only use the reversal technique to make up for it. Self-sufficiency, that's all. Is the eldest brother reading so carefully? I didn't even read it carefully. It was Kai. I didn't need to read it carefully because of the speed. It was Kai. Duh. Chapter 133. At noon, Zomugao. Gojo Satoru was walking on the 6th floor, and he was going to have lunch with the cute little Yukino. Today, Shizuka Hiratsuka and Chihiro Sengoku went out of school to drink again, and even Nana Tatsuji went with him. And he was originally called, but when it comes to alcohol, he doesn't drink at all. As for Nino, he overslept in the morning and didn't prepare lunch. Just passing by a club called Diving Club, Gojo Satoru heard the voice inside and stopped. Come, give me a drink, to celebrate the arrival of our new members, tea on cup. Cheers. Brother Jiro, bring me some whiskey, I haven't had it for a long time. I feel a little bit hungry. Are you so brave today? Come, bring the cup. Drink the white one, try it. I bought the white one this morning. Hey, 52 degrees, it's okay, kid. Drinking at school? Gojo Satoru had question marks all over his face. Zong Wugao made it clear that alcohol was forbidden, and although students who saw drinking would not be expelled, they would definitely be severely scolded. After thinking for a while, he put his right hand directly on the doorknob, making a bunch of them. The sound of the door being pushed open suddenly made everyone in the diving agency stop what they were doing. I saw a dozen or so people in the club were all shirtless students showing strong muscles, and there were 2 clothed people in the corner, and one of them was actually an acquaintance. Kitahara Iori. You are. Seeing the white hair by the door, the man with golden ears parted in the middle and bronzed muscles all over his body, who looked more like a social person than a student, asked with some doubts. Juryu Jiro, teacher. Kitahara Iji in the corner also recognized it, and exclaimed, After all, wearing a silver bracelet for myself made me look like a bad teacher reforming labor prisoners in the morning, but I was not impressed. What teacher? Hearing that it was the teacher, most people in the diving club began to panic. A few even wanted to hide the wine secretly. It turned out to be a teacher. Takeda Shinji with short black hair suddenly realized, laughed, and said enthusiastically, "Teacher, do you want to come over and have a drink? This is the most lively time in our club. As expected of you, brother Shinji." The people from the diving agency secretly said. Leaning against the door, Gojo Satoru thought for a while, glanced at Kitahara Iori, who was pretending to be dead, and said with a signature smile, "Okay, come back. Woohoo! Teacher, come and drink some of my white one. It's definitely strong. If you want to drink whiskey, drink something foreign. Humph, now that you've all brought it out, I won't hide it anymore. Dang vodka. Damn it, vodka. Where did you get that?" Looking at the noisy crowd again, Gojo Satoru walked in and closed the door, raising his arms and shouting, "Just drinking like this is not fun. Let's play with some flowers." "Oh, then the teacher wants to play with flowers?" asked Kodosha Ryujiro, who picked up a new glass and poured whiskey. Gojo Satoru's face became mysterious, and he slowly took out the playing cards from his pocket. "Let's fight the landlord. Whoever loses will give me a drink." "Ha ha. Then teacher, you are going to lose to me and get drunk with us." "I dare not say anything else, but in Tokyo I am a little gambler. What are you bragging about? Last time you lost with me, you almost cried." "Fart. This time I'm different from last time." "But teacher, with so many of us, we only have a deck of cards. How can we play? How to fight? Of course, the loser who can't drink will end. What do you say we can't pour 1,000 cups?" After a minute, more than a dozen people formed a circle, and a square table with 4 corners was placed in the middle. Gojo Satoru, Ryujiro, Kitahara Iori, and Takeda Shinji came first. To 3. To 5. I went up to K. To 2. I'm with your family, brother Ryujiro. "Oh, look at me. Don't be afraid. 3,456. Who wants it? Asterisk 78910. Good boy. Yes, just let me eat. I do not want. Don't want. Asking for flowers. TSK, I don't want it either." "Then that's what you said." Gojo Satoru's face turned into yen-e, roaring like a titan's ferocious face. "Bomb, if no one wants it. Ha ha, Wangjia. Hey, if no one wants it, the last 3, give me a drink." Gulu without any hesitation, Kotobuki Ryujiro picked up the whiskey in the glass and drank it. Even all the members of the diving club behind him drank together, feeling the atmosphere, and Shinji Takeda, who was with Gojo Satoru's family, also took a sip. However, for Kitahara Iori's words, he looked hesitant. "Forget it, let's die." Thinking about it, he swallowed all the wine in the glass in one gulp, wiped the corners of his mouth, and shouted angrily, "Zero, come on, go on. Then come on." X3-inch half an hour passed. I don't know if it was intentional or not. Gojo Satoru and the 2 next to him have formed a team before, and they have been winning all the time, but they have never formed a team with Kitahara Iori. Been drinking for half an hour. Go on. Hiccup. Kitahara Iori yelled unconvinced even though she was already drunk. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, he lost again, picked up the cup and poured it into his mouth. But Gojo Satoru picked up an empty cup strangely and put the cup under the opponent's mouth. Py. Like a spray of water, all the wine that was drunk flowed down and entered the empty glass. In just a few seconds, the empty cup was full, and Kitahara put down the cup in his hand and said boldly, "Finished." XN, everyone in the club was dumbfounded. "You call this drunk?" Gojo Satoru calmly handed the cup in front of Kitahara Iori and said, "Come on, go on. I don't think you're enjoying your drink." "What? I just had a drink," he muttered in dissatisfaction, but Kitahara Iji still took it, ready to drink. Gojo Satoru also picks up the cup that the other party drank just now and puts it at the bottom again. Chapter 134. PY. As expected, the wine flowed into the empty glass again. "Ah, cool." Kitahara, who had finished again, roared. "Stare." XN, everyone's eyes were dumbfounded. "Come on, have another drink." Gojo Satoru put the full cup in front of the opponent's eyes. "Are you still drinking? Then come again." Kitahara, who had already drank machi, found that everyone had noticed something strange, and after pretending to be embarrassed, took the cup again and poured it into his mouth. Gojo Satoru picked up the cup again and picked it up. After a few seconds, it's full again. It's okay. Let's play cards. You can't drink me all the time. Kitahara, who had finished drinking, waved her hands this time, with a look of 480 in embarrassment. Okay, then come on. Putting the full cup aside, Woodioyu began to shuffle the cards. The gazes of all the members of the diving club nearby could kill people. For them, wine is more important than life. After playing a round, Kitahara Iori and Takeda Shinji lost again. Well, I don't know how many times they lost. Etc. Kitahara Iji spoke suddenly, with a serious face, her eyes fixed on the cup. This is found, everyone secretly said in their hearts. However, in the next second, he raised his head and said unhappily, "Why do I feel that this glass of wine is more than Brother Shinji? I don't accept it. That's so miserable, your saliva." Everyone was speechless. No way. Takeda Shinji put the wine glass aside and compared it with that glass. Looking at the general appearance, we should be about the same. It's just a few cents away when you drink. After speaking, Kitahara looked to the left, looked to the right, looked on her stomach, and ran to a distance to look. But just look. Oh, is it so troublesome? Look at me. Gojo Satoru spoke suddenly, and directly took out an infrared pen from his pocket. Shine a light on the two cups, and the red light spreads. Look, it's obvious that someone else has more wine than you. Oh yes. After replying, Kitahara Iori immediately picked up the wine glass and started to drink. This time there was no empty glass to catch, and all the wine was spilled in the school uniform. Feeling that his whole body was sticky and uncomfortable, he took off his shirt directly. Continue. No, you who drink fake wine dare to continue? After playing a few rounds again, Kitahara held the wine glass in his left hand, waved his right hand all the time, and said with a drunken face, "It can't be done. It can't be done. This time I drank to my stomach. Let's continue next time." With that said, he stood up. The first glass is to the teacher. With a shake of the left hand, the wine is spilled. The second glass is to Brother Ryujiro. The wine is spilled. Only half is left. The third glass is to Brother Shinji. Only a quarter is left. And the last glass toast to me. Wine splashed on the face. Cool. Ah. Before he finished speaking, Wojo suddenly stood up, kicked the opponent with his right foot, and shouted, "Toasty, you've spilled all the wine." Wrong. Quickly getting up, Kitahara Iori staggered towards the corner. Seeing that this kid had left the wine table, Gojo Satoru, who hadn't even touched a drop, also left, and the people around didn't persuade him to come back. After all, after nearly an hour of playing, they could see that this white-haired teacher was really good at playing cards, and he just didn't lose. If the fight continues, the West will only have himself. Covering her dizzy head, Kitahara, who was squatting in the corner, had an uncomfortable expression on her face. "Hey kid, are you okay?" "What?" With blurred eyes, he raised his head and saw Gojo Satoru with a concerned face. Suddenly, there was a warm current in my heart, and I said peacefully, "I'm fine. Teacher, I just drank a little too much, but I didn't expect that you were so good at poker. Teacher, you must know that I was the strongest gambler in middle school." Seeing that the kid was drunk and even bragging, Gojo Satoru still squatted down with a concerned expression on his face and handed over the oolong tea in his hand. "Come on, drink some oolong tea to wake up the bar. Thank you." After saying thanks, Kitahara Iori raised her head and drank. The blurred eyes instantly woke up and bulged. He put the oolong tea on the ground with a blank expression and took out a lighter in his hand. Snapped. Oolong tea burns with a looming flame. "What the hell is this bar?" he yelled brokenly. "Teacher, why did you make Iori still drink?" At this time, a student with blonde mid-length hair came over. "Kohei Imamura. Come on, drink boiled water." "Iji, you are really too bad, teacher," he said with a worried face. "It's still yours, Gumping. In fact, I'm also to blame for dragging you into the diving club." "Hey, I'm really sorry, brother." Kitahara Iori sighed with regret. "It's okay. Drink it quickly and dilute the alcohol." "Okay, all right." He raised his head and drank again. In an instant, Kitahara Iori's surroundings and herself seemed to be transformed into a gray statue background. He put the boiled water on the ground expressionlessly and took out the lighter again. Snapped. A looming flame burned. "Damn it, B asterisk 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 D. You really want to kill me? Haha. Who told you to drag me in 0 0.6 and want to drink plain water, dreaming? The two stood up to each other, facing each other with a tightened face. Is this youth? Gojo Satoru watched from the side with a look of youthfulness. Another half-hour passed. Suddenly, the door was pulled open, followed by an angry female voice. You bastards from the diving agency. Are you drinking again? I saw that it was Shizuka Hiratsuka. Ms. Hiratsuka. XM, seeing that it was the teacher who had caught them countless times, the people in the diving club panicked and subconsciously looked at the place where Gojo Satoru was before. However, Gojo Satoru didn't know when he was gone, but the originally closed window was opened and gusts of wind blew in. Chapter 135. First floor, downstairs. White Fangbai, dangerous, dangerous. I was almost caught by Xiao Jing. Gojo Satoru sighed with a face full of the rest of his life. If he was caught by Shizuka Hiratsuka, he took the lead in allowing everyone in the diving agency to drink, not to mention scolding, but he must not even see his bed for several days. For the happiness of his brother, he jumped directly from the 6th floor. But what should I eat? 5 enlightenment thoughts. I want to patronize the whole Kitagawa Marin, and I haven't eaten lunch yet. Forget it. Let's go to Shibuya to eat. Thinking of the dessert shops in the Shibuya area, Gojo Satoru began to feel happy. Disaster wild. A short stature, blue-gray skin all over, face like an old man, with huge one-eyed. The most amazing thing is the volcano on top of its head like Mount Fuji. Leakage. Born out of humans' fear of the 14 lands, received excessive mantra power, gained wisdom, and took shape to form a mantra spirit. In fact, it should not exist in this world, but because of the appearance of Gojo Satoru, a different spell system was cast, which brought new changes to this world. Damn on my OG, he's quite strong, but that's all. He was still defeated by my domain. Leo, who walked on the barren land, said with a look of disdain. A few days ago, it bumped into the tongue snake, who seemed to be a human on my OG and one of the 12 heavenly generals. The two sides fought back and forth until the guard used the snake mirror talisman to push down the battle, and it sensed that something was wrong, and the domain immediately opened up. At the end of the battle, it was obvious that who was on the verge of death. If other Onmyoges hadn't rushed over, it would have killed the opponent with a knife. Cut. So how to go to the real world? Kicking a stone away with his right foot, Luhu murmured to himself unhappily. After it was born, all the knowledge about Onmyoji, reality, wilderness, nihility, and hell was automatically instilled in its brain. However, what is still puzzling is how to open the door between the wild world and the real world. If you want to go to the real world, I can help you. A voice suddenly came from behind. Luhu raised her eyelids, turned around, and looked behind. Yes, darkness. And Wutsung jumped off a stone floating in the air, and after landing, he walked over and said, I can help you get to reality. So who are you? Luhu tilted her head and asked expressionlessly. It can feel the powerful spell power contained in this person's body, but what is the use of strong spell power? A field unfolds, depending on how you play. Onmu raised his head slightly, pinched his chin, thought for a while, and opened his mouth slowly. Just treat it as a kind-hearted person, but I, a kind-hearted person, send you to reality with conditions. Sure enough, Luhu nodded without thinking, and then continued. Okay, state your conditions. Killed someone for me. No, it should be an Onmyoji. And Wu's expression under the mask gradually became crazy. Looking at his half-body that still seemed to be in pain, he said in a cold voice. The strongest Onmyoji, Wujo Wu. 5 Satoru. Luhu frowned. Why does it feel that the name is so familiar? Forget it, as long as you can go to reality. Send me to reality, and I can help you kill the strongest Onmyoji Gojo Wu. Oh, that's good. And Wu's mouth curled into a smile. After successfully sending Luhu to reality, Onwu stood there quietly. Isn't it filthy and filthy, but more like a brand new monster formed by a curse? He was talking to himself. After Luhu defeated the tongue snake, he received the information, driven by curiosity, followed him all the way. During the process, he also discovered that the opponent's mana power was fundamentally different from them, and even the Onmyoji, and it was a brand new mana power. What is puzzling is that the opponent's mantra system is somewhat similar to Wuzhou Wu. This world is getting more and more interesting. Huh? Amu laughed crazily. Although I really want to join Lu Hu's invitation and use it as a whole card. However, the Onmyoji side has the strongest Onmyoji, Wuzhou Wu. After being active for a year, even Becerra was easily played and dismissed, and it was impossible to test out his true strength. Now, with a brand new variable, it is undoubtedly the best choice to send it to reality to test Gojo Satoru. Even if Lu Hu is dead, he can still get the general information and power of Gojo Satoru. If I can't beat you, can I play dirty? When the time comes to set up a trap and seal the other party 353, then the Yin-Yang world will basically be overwhelmed by the evil side. There are also several newly born Becerras, but looking at the Yin-Yang world, it is almost gone. Reality. When Lu Hu opened his eyes again, he appeared on the busy street, surrounded by bustling people. Because of the cursed spirit, ordinary people can't see it at all, and if they see it, it will cause a commotion. Is this the real world? Suck. Lu Hu looked ecstatic and sucked in the air violently. Compared with the poor quality miasma in the wild, this clean air makes it more comfortable. Since I was sent to reality, then I should also look for the strongest Onmyoji, Gojo Enlightenment. Lu Hu has always been a good boy who keeps his promises. Since it was sent to reality in the dark as promised, it must find the target and kill it. What kind of bullshit is the strongest Onmyoji? I have expanded in one field, so it's still the same shit. Lu Hu has always played 10 death and no survival rounds, and never played low-end rounds. Soon, Gojo Satoru's domain is unfolding, and the pretend scene is coming. Chapter 136. 2 days passed quickly again. Friday after school. Kitagawa Kaiming didn't go back to her home as usual, but went to Gojo's house with Aneo Hongo. Opening the door, the two women who had changed their indoor shoes at the entrance entered, and saw Gojo Satoru sitting on the sofa watching TV and eating a small cake. Wu Jun. Kitagawa Kaiming waved her little hand happily. Wu Jun. Huaya Hongshu glanced at his good friend strangely. How did you change your address from teacher Wu Tiao to Jun Wu? Did something happen to these two people? I didn't expect you to actually come to Haiming and stay here for one night. Gojo Satoru ate the cake, talking vaguely. At noon, the other party asked him if he could go to his house today and take a look at the cos suits that had been sewn. Yes. Kitagawa Kaiming came over, sat on the sofa, and at the same time picked up Vanilla who was lying on her stomach. Long time no see, Vanilla. Vanilla seems to be saying long time no see too. Teacher Wu Tiao, what are you having for dinner tonight? Huaya Hongshu came out from the kitchen, holding 3 cups of black tea and a plate of Hagi biscuits on the table, and asked softly, Well, let's see you, what do you want to eat? Gojo Satoru asked in turn. He knows a lot of dishes, whether it is Western food or Huxiao food. He will order everything. However, I don't know what to eat. Just have rice. I don't know what to eat. Why don't I wait for Xiaobu to come back and see what she wants to eat? Also, okay. And said that Chow will be there. And Xiaobu, who was discussed and decided on the cuisine tonight, went home. Holding a brand new game cartridge in his hand, wearing a hat, a black mask, and a pair of sunglasses. Those who didn't know thought it was a sneaky S***T or a murderer in anime. Xiaoli. Seeing this outfit, Kitagawa Kaiming shouted uncertainly. In her impression, Xiaobu is a very gentle, elegant, and beautiful girl, not the sneaky look she is now. Xiaobu was startled immediately. Frantically, he took off his hat, mask, and sunglasses, and turned his back to him with the game cassette in both hands. Hey, let's talk first. I have something to do when I go back to my room. After leaving his sentence, she ran back to her room in panic. It's so dangerous, so dangerous. I almost exposed my identity as a house girl. That's it, Xiaobu. After watching the figure disappear, Kitagawa Kaiming looked at the two people beside him, trying to figure out the answer. Oh, that's Xiaobu's sister Debu. Gojo Satoru said solemnly. Big burial? True or false? Kitagawa Kaiming expressed doubts. This name is very strange. A small burial, a natural reason. Don't listen to teacher Wu Tiao. He lied to you. Huaya Hongshu supported her chin, rolled her eyes speechlessly, and said, having lived together for so long, she has long known that Xiaobu is not the perfect girl in front of outsiders, but a complete, dead fat house, a social wretch who knows nothing. Everything depends on my own big brother. Wu Jun, return. Kitagawa Kaiming's face was puffy, like a little puffer fish. This cute appearance made Gojo Satoru couldn't help stretching out his index finger to poke the bulging white and tender face. Evening, after dinner. Gojo Satoru brought Kitagawa Kaiming to the study. After entering the study, Kitagawa Kaiming was attracted by the finished cosplay clothes hanging in front of her. Her burgundy eyes seemed to be twinkling with little stars, and she trotted over. Wow, so beautiful. It's exactly the same as Heijianzhang's clothes. Wu Jun is really amazing. Picking up the black dress that resembled Lolita, Kitagawa Kaiming looked excited. Is my love for Heijianyan finally coming true? It's really great. Turning the chair next to him upside down, Gojo sat on the chair as if riding a horse, and said with a distressed face, It's done, but I have a sore back and backache these days, and it will be good if someone helps me slap my shoulder. Hearing this extremely suggestive words, Kitagawa Kaiming understood. Putting the skirt on the table, a dodge appeared behind Gojo Satoru, and he clenched his fists and began to tap lightly. Are you comfortable, Wu Jun? Tisk, it's so comfortable, Heida. Gojo Satoru had a look of enjoyment, but he thought of something and continued talking. I changed this Heijianjian's dress a little bit, elongating the chest and skirt a little bit. Heida. Kitagawa Kaiming elongated his voice on purpose, moved his face a little closer, and asked teasingly, Wu Jun, is this a man's possessiveness? You think it is. If it doesn't look good, then I will change, Manuaz, again. Forget it then, hum. Kitagawa Kaiming hummed dissatisfied. However, a sense of shame quickly emerged in my heart. It seems that Gojo Satoru is still interesting to her, and it is not in vain for her to take the initiative. After admiring the clothes for a while, the two discussed going outside to take pictures tomorrow. Take a good rest tonight, and go out after putting on makeup in the morning. Then, good night, next time. Good night, Army. Why? I'm thinking of a plot where Haiming and Gojo Satoru get along alone. When the atmosphere is in place, go straight to the base. I don't like procrastination. Don't dislike me for being slow and accepting women. After all, what I like is to have emotional experience, and then hit the base. If I want to hit the base, this is directly an infinite bulldozer. Chapter 137. Early morning. Kitagawa Kaiming took off her original school uniform, revealing her bulging, white body. Sue picked up the cosplay clothes on the bed and put them on carefully. After a few minutes, it feels so thick, this dress. Kitagawa Kaiming tore off the thick hem of the skirt, curiously. Because for the sake of texture, Gojo chose not thin materials, but thicker ones. If you wear this kind of clothes in summer, you will suffer from heat stroke sooner or later. But fortunately, although it is already May, the weather is not as hot as imagined, and it is still relatively cool today. It's just right to wear this kind of Lolita-like clothes. Buckle. Haiming, are you awake? Gojo Satoru's voice came from outside the door. Get up, Kitagawa Kaiming hurriedly replied, and stomped to open the door with her bare feet. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Wu Tiaoyu, who was wearing a white shirt, and replaced the blindfold with a black mirror. Wu Jun, you look handsome today. Kitagawa Kaiming's eyes turned into crescents when he smiled, and his smile was very charming. I can't help it. I went out to take pictures for you. If I didn't change my clothes a little, people would think I took them secretly. Gojo Satoru sighed, and said with a stressed look, Then you are not afraid that others will misunderstand that you are my boyfriend. Kitagawa Kaiming didn't say this sentence, but thought to himself, Come on, go to my room and I'll make up for you. Wait, I haven't worn my colored contact lenses yet. Kitagawa Kaiming said hastily. Yes, color contact lenses. In fact, she is not born with wine-red eyes, but black, and she wears color contact lenses all the time. Makeup is optional, but colored contact lenses must be worn. Picking up the small box containing the colored contact lenses, Kitagawa Kaiming put on the colored contact lenses in front of the mirror in the room clumsily. Although it looks stupid, but the accident is very fast, and it will be fine soon. Let's go, Wu Jun. Kitagawa Kaiming, who had turned into burgundy eyes again, walked lightly. Gojo Satoru, who opened his mouth to say that he didn't need to wear it, chose to keep his mouth shut. After coming to Gojo Satoru's room, when I opened the door, I saw the dazzling array of cosmetics on the table. So many cosmetics. Kitagawa Kaiming covered her mouth in surprise. Even if she doesn't have so many cosmetics, the makeup is light makeup. Don't patronize and be surprised. Come, sit down. Gojo Satoru stopped on the high chair, patted, and said. Kitagawa Marin also sat down obediently, looking at himself in the mirror, and Gojo Satoru fiddled with makeup behind him. I saw your picture before. Hey Jung-yun is a kind of sick makeup. I will make it for you. Is it okay? No problem. That's good. Gojo Satoru nodded in satisfaction. Half an hour passed. Kitagawa Marin lasted for more than 10 minutes from the beginning of anticipation to the opening of her small mouth in surprise. I seem to see a live Heijong sauce, she said blankly. Aside from the different color of the color contact lenses and hair, Gojo Satoru's makeup skills are really amazing. Obviously the face is still his own, but it feels like Hei Jianyun. Gojo Satoru didn't respond, but first tied the girl's long golden hair with a rubber band and coiled it up, then picked up the head net next to her and wrapped it up gently. Then he picked up the deep violet wig and put it on. It's not much worse, Bedge. It's time to change your color contact lenses. Gojo Satoru said plainly. Take out the purple-colored contact lenses prepared in advance. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have worn my own colored contact lenses. Kitagawa Marin pouted and said sullenly. Wu Jun is really bad. He obviously wanted to get new colored contact lenses, but he didn't remind her. After carefully taking it out, put it into a small box. Gojo Satoru held the tweezers specially designed for taking out color contact lenses, bent slightly, and the warm breath of his breath hit Marin Kitagawa's face, making her shy eyelids tremble all the time. Don't keep trembling. I won't be able to wear it for you. Gojo Satoru was speechless. After half a minute of gestures in midair, I couldn't find a hole to put it in. Me, I don't want to either. Kitagawa Marin held her nervous little hands together and whispered shyly. Even though they've kissed her before, she's still a little shy in close contact. Forget it, Don't be nervous. Take a deep breath. Yes, take a deep breath. Gojo Satoru was demonstrating, but before he finished speaking, a scent of body came over him. Kitagawa Marin's delicate red lips touched her cheeks. After a few seconds, she let go and smiled softly as if regaining her composure. I'm not shy anymore. Come on, Wu Jun. So I'm the best medicine for shyness? Gojo Satoru complained a bit. She wasn't surprised by the kiss just now. After all, they are all veteran drivers, and they are not novice xiaobai. Looking at herself in the full-length mirror, Kitagawa Marin covered her face and screamed. Isn't this the live Heijong sauce? It's so good. The self in the mirror is wearing an exquisite black Lolita suit, short deep violet hair, a black headband on his head, and suspenders made of tulle, with a little transparent vision. The whole person exudes an innocent temperament. I believe that there is no man who does not want to be bullied twice. No matter how alive you are, it's still not yourself. Gojo Satoru, who was packing up his cosmetics, interrupted. That's right, With a mischievous smile, Kitagawa Marin walked a few steps and hugged Gojo Satoru's waist, whispering, Thank you, Wu Jun. You're welcome. You paid for it. Remuneration? Kitagawa Marin didn't realize it at first, but when he thought of kissing, he immediately realized that this was the reward. Chapter 138. 9 in the morning. Huaya Hongshu came out yawning. The yellow powder in the room was still sleeping late. She seemed to be dreaming about eating something. She kept drooling. She looked disgusted. Good morning, Mr. Wujo, and hi. When he walked to the dining table, Huaya Hongshu greeted him, and when he was about to call Hai Ming, he saw a strange girl. Who are you? She looked puzzled. Poochie ha ha cough cough. It's me, Hongsu dash. Kitagawa Marin laughed so hard that he choked on his saliva, pointed to his face with his right hand, and said with a funny face. See dream. Hearing this familiar voice, Huaya Hongshu asked uncertainly. Kitagawa Marin nodded his head excitedly. Stare Huaya Hongshu cast a speechless gaze. She thought it was someone who came again in the morning, but it turned out to be Kitagawa Marin. So Hai Ming and Mr. Wujo, are you two going to go out? Take a photo? Sitting on the chair, Huaya Hongshu took a sip of the prepared coffee and asked. She probably knew that Kitagawa Marin's costume should be ready, so she wanted to go out and take pictures. This can be seen from the camera hanging around Gojo Satoru's neck. Yes, Hongshu. Look at me. Does my makeup look good today? Kitagawa Marin looked expectant. It's so beautiful that I can't recognize you. Huaya Hongshu curled his lips and said helplessly, wearing a strange Lolita outfit, wearing colored contact lenses, and wearing sick makeup on her face. If she didn't listen to the voice, she really wouldn't have recognized her. Thank you. Wu Jun gave me this transformation. Kitagawa Marin smiled sweetly. 5 teacher style? Huaya Hongshu looked at her teacher in surprise. Why? Xiao Hongshu also wants to put on makeup. Gojo Satoru laughed. Forget it. I'm not suitable for this. Huaya Hongshu shook his head and refused. She doesn't know how to make up, and she doesn't know how to make up. Just because of her naturally beautiful face, she beats up countless girls. It's just a pity that the figure is still flat. The 3 of them chatted with each other and ate a breakfast abruptly for half an hour. Then, let's go first, Xiao Hongshu. Gojo Satoru, who was changing shoes at the entrance, said, I won't come back for lunch and dinner. You and Xiaobu can order takeaway. I will put all the meal money on the table. All right, teacher Wu Tiao. Haiming, be careful all the way. Yeah, we're going out. Bad. Looking at the closed gate, Huaya Hongshu stayed in place quietly for a few seconds, stretched his waist, and made a thought-provoking sound. Let's wake up Huangfin and have breakfast first, so as not to wake up until noon again. She was talking to herself. Meow. Vanilla, sleeping on the sofa, also woke up and let out a meow, as if to say, what about me? Oh, and you, Vanilla. A smile flashed across Huaya Hongshu's face. This kind of day is really good. A cos manga exhibition in Chiba City, Tokyo. The street is full of people dressed in COS, including Hokage, Shinigami, from Zero, Demon Slayer, Gundam, and even Ultraman. All kinds of drama characters can be seen here, and even colorful dramas are here. But among so many people, 2 figures, one tall and one short, are extremely eye-catching. Looks like we just came at the right time, Wu Jun. Reluctantly holding Gojo Satoru's arm, Kitagawa Marin said excitedly as he pushed his murder weapon over. She has been paying attention to this cos comic for a long time. At first, I was quite disappointed that I couldn't participate, but I didn't expect that I could actually finish the cosplay before the start. She really loved Gojo Satoru. Indeed, there are quite a lot of people. Gojo Satoru looked around curiously. From the previous life to the present, this is the first time for him to come to the cos comic exhibition. How do you feel? There are more than 100 million crooked melons and cracked dates. That cosplay sister, Rem, you are almost bursting out of your clothes. Why are you still cosplaying? And there is also that Beria. You are a meat costume yet? Asking for flowers. There are also many good-looking cos ladies in the crowd. Of course, compared with Kitagawa Marin next to him, it is more than 1 block behind. Hey, Wu Jun, let's go over there and take pictures. Kitagawa Marin pointed forward excitedly. Gojo Satoru saw that it was a place with few people, surrounded by girls. Okay, let's go. The 2 trotted past under the eyes of many people. Wow, that girl's cosplay is Kuro Shizuku, right? It's really like the first time I thought it was a real person running out. No, I can't say it's similar. I can only say it's exactly the same. She's really Shizuku. Am I the only one who pays attention to that handsome guy? That handsome guy is tall and handsome. I don't know if he has a girlfriend. If you have a girlfriend, you can tell by looking at her girlfriend. That COS Haijiangsha girl must be his girlfriend, and she behaves so intimately. Which internet celebrity is this again? Why don't I know it? No, I'm going to help her take pictures. She's really beautiful. The crowd chattered. Wherever Gojo Satoru and Gojo Satoru go, they follow wherever they go, and there are the most girls among them. Isn't there too many people, Seeing that there were people all around, Kitagawa Marin shrank back in fear and said in a low voice, why don't we change places? It's okay. And you said there are too many people who made you so beautiful today. I'm afraid these people are all here for you, and I have become a little transparent. Gojo Satoru said jokingly, everything is directed at me. Kitagawa Marin's eyes looked around and found that most of them were girls, and they all looked excitedly at Gojo Satoru next to him, and a sour feeling spread in his heart. It's like someone else is going to take away your favorite toy. Snorting angrily, Kitagawa Marin pulled Gojo Satoru and walked towards the gate, ready to go out to shoot for a long time. Chapter 139. The 2 came to a relatively hidden corner of the square. There were only a few scattered passers-by around. Come on, Haiming, make an innocent expression. Yes, that's how it looks. And look at the camera. Gojo Satoru bent slightly, pointed the camera in his hand, and pointed forward. And Kitagawa Marin, who was in front of him, was also instructed to make an innocent and pure appearance according to the expression and demeanor of Hei Jianyun in his memory. Click. The crisp sound of taking pictures sounded. Gojo Satoru lowered his head to look at the photo album in the camera and admired it. Wu Jun, how are you doing? Kitagawa Marin didn't come over, but asked loudly. Okay, great. Gojo gave a thumbs up with 477 in admiration, then raised the camera again to aim. Haiming, you turned your side this time, turned your head to look at the scenery, and then looked back inadvertently. That's right. That's the way it is. Come on. Demonstrate it again according to the way just now. Hearing the instructions, Kitagawa Marin raised his small head, looked at the conspicuous Tokyo Tower in the distance with his blurred eyes, as if he had sensed something, and glanced back gently. Click. Gojo Satoru took the picture without hesitation. Great. Come on, Haiming. This time you look at the camera with a lewd expression. Colored expression? Kitagawa Marin poked his chin with his index finger, as if thinking about the picture in his memory. After thinking about it, she gently pinched the sides of the skirt with both hands and pulled it up, revealing suspenders and stockings, with a colorful expression on her face. There was no one around the roadside, otherwise you wouldn't have made this move. Click. Another photo album is out. Gojo Satoru expressed his satisfaction. There is no need to retake continuously at all, and the expression and demeanor are in place every time. Of course, the main thing is not pretty enough. Wu Jun, how did you go this time? Call a gust of wind blew, blowing Kitagawa Marin's skirt. Just. Wujo raised his eyebrows. No wonder the other party mysteriously kicked him out after putting on his makeup. It turned out that he wrote this word. Kitagawa Marin was stunned for a second, then reacted, quickly pressed down the skirt with both hands. His face was hot enough to fry an egg. Violet eyes looked around. It's a good thing there's no one. The tension relaxed. Although letting the person she liked see it, she would be ashamed at most, but if she let others see it, then she would really lose face. Pretending to cough twice, Kitagawa Marin walked up to Gojo Satoru with her back to her hands cutely, and asked as usual, How about this time, Wu Jun? They're all pretty, look at them. As he said that, Gojo Satoru took the camera and started flipping through the photos. The two admired it in place for a few minutes. At this time, Excuse me, can I take a photo for you? Xiaoyan. A strange, excited male voice came from behind the two of them. Turning his head, he saw a fat, short man with eyes. He held a black camera in his hand, and his ordinary fat face was full of excitement. Kinyu Shizuku. Seeing Kitagawa Marin's face, the man's tone became more enthusiastic. Gojo Satoru frowned, trying to refuse on his behalf. But Kitagawa Marin took the lead and refused with a smile. Sorry, I have a boyfriend who took a picture of me. Is your boyfriend as good at taking pictures as I am? I have been taking pictures for 7 or 8 years. Hearing the refusal, the man said anxiously. Really, you trust me? He wanted to continue persuading, but suddenly there was an invisible, huge pressure all over his body, and the fat all over his body trembled. It lasted for more than 10 seconds, and I was discouraged. Forget it, goodbye. With a low voice, the man ran away. At the same time, what he doesn't know is that the cheap camera in his hand has been completely scrapped and turned into a waste product. After seeing the fat pig-like figure leaving, Kitagawa Marin hugged Gojo Satoru's arm and said mischievously, Hey, I said you were my boyfriend. Wu Jun shouldn't be angry, right? TCH, I'm the man you'll never get. Hey, what are you talking about, Mr. Wu? Then I must get it today. Come on then, I won't be afraid of you. The two yelled at each other. In the following time, after the two took a few more photos, they began to browse the comic exhibition. Many passers-by wanted to take a photo with Kitagawa Marin and even Gojo Satoru, but both of them refused, saying that they were just strolling around and didn't want to take a photo. Isn't that Xiachuan? Seeing a silver-white figure in the Gojo-sensei area ahead, Gojo Satoru recognized him at a glance. Xiachuan is really cool. Unexpectedly, she also came to the comic exhibition. So cool. Hearing that her best friend was also coming to the comic exhibition, Kitagawa Marin looked around excitedly and finally saw the left back. The two lowered their footsteps and walked behind Xia Chuan Jinliang when they heard faint murmurs. These cosplays are so ugly. I was quite curious at first, but they are only 5.8. Wiping her snow-white long hair back, Xia Chuan fell down speechless and ready to leave. Boom! As soon as she turned her head, she slammed into an embrace. Holding his sore forehead, Xia Chuan Jinliang, who was burning with anger in his heart, raised his head fiercely and was about to talk trash. Are you sick? To suffer like this, huh? Looking up, he saw Gojo Satoru with a smile on his face. Teacher Wu Tiao, there will be a little thing tomorrow, and I will update the 4 shifts, and the day after tomorrow will almost hit the base. Duh. Chapter 140. Teacher Gojo? Xia Chuan was really surprised. Difficult. Is this the scene where the hero meets the heroine in the comics? However, when she saw this strange, beautiful girl holding Gojo Satoru again, her face immediately collapsed. Teacher Wu Tiao, who is this? Could it be a girlfriend? Kitagawa Marin covered her mouth and smiled. Sure enough, Masuzu didn't recognize me either. With a deliberately clipped voice, she said delicately, Wu Jun, is this your student? Yes, may I ask you? Before Wujo Wu could speak, Xia Chuan Jinliang admitted it. The two seemed to be overflowing with gunpowder. Gojo Satoru shook his head helplessly, raised his arm and patted Kitagawa Marin's small head, and said, Don't be ridiculous, Xia Chuan. This is Haiming. Haven't you recognized it yet? 14 Xia Chuan Jinliang looked at this strange girl seriously. After carefully staring at Kitagawa Marin's face for a long time, she opened her mouth in shock. You really are Haiming. That's right. Even Hongshu didn't recognize me this morning. I thought you could recognize me. It's really cool, but it turned out that you still didn't recognize me. So sad, crying. Kitagawa Marin began to cry hypocritically. But judging from the corner of the grinning mouth, it was obvious that he was playing tricks on the other party. Xia Chuan Jinliang folded his arms, rolled his eyes, and said speechlessly, Don't cry, I don't know you yet, Haiming. Hee, Jinliang still understands me. Kitagawa Marin, who was crying, immediately stopped crying and smiled. In this way, the team changed from 2 to 3. The eyes of the entire comic exhibition are attracted to the past. Before I heard Haiming say, Teacher Wu Tiao, you helped her make cosplay clothes, but I didn't expect to do it so quickly. I didn't even recognize the makeup. That's right, Wu Jun gave me this makeup. It's amazing. It's just SOSO, don't brag about me like that. Wu Jun. Xia Chuan Jinliang's eyes narrowed, and from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Kitagawa Marin, who had been holding Gojo Satoru's arms from the beginning until now. The two of them, are they in love? A bold idea popped out of my mind. Xia Chuan Jinliang decided to observe more to see if she is really in love. In fact, she also has a good impression of Gojo Satoru. The Shibuya incident and the Teo incident saved her for a time. For people with love brains, this is very fatal. Wu Jun, let's go to lunch, it's almost noon now. Xia Chuan changed his address with a calm expression. Not at school anyway, what? This change of intimate address made Kitagawa Marin glance at the other party, but he didn't think about anything. Then go out. Just when I came here, I saw a roasted bird shop. Gojo Satoru said calmly. He understands what the girl is thinking. Roasted bird shop. Gojo Satoru and the others sat on chairs, eating the bird meat that had already passed the test. Wu Jun, you eat this meat. It's delicious. This is the most tender. Wu Jun, try this string of liver. It's also delicious, without any fishy smell. Mr. Wu, seeing that his plate was already full of bird skewers, Gojo Satoru said while eating. If you put it on for me again, I'll treat it as if you don't like it, and I'll eat it all. That won't work X2. Hearing this, the native girl finally took the skewers and ate them by herself. Wu Jun, the photos taken by Haiming. Let me see if they look good. After eating a bunch, Xia Chuan's really cold mouth was stained with oil. Looked like it would be tempting to have a bite. A picture of Haiming. Gojo Satoru put down the bird liver, picked up the camera that was placed on another chair, clicked on the photo album, and handed it to the other party. But Kitagawa Marin bowed her head shyly. Although they are all quite serious, it is still a bit embarrassing to let others see a photo of myself with a lewd expression. After wiping her little hands with a tissue, Xiaochuan took the camera carefully. Flipped through the photos. Wow, is it so beautiful? Haiming is already beautiful. Why don't I feel that it is not beautiful to another level? Xiaochuan really cool exclaimed. After admiring one picture, her little hands began to flip through the next one, until she found a picture with a look of embarrassment on her face. Pinching the hem of the skirt and lifting it up, she looked at Kitagawa Marin with her head down strangely. Ahem, everything is fine. Fearing that there would be some bad explicit photos, she returned them. Although we are both girls, we still have to respect each other's privacy and the like. Seeing that 663 returned the camera, Kitagawa Marin, who was hypnosis in his heart, Masuza didn't see that photo, pretended to be calm, and ate the bird meat. The following lunchtime, the three of them chatted and laughed. An hour later, after eating, Wujo Wu paid the bill, and the three of them went back to Manjan. Because today's comic exhibition lasts for a whole day, you can still go shopping, and the popularity at noon is even more popular than in the morning, and there are more people. Appreciating Ti Jiao on the stage, Gojo Satoru couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Mom, Ultraman really exists in this world. After watching for a while, Gojo Satoru was about to raise his leg and leave, but just as he took a step, he stopped. Cursed spirit. Feeling the familiar yet unfamiliar atmosphere in the distance, he turned his head in surprise. This breath of spell power and curse is very similar to the leak in the world of spells. 6 eyes passed through the bustling crowd and numerous buildings, and directly locked on to Lihu, who was waiting for the traffic lights 1 kilometer away. Lihu is a good cursed spirit who abides by traffic rules, hee. Chapter 141. Wu Jun, what are you looking at? Oh, nothing. Just like seeing an old friend. Gojo Satoru said with a smile. There's nothing wrong with it. Isn't Lihu an old friend? Old friend? Kitagawa Marin glanced suspiciously at the back and saw the cos female character doing cool off. You call this an old friend? I became speechless. Xiaochuan Jinliang next to him also saw the COS, and his face was full of anger. 2 beautiful girls next to you accompanied you to the comic exhibition, but you watched wildflowers. And does that wildflower have 2 home flower scents? Both women were thinking in their hearts whether they should dress cooler next time. But I just thought about it. After all, it's fine for Gojo Satoru to see. If I go out in cooler clothes, it's still for others to see. Isn't it cheap for them? Hey, hello, what are you two thinking? Let's go. Gojo Wu's voice came from next to his ears, pulling back the minds of the 2 women who were in a daze. Huh? I was thinking about something just now. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Hey, the front seems to be Kamen Rider's cos exhibition area. Kaiming, Wu Kuan, let's go and have a look. With different concerns, the 3 of them went to the comic exhibition again. In a maid cafe, Tianhua Qingxian drank unsweetened coffee expressionlessly, surrounded by migrant girls dressed as maids, and the coffee shop was full. And in front of him, there was a girl covering her small face and eating a cake with a happy expression. The girl has a yellow and green curly hair, a cute face, and a choppy face that doesn't match her face. Inhai Yuliang, Tianhua Qingxian's own daughter. Woo, it's really delicious. Inhai Yuliang made a lovely nasal sound and said with emotion. So, why did you drag me into the maid cafe, Xiaomiao? There was a hint of helplessness in Tianhua Qingxian's tone. Only after he returned to Tokyo, he kept his promise to meet his daughter every time he came back. This time when we met, my lovely daughter actually pulled me to the maid cafe not far from the comic exhibition. He is one of the pinnacle of Onmyoji, 12 Heavenly General, White Tiger. Even came to this kind of place. If some white-haired B** D finds out, he will definitely tease him endlessly. Even this matter, the other party can remember for a lifetime. Inhai Yuliang pouted, pretending to be cute, and said, Have I never been to a maid cafe? I was a little curious, so I brought my father here with me. Never been. Hearing the previous words, Tianhua Qingxian sneered. Don't think I don't know you've been here with that brat. Abba, ABA. Inhai has a guilty conscience. She naturally knows who the brat her father is talking about is a certain Bai Qianbo. Taking another sip of coffee, Tianhua Qingxian silently looked at the various cosplayers walking outside the window. And his silence does not mean that the lively Inhai Yuliang is silent. Only she whispered something cautiously. Dad, Mom seems to have been talking about you recently. Why don't you go and have a look? Silent, still silent. For a long time, in Inhai Yuliang's almost disappointed eyes, Tianruo Qingxian spoke slowly. No need. After all, she was divorced a long time ago. But after the divorce, my mother hasn't looked for anyone. She's just waiting for you. And you haven't looked for anyone? Why did you? No need to talk about Xiaoyu. If you want to let me go now, just keep talking. Tianruo Qingxian interrupted the other party's words, and her calm eyes kept looking out of the window. Inhai Yuliang didn't say. Song pursed his lips a little aggrieved. She naturally knew her father's difficulties. The reason for the divorce was just to allow them to live a normal daily life. But when she thought of her mother who was still haggard after the divorce, she felt uncomfortable. In the bustling maid cafe, the silent two in the corner looked very out of place. Let's go. After drinking the last sip of coffee, Tianruo Qingxian got up and said something reminding. Nodding in disappointment, Inhai Yuliang followed closely behind. In the midst of several made voices of welcome next time, the two walked out. Is there anything else to do later? I'll leave first if I have nothing to do. Tianruo Qingxian slightly tilted his head and asked. Where are you going? Inhai Yuliang thought for a while, then suddenly patted his hands excitedly and said, Let's go to Comic-Con, Dad. Going to Comic-Con? Tianruo Qingxian's mouth twitched a few times. He really wanted to turn around and leave, but seeing Inhai Yuliang's expectant and longing eyes, Tang Baihu chose a difficult compromise. In an instant, Inhai Yuliang smiled happily. Let's go then, Dad. Hey, I see. Sighing helplessly, Tianruo Qingxian wanted to follow her daughter's steps, but the next moment, those calm eyes sharpened instantly, and her right hand subconsciously stood in front of her. Get behind me, egg. What? Inhai Yuliang tilted his head in doubt, Wang Maheo. But seeing the serious face of Tianruo Qingxian again, she obediently stood behind her. His light blue eyes looked around, but he only saw groups of costumes. What's the matter with you, Dad? Can't you see? I see. Tianruo Qingxian glanced at Inhai Yuliang who was standing behind her, and suddenly realized. Because Inhai Yuliang was born with powerful magic power, Gojo Satoru at that time gave the other party an amulet, which can hide the magic power, and at the same time hide the magic power that he can see mysterious things. Can you see my account? The vicissitudes of life of an elderly male voice came to the ears of the sky as clear as strings. Tianruo Qingxian raised his eyelids and took out the spell with his right hand without moving. Are you the brand new monster Tsuchimikado Arima talked about? Leak. Chapter 142. Looking at the coral that looked like Mount Fuji in front of him, Tianruo Qingxian's body was always tense, ready to enter the fighting state at any time. Although fighting in this densely populated place will cause a lot of trouble, and even cause many casualties, there is no way around it. Lu Hu smoked the cigarette stick and looked at the sky with her huge one-eyed eyes. For a long time. You are an Onmyoji. Do you know Gojo Wu? He asked suddenly. 5 boys. Tianruo Qingxian frowned. Why is this brand new monster looking for Gojo Satoru as soon as it opens its mouth? And where did it hear about Gojo Satoru? I'm not interested in you. The person I'm looking for is Gojo Satoru. Tell me where he is. I can spare your life. Lu Hu continued to speak. If you don't want to say it, then I can only kill you or kill the entire city of humans, and that Gojo Satoru will come out naturally. Then try to see if you can kill me. Withdrawing his thoughts, Tianruo Qingxian sneered. 720 According to the report in the data, this monster has an unknown domain. Once it is pulled into that domain, it is very difficult to win. This is how the tongue snake lost. White tiger, beast claw appearance, blue and white streamers flicker. However, before Lu Hu made a sound, the fans of the comic exhibition passing by surrounded him first. Wow, little brother, your arm is so handsome. It appears in a burst of light. Is it a new high-tech? Where did you buy it? I think I can buy it. It's really handsome. This paw looks like that of an animal. Hey, it's still shiny. The quality is so good. Hurry up and link me, brother. I'll customize a large one for my arm. It must be very handsome. The continuous noise made Tianruo Qingxian's face darken. Do these guys know that there is a monster threatening your life around them? Looking at the sky surrounded by the crowd, Lu Hu, who was standing outside, snorted softly, slightly bent her fingers, Biba, and the mantra in her body surged wildly. When preparing to completely burn this group of humans, A big hand that appeared at no time suddenly hugged its neck, and there was a chuckle at the same time. Yeah, isn't this my brother in society? Why did you come to the manga exhibition, or are you interested in human girls? Lu Hu's single eye widened instantly, and the whole person stopped moving. What happened? When did it appear? Why do you know my name? Same question. Turning its stiff neck aside, it saw a white-haired human being on its shoulders. 5 Satoru. Lu spit out. It doesn't know why it is sure that this person is Gojo Wu, but the feeling in its heart is always sure. The invisible tent landed. Gojo Satoru was still smiling, but his eyes looked at the sky surrounded by the crowd amusedly. Otonomi Yuliang, who was squeezed behind by the crowd, was quite distressed at first, but he saw the familiar face in front of him on the other side. She yelled in surprise. Sensei, big brother. Ichai Xiaomiao, long time no see. Gojo Satoru raised his other arm and waved it. Inhai Yuliang wanted to run over excitedly, but saw his big brother making a don't come over movement, so he had to stop. How to understand big brother? You put the amulet I gave you on the ground first. Ah, okay. Hearing this, Inhai Yuliang took out the amulet that had been hanging in his heart, and then put down the amulet that was still warm. In an instant, the perspective changed. Gojo Satoru, who was originally hovering in his arms, looked rather strange, and was embracing a one-eyed monster who looked like an old man. This, Inhai Yuliang gasped in fright. Only then did she realize that this was the monster her father had just warned about. Glancing worriedly at the streets full of people around him, Odokai Yuliang walked carefully, finally walked to the side of Gojo Satoru, and whispered, Sensei, big brother, what is this monster? What the hell are you, a monster? Your whole family are monsters. Liu Hu, who was completely unable to move or even open her mouth, raised her eyes and cried out in despair. At this time, it also panicked. Could it be that he wants to die before he is born? Oh, an old friend, my elder brother. Gojo Satoru patted Ruhu's Mount Fuji with a smile. A burst of terrifying flames erupted from the head of the angry opponent. Brother Leak? Black question mark, .jpg. Inhai Yuliang had question marks all over his face. The other side. When Tsuchimikado Arima, who was eating hot pot, was having a good time, the door of the box was pushed open. It was Tsuchimikado Mikage, he said anxiously. Master Arima, Lord Tianrua sent me a message just now. A brand new monster has appeared in reality, and it is near the crowded manga exhibition. Stopped. Tsuchimikado Arima stopped holding the fat cow's chopsticks in his hand, and his lazy expression became serious. Has there been a fight? No. It seems that after Master Wutiao appeared, the monster has not taken any action. Is that so? Pushing his glasses, the corner of Tsuchimikado Arima's mouth curled up, and he gave the order. Go and call the Tokyo anti-monster class. Let them evacuate the crowd. Let's go and have a look first. Yes. Tokyo's special lesson on monsters. Mazima calmly looked at the message on the phone. A monster with unknown magic power appears in Tokyo. Notify the demon hunter and all members of the anti-monster special class to evacuate the crowd. An On-Myoji has arrived, and the coordinates. Unknown spell monster? The one in Phi. Makima whispered. Her information network is extremely wide, and she knows all about the tongue snake incident in the wild, but she never expected that monster to come to reality. Now that they are all here, let's see if there is a chance to put on a collar and study. Chapter 143. Outside the show, Xiachuan Misuzu and Kitagawa Kaiming walked together. Just a few minutes ago, Gojo Satoru said that he was looking for some old friend, and asked the two of them to go shopping at the comic exhibition first, and then left. But without Gojo Wu, the two of them didn't know what to see, so they had to go out. Sitting on a public chair, chatting about cosmetics, clothes, lipsticks, etc. that are exclusive to girls. However, as we chatted, the topic started to change. Hey, Haiming. Xiachuan Jinliang's white and tender long legs were tightly closed together. Her eyes looked at the other side, and she seemed to inadvertently ask, Don't you like Wu Jun? Shocked. Kitagawa Kaiming was shocked. She never thought that the other party would ask this question. A blush appeared on the charming face with makeup on, and he clasped his hands together nervously, stammering. It's really cool. Why? How can you ask this question? Xiachuan Jinliang's gaze turned to the other side and looked at each other seriously. It's obvious, Haiming. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that you like Junwoo. Tell me, is it true? Mu what? Kitagawa Kaiming covered her face shyly. She likes Gojo Satoru. Is that obvious? Even an outsider can tell. After brewing in her heart for a while, she whispered her answer. I really like Wu Jun. Hearing this expected but unexpected answer, Xiachuan Jinliang's pupils dilated slightly. Although I can see that my best friend likes Wuzhou Wu, who also has a great affection for me, I still can't help but be surprised. Biting her lower lip unwillingly, she couldn't help but speak. Actually, I like him too. What? This time it was Kitagawa Kaiming who was surprised. Haiming, you actually don't know that Yu Jun has saved me twice. Xiachuan Jinliang's eyes became firmer. He looked at the distant scenery and said to himself, for the first time, Wu Jun and I didn't know each other. Before we came to Zhongwu High School, a group of bad guys took away many people, including me, Xiaobu, and Kai Kai. At that time, we thought we were going to die. At that moment, Wu Jun appeared, and he saved all of us. The second time, He Taiyong, who reported the disappearance of Class D before, confessed to me, but I refused. He wanted to force me to be his girlfriend, but Wu Jun appeared in time, and he rescued me again. In the beginning, I was just purely curious about Wu Jun, but I don't know when it started, my curiosity about him turned into a good impression, like him. So, I like him, Wuzhou, Wu Jun, and Haiming. After saying what was stuck in his heart, Xiachuan Jinliang also felt relaxed. Kitagawa Kaiming fell silent, feeling extremely complicated. Ask, Heominmi and I fell in love with Tong, and he is also a teacher. What should I do? This complicated feeling didn't last long. Kitagawa Kaiming suddenly smiled and returned to his usual smile. If you like Wu Jun, you can like it. What do you mean, Haiming? Xiachuan Jinliang was a little confused about the current situation. What do you mean if you like it? Kitagawa Kaiming blinked his left eye and said mischievously, according to the current law, it's not that we can't marry together. That's right. Xiachuan blinked in a daze. As long as he is a capable man and both women agree, he can marry multiple wives. The two of them are good girlfriends and good friends. Naturally, it is impossible to part ways because of Gojo Satoru, so they can only marry each other together. The two looked at each other and smiled. I am afraid that in a few years, we will really be relatives. At this moment, the estrangement just now disappeared, and even the relationship became closer than before. After receiving the order from Machima, Akira Hayakawa and Himiko, who happened to be patrolling nearby, went directly to the police station and asked the group of ordinary people to assist them in evacuating the crowd, asking for flowers. Please evacuate 5 kilometers away. This area has been requisitioned, and military exercises will be held soon. Please evacuate this area 5 kilometers away. Everyone, please. 15 policemen with loudspeakers kept shouting, and dozens of policemen dispersed the crowd. However, this group of cos fans are not willing anymore. They have been preparing for today's comic exhibition for a long time, and it took only one morning to hold it. 0. We are not convinced. Why should this place be turned into a military exercise? I just came here. I put on makeup from early morning to 9 o'clock in the morning, and you pay me for hard work and mental fatigue. R&M, refund your money. You don't do military exercises later, and you don't act in military dramas earlier. Why now? Seeing someone's grouping, the gunman hidden in the crowd also spat out trash talk. Standing on the police car, the commander had a headache. Now that the military exercises are useless, is it possible to say that there will be a supernatural battle later? If this is said, this group of dead fat houses may not be able to leave. Simply, he could only look helplessly at the 2 smoking cigarettes behind him. Inhale, exhale, let me do it. After throwing the burning cigarette but on the ground and stomping it out, Hayakawa Chio said and walked over. Standing on the police car, he reached out with his right hand, took the commander's waist pistol, opened the safety, and raised it to the sky. Boom! There was a loud gunshot. The crowd who had been clamoring and refusing to leave all shut their mouths. Can we go now? Akira Hayakawa shouted. No one in the crowd uttered a rebuttal, and everyone left under the command of the police. Chapter 144. Evacuation? X2-inch Kitagawa Marin couldn't understand the middle-aged policeman in front of him yelling, "Evacuate. There is a military exercise," on the loudspeaker. "The comic exhibition is going well. Why are you evacuating? And there are military exercises?" "Military exercises to drill in cities. 6. You know drills." But Xiachuan Jinliang next to him was thoughtful. The sudden announcement of a military exercise seems to be an excuse for a lie. "I'm afraid another monster is about to show up in reality." And I think of Gojo Satoru, who said, "Meet an old friend. I am afraid that the other party has participated in the war in the past." When the two women were about to evacuate with the crowd, hundreds of meters away, fart, May 10th, a huge pillar of fire erupted into the sky, and the heat emitted raised the surrounding temperature by several degrees. The originally cool weather suddenly turned into summer. "Quick! Evacuate!" The moment they saw the pillar of fire, the police shouted anxiously. Hearing the sound, the crowd who had been staring blankly at the pillar of fire screamed continuously and ran forward. As for Xiachuan Misuzu and Kitagawa Marin, they could only silently retreat to one side. After all, this group of people are like mad cows. They only care about rushing forward, ignoring passers-by, and if they are accidentally knocked down, it is a stampede incident. Of course, many people also retreated to one side, looking curiously at the pillar of fire that was still soaring into the sky in the distance. "Is this a military exercise? How dare you believe it? It's definitely some supernatural event. It's so hot. Do you feel it's very hot? The temperature has risen a lot in an instant." "It's the pillar of fire." The pillar of fire has disappeared. Does anyone want to form a team to watch? I see that you are not sent to die to form a team. This group of people communicated, and they didn't know each other at first, but they got to know each other abruptly. "I remember. That direction is where Wu Jun went," Kitagawa Marin said with a worried face. "No, I have to go." Without hesitation, she ran to the place where the pillar of fire disappeared. And Xiachuan Jinliang, who was shocked at the back, wanted to call the other party back, but seeing that he was about to run out of his field of vision, he gritted his teeth and hurriedly followed. The demon hunters and the police, who had also rushed to the cosplay fans who were surrounding the sky, were evacuated and left, leaving only people from the other world. "So, now what to do with it, brat?" Tianrua Qingxian tidied up her clothes and looked at Lu Hu indifferently. Although Lu Hu had no expression on her face, she was really panicked to death in her heart, and she might not be able to move a single finger of her body. "Hey, show me some respect in your tone of voice, Uncle Waste Chai. This is my beloved relative, brother of society. Of course, you have to deal with it." Wujo Wu said, dissatisfied with the first half of the sentence, but when he got to the end, his words changed, and he spit out a few words hypocritically. "I have to pay more." Stare. The speechless eyes of the two father and daughter shot over. "I won't quarrel with you guys anymore. Come on." Xiao Miao came and grabbed my hand. "I'll send you back first, and my brother will trouble you first, Uncle Wastewood," Gojo Satoru said with a smile. "It doesn't matter if it's killed or disabled." "Hey, didn't you just say that this is your brother? How can you add money and beat him to death in a blink of an eye?" Tianrua Qingxian didn't even want to complain about this white-haired B****************. Song sure waved his hands. "Hurry up and send Xiao Miao back. Gojo Satoru, who can teleport, is undoubtedly the best courier." From the beginning, when he hugged Leha's neck to now on his shoulders, Gojo Satoru let go of his arms. The moment he let go, Leo, who felt that the mantra power in his whole body could be used, and his body resumed its actions. As soon as the short legs jumped, it jumped on a building. "Gojo Satoru, I was unlucky this time. Next time." "No, never see you again." From the very beginning, when Gojo Satoru first appeared, Lu Hu had already lost the desire to fight, and only remained terrified. It promised that guy to kill Gojo Satoru, but that doesn't mean he had to kill him if he agreed. If I couldn't beat him, would he have to go and die? Gojo Satoru put his hands in his pockets, looked at it bored, and even yawned. "Let's go, you." This look is like letting go of ants and not caring. "Hey, Wendy JPG, then this is what you said." Lu Hu's feet jumped again, and the building under her feet collapsed into ruins, and her whole person turned into a black shadow and flew away in midair. However, when it flew to a certain height, the 10 directly shot it down in isolation. I knew it. Tianhua Qingxian was not surprised, but muttered in an appearance of "it really is." In his impression, this B*************** D has a very weird enchantment, which seems to be called tint, which can make ordinary people look the same from the outside. And if the people inside want to go out, as long as they are enemies, they will be bounced back miserably. Let's go, Xiaoying. Gojo Satoru 2.9 stretched out his right hand and looked at Odokai Miaosher next to him. And Inhai Yuliang also nodded and put his little hand between the palms of the big hand. No lower limit, forward rotation, teleportation, the two disappeared in place. Tianhua Qingxian also focused on the figure that gradually stood up in the distance. Fierce flames spewed out from the top of the head and both sides of the ears, and Lohu felt that she had been tricked, like a monkey. He talked about letting himself go, but it turned out that he had already set up a tent that made it impossible for him to leave. If I can't beat him, can I still beat you? Lohu looked fiercely at Tianhua Qingxian, who was walking slowly. Chapter 145. After sending Xiao Miao to a safe place, Gojo Satoru teleported again. Of course, he didn't return to manga, but went home. Bada *** hearing the sound of the door being opened and closed. Akino Hongshu, who was studying how to play the smartphone on the sofa, looked back subconsciously. Teacher Wutiao? She yelled in surprise. Didn't the other party say that they won't come back at noon or evening? It's only after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Why did they come back? And there was no Kitagawa Kaiming next to him, and a regretful expression appeared on Huaya Hongshu's face. Teacher Wutiao, I understand. Gojo Satoru, who was about to speak, was immediately blocked by these words. Not a girl, what do you know? Why do I feel that what you think is wrong? What are you thinking, Xiao Hongshu? Gojo Satoru took advantage of the opportunity and sat down beside the sofa, stroking Vanilla, who was sleeping with squinted eyes. Come with me. I'll take you to see some interesting things. 14 Fun stuff. Yeah, fun stuff. Gojo Satoru sighed with a smile. This scene is really familiar to him. I remember that when he was in the magic world, he took the kid from the knotweed to watch the battle between him and Lu, so that the other party could experience the strongest power at the peak of magic. Field. On the other hand, it is the same now. Bang, a burst of white mist exploded, and the yellow powder landed on the top of his little master's head. Master Gojo, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Huangfen. In response, Taha Satoru put his right hand on Kao's shoulder. Let's go, Xiao Hongshu. Ah yes. Unlimited swivel technique. Teleportation, and the little buried room. Xiao Bu, who was still sleeping after lunch, got up in a daze, scratched his messy hair, and muttered, Why do I seem to hear the voice of Big Brother? Without thinking about it, she fell asleep again. After arriving around the comic exhibition, the figures of Gojo Satoru and Huaya Hongshu appeared on a commercial building overlooking all the scenery below. Here it is? Huaya Hongshu asked with some doubts. But before Gojo Satoru's answer, Huangfen lying on top of her head shouted in panic, and even her hands began to fly around unconsciously. It's scary, it's really scary, Lord Hongshu. There are demon hunters who sign contracts with demons everywhere, and so on, and there are 2 ridiculously strong spells. One of them looks like a combination of curses and spells. It's so dangerous here, Lord Hongshu. Huang Fan, who had a strong sense of spell power, was the first to notice the strangeness. Among them, the magic power of Luhu made it tremble even more. Teacher Wutiao? Huayi Hongshu's eyes looked at Gojo Satoru, who kept a mysterious smile the whole time. Little Hongshu, you will soon see the collision of the peak combat power of today's era. This is the first course for you to become my student, and it is also one of the most important courses. Gojo Satoru sat on the edge, his slender long legs swinging up and down at will. In the future, you will also become a strong man in this world, and you will most likely encounter cursed spirits. Now I don't need you to do anything, just watch the battle carefully. In the days that followed, he would try to educate Yi Hongshu and Black Flash, and even expand the domain. However, being able to teach is another matter. This is not a question of talent, but whether the world allows you to cast different spell systems. I'll watch it seriously, Gojo-sensei. Huaya Hongshu said with a serious face, then also sat on the edge and looked down. Tiger/K EU2 Wisdom. Tianrua Qingxian raised the animal claw on his right arm slightly, and the silver slash cut through the air and the ground. Sensing the sharp slash, Lu Hu showed a cruel smile. Her short body dodged to the right. Then she stepped up her legs, ran quickly, and waved her right arm. Suddenly, a mound-mounted volcano appeared on the ground. Su Hun. Blazing flames spewed out, covering the front like a fire dragon. Tian Ruoqing, who had already noticed something was wrong, jumped into the air, his body turned into a black shadow, and approached Lu, waving his animal claws. Lu, who squatted down, propped her arms on the ground, kicked her legs fiercely towards the opponent, and felt that the Zhuang volcano appeared behind the resisted sky. The fierce flame turned into a pillar of fire and devoured the opponent, which was tens of meters long. It lasted for 5 seconds before the flame dissipated, and the earth turned into a scorched mess. Black scorched holes appeared in the middle of the high-rise buildings. Billowing hot air drifted into the sky. The temperature rose again. Solve. Seeing no one, Lu Hu smiled dismissively. That's all there is to it. It doesn't have field expansion yet, and it's really too weak to solve the opponent with a simple technique. However, in the next second, Tian Ruoqing, whose jacket was a bit torn, appeared behind Lu Hu. The white and blue magic power covered the beast's claws, and the powerful slash almost cut the opponent's back in half in an instant, and the blood splashed in the air. What? Feeling the pain in her back, Lu Hu couldn't help but scream to 907. It also reacted quickly and immediately opened the distance by borrowing inertia. Tian Ruoqing, who stayed in place and maintained the movement just now, lifted his eyelids slightly, glanced at the large area of burns on his left arm, and thought to himself, sure enough, it is as written in the information. It can control the flame power like a volcano, and it is also elusive. And the most important point, and also the most dangerous point, is that the other party has not yet used the fields written in the information. Since that field is dangerous, don't let it be used, and end it quickly. Taking out the spell, exuding ancient aura from his bosom, Tianrua Qingxian stimulated the spell power without hesitation. White tiger. Mirror talisman. Groaned the sound of cracking sounded. A pure white Uzumaki storm exploded, and the spell power of the heavens rose rapidly. After the Uzumaki storm dissipates, the so-called 12 heavenly generals are not just borrowing their names. They are all recognized by the ancestor Shikigami for their power, so they are called the 12 heavenly generals. The figure and voice of Qingruo Qingxian slowly appeared in a burst of dust. The dust spreads. I saw that his whole body was covered by tight soft armor. His long blue and white hair was floating casually, and his blue eyes had no emotion at all at the moment. Chapter 146. Feeling the powerful aura of Tianrua Qingxian, Lu Hu's eyebrows twitched wildly. However, this is not fear, but more excitement. Beast Claw Manifestation. White Lotus Tiger Cannon. Lifting the huge animal claws forward, the invisible attack knocked Lu Hu into the air, causing it to spit out a large pool of blood in midair. Tianrua Qingxian's eyes froze, his body disappeared in place, and in half a second, he appeared in front of Liu Hu. His left arm grabbed the opponent's arm, and the beast's claws swung towards his face. Boom! The mound-mounted volcano at the head appeared behind the ground at some unknown time, and high-temperature flames spurted out. This made Tianrua Qingxian have to let go and dodge. After landing on the ground, he wanted to continue to attack, but continuous fire dragons swept over him. The sound of explosions and the sound of houses collapsing are mixed together. The earth was devastated beyond sight. 12 heavenly generals? Ha ha! Lu Hu, who controls the volcano, laughed mockingly. Is it just that? If you have the ability to say these words, then come and take me off. I will kill you and declare war on the entire Yin-Yang world. Obviously, he has completely hit the head. Beast Claw Appearance Amulet White Lotus Tiger Cannon. After resisting several consecutive flames, Tian Ruoqing took advantage of this gap to fight at a closer distance. However, Lu Hu will not let the other party get his wish. A successful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and a creature resembling a mosquito appeared in front of the sky. In the suspicious eyes, the mosquitoes exploded, and the piercing sonic attack tore the ground and the air. Dust filled the entire battlefield. Pucci. In the smoke, he couldn't help spitting blood. Tianruo Qingxian had small wounds on his body, and his internal organs seemed to be stirred in a washing machine. Getting up, Tianruo Qingxian patted the dust on his body. It's really difficult. Looking at the expression on his face, he thought to himself, is the sky weak? He is not weak at all. Among the entire 12 generals, he is strong enough to be ranked in the top 3. Looking at the whole world, he is also one of the pinnacles. But facing Lu, Tianruo Qingxian couldn't get close at all. The continuous blazing flames made him avoid them all the time. By the way, why is that B************* D still watching? Tianruo Qingxian looked up into the distance with a displeased face. And the location in the distance is the commercial building where Gojo Satoru and Huaya Hongshu were staying. Breathing out a mouthful of turbid air, if the sky is clear, now he can only rely on himself. Although the flames are a bit difficult to deal with, they can still get close by exchanging injuries. Once Liu was approached, Ruo Qingxian had the confidence to let the opponent enter his own fighting rhythm and quickly take the burden off. Before the battle started again, 2 female figures appeared on the scene. Upon closer inspection, it was Kitagawa Marin and Siachuan Masuyo. Not good. Tianruo Qingxian's face suddenly changed, and his body wanted to move. But, too sure enough, I saw Liu showing a cruel smile, mobilizing the magic power, and the flames flew over. The next moment, flames engulfed the figures of the 2 women. UB*****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************�̀. face turned ugly, and he glared at Liu. Didn't he understand that ordinary people shouldn't have been evacuated? How could there be 2 people left, and they came to this main battlefield? What are you doing to the magic class and the police? Don't look at me like that. Liu said indifferently. Human life is inherently fragile, and it will still turn into lust after 100 years. I just ended it for them ahead of time. Why these words seemed to save others? Tianruo Qingxian didn't speak, but silently adjusted his fighting posture. But suddenly he relaxed again, and an imperceptible smile appeared on his face. Are you finally willing to come? He turned his head and looked at the place where the 2 women were just now. Liu, who was originally indifferent, also widened his eyes instantly, and his body began to tremble. Gojo Satoru arrived at the battlefield. The 2 girls, who were afraid to close their eyes at first, opened their eyes cautiously after they didn't feel the burning sensation all over their bodies. As soon as they opened it, they saw the tall, familiar white figure in front of them. Wu Jun, Kitagawa Marin shouted uncertainly. Hearing this, Gojo Satoru turned his head and showed his usual smile. Are you 2 okay? Staring blankly at the smile and the fireball dome surrounding everyone present, Kitagawa Marin and Siachuan Masuyo, who could no longer bear the fear, threw themselves into each other's arms. Whoa, I thought I'd never see you again, Wu Jun. Kitagawa Marin cried loudly, and the eye makeup at the corners of his eyes was wet with tears. Siachuan Jinliang, who was also in his arms, did not cry, but said tremblingly, This time, you saved me again, Wu Jun. Already, the 3rd time. Looking at the 2nd daughter in his arms, Gojo Satoru silently teleported to the commercial building. Haimeng Liang. Hearing Kikino Ko's voice, the weeping Kitagawa Marin stopped slowly and looked in the direction of the source of the sound. Hongshu? X2 the 2 women exclaimed together. Huaya Hongshu smiled slightly and nodded. Hello, 2 friends of Master Hongshu. Hello, Wang. Huang Fan, lying on top of her head, took a picture of her hand. This is what it is. Kitagawa Marin was a little confused and couldn't understand the current situation. Judging from the surrounding scenery, this is a tall building, but aren't they on the ground? How did you come here in the blink of an eye? And what kind of animal is that cat-like fox on Hongshu's head, who can speak human language, with a Kansai accent? Xiao Hongshu, please explain to Haimeng first. I will come back after a visit. Gojo Satoru loosened his arms holding the 2nd daughter. After speaking, he disappeared in place. Knowing Siachuan Masuzu looked at the main battlefield not far away, while Kitagawa Marin looked at Huaya Hongshu suspiciously. Hongshu must be the heroine. Why should I give up such a lovely student to the pulley of the Flame Demon Hall? Chapter 147. It is better to eat my song. Know what you died in the dark here. Come yet? Tianruo Qingxian glanced with his right eye and saw Wuzhou Wu appearing next to him. This guy's attack is elusive, be careful. He gave a rare reminder. In this regard, Gojo Satoru rubbed his chin in surprise and said, Uncle Waste Chai actually cares about people. It's a bit unusual. The speechless Tianrua Qingxian released the white tiger, mirror talisman, and walked into the distance. It seems that he intends to hand over the battlefield to Gojo Satoru. But this walk made Gojo Satoru scream. Hey, what are you doing, Uncle Waste Chai? I can't beat alone. My brother Lu is very strong. Without your help, I can't beat at all. So being beaten is the most important thing, right? Tian Ruo Qingxian, who no longer wanted to talk to the other party, sat among the ruins in the distance. TCH, the mere useless uncle actually ignores me. Let's see if I will treat Xiao Miao. While murmuring dissatisfaction, it suddenly fell from the sky. Gojo Satoru dodged to dodge, and a 3-meter deep pit was smashed out by Liuhu just now. I'm still talking at 480, don't bother me. Gojo Satoru was even more dissatisfied. Liuhu's one eye flashed with murderous intent, and when she raised her head with 2 fingers, it looked like a pustule had grown out, and a new hilly volcano appeared behind it. A hot feeling came from his back, and the moment Gojo Satoru turned his head slightly, flames gushed out, swallowing all objects in front of him. And the flame just happened to be on the left side of Ruo Qingxian. A strong wind swept in, and a huge amount of dust. Cut. It turns out that it's just fancy, but not useful. Witnessing that Gojo Satoru was engulfed by flames before he had time to react, Liuhu breathed a sigh of relief. It thought that since it couldn't fight or escape, it would act first and kill the opponent. Judging from the results, this trick really worked. Waving his sleeves as if pretending to pretend, Liuhu was ready to deal with the situation. But, the next moment, who do you say is fancy but not useful? Liuhu, who turned around, stopped in her tracks, with an expression of disbelief. Turning around abruptly, the smoke dissipated, and he saw Gojo Satoru who was looking at him with his head tilted. TSK. Liuhu's mood became heavy again, and she twisted the lid of the pot on her left ear. Her body's mana power was ready to be used at any time. One thing to say, I'm still curious about how you were born. After walking a few steps, Guatu put his hands in his pockets and continued. As far as I know, it is impossible for you to be born in this world, and even you, the power system is completely different. There may be demons born out of fear of the earth, but they are definitely not your cursed spirits. So can you tell me, you, in the end, how was it born? Hearing these words like an order, I only know that I was chosen by a person born of human fear. I'll talk about it if I win. With a throw of his right hand, an unknown object was thrown into Mount Fuji, and then there were 10 unidentified mosquitoes flying out of Mount Fuji, that is, speeding fireworms. Boom! The speeding flight cut through the air directly, and the 10 fire boulders seemed to want to pierce Gojo Satoru with their sharp mouths. However, Wu Tiaowu raised his right hand and released the seal with one hand. The 10 fireworms seemed to be stationary, their wings flapping crazily, but they never moved forward, not even a millimeter. And the powerful force of the front stab caused cracks to appear on the ground on his back, spreading for tens of meters. Hey, is this trick again? He sighed. Why does this scene become more and more familiar? Knowing that he couldn't move forward, the fireworm's face twisted and its body began to swell. Groan, bang, the double attack of sound waves and explosions overwhelmed Gojo Satoru. It's not over yet. Liuhu let out a roar and controlled the mounted volcano, and the fiery flames sprayed over again. This set of combos continues. Even the undead will be turned into ashes. I only found out after the actual fight. It turns out that I was too vigilant before and thought highly of you. Liuhu sneered. I really felt that I was so stupid before, that I was afraid of this kind of Gojo Satoru who didn't even know how to dodge the attack. But just in case, Liuhu decided to make up the knife again. Hey, I'm actually looked down upon by you. I'm really disappointed. Behind Gojo Satoru, Liuhu's eyes froze. His right hand was dyed with fierce flames. He turned around and chopped off Wu Tiaoyu's head. Looking at the head that was burning with flames, Liuhu then pressed his right hand, and a purple-black flame erupted from his palm. Daiyu, who is dead? The indifferent words appeared behind Liuhu again, causing her one eye to widen instantly, and the next moment she felt her head being grabbed and her body falling backwards. No lower limit. Queen. Attack. Gojo Satoru stepped on his right foot. Uft. Ah. Luhu, whose chest was sunken, spat out purple blood. How is it possible? I have already attacked you. Looking at the intact Gojo Satoru, it let out a terrified roar. Gojo Satoru, who was about to attack next, stopped and took a few steps back. Are you so curious? I'd like to tell you if you're so curious. Tell me. Leo, who expressed disbelief, who is willing to tell others about their spells, and they are still enemies. However, Gojo Satoru is willing. Because even if people all over the world know his specific power, but who knows? Can you beat him? Can you break no lower limit art? Don't be afraid. Come on. Gojo Satoru stretched out his right hand with a smile and opened his 5 fingers. Chapter 148. It is better to eat my song in it's dark here. Looking at the smiling and funny Gojo Satoru, his face was slumped, as if he had also been assimilated. Since there is no killing intent, then if you can understand a little more, you can understand a little more. Thinking like this, when he came to the front, Luhu stretched out his left hand to grab the wobbly 5 fingers, but when there were only a few centimeters left to touch, its one eye widened instantly. The left hand seems to be blocked by an air wall. No matter how hard it is, it can't move any further. Blocked? No. This is infinite. It can't be said to be blocked. Gojo Satoru continued with a smile on his face. It's just that the closer you get to me, the greater the resistance, the infinity between you and me. Of course, if I come to touch you. As he spoke, his right hand held Luhu's hand without any barriers, and then interlocked his fingers. I can touch you. Relax, you stinky. Before he finished speaking, Gojo Satoru's left fist hit Luhu's abdomen. Luhu, who had eaten a fistful of punches, was suspended in midair, her cheeks puffed up, and she spit out purple blood, but she couldn't get away because her left hand was tied. Purple blood splashed in front of Gojo Satoru, and no lower limit art directly isolated it. Next moment. Well, it's not over yet. With a loud cry, Gojo Satoru slapped Luhu's chest and abdomen continuously. After several sets of attacks in a row, he was completely stupefied. Isn't this a proper 6th child? He shouted for me to come and understand, but he beat someone. Without warning. I was careless. There was no flash. Let go of the opponent with his right hand. Gojo Satoru turned around, kicked Luhu flying with his slender long legs. Ugh. Infinity is ubiquitous. Slowly raised index finger. My spell just turns it into reality. Gojo Satoru held his left hand behind his back, raised his right hand. A scarlet light emerged and swirled, and a small black ball appeared on the tip of his index finger. Shrinkage, expansion. What do you think will happen if you touch this nothingness? The black ball gradually absorbed the scarlet light and gradually turned red. No lower limit reversal technique that he. The scarlet shock wave exploded in Leo, whose frightened eyes. Boom. The earth was torn apart, and houses and buildings crumbled into ruins. Luhu was sent flying into the distance by the shock wave, and blood was faintly seeped all over her body. After the dust dissipated a little, a gap of more than 100 meters appeared on the ground. After collapsing more than a dozen houses in a row, Luhu hurriedly stabilized her body in midair and ran away without hesitation after landing on the ground. Monsters, real monsters. I can't hit you, not even a millimeter, but you can touch me. Isn't this just cheating in the game? Now the only way to survive is to escape. Poor Leo, who never played low-end rounds, only high-end rounds, and even encountered Tantian die when playing high-end rounds. No lower limit. Forward rotation, teleportation. Gojo Satoru suddenly appeared in front of the fleeing Lehu. Gojo Satoru in midair had an excited smile on his mouth and kicked his right foot flying again like kicking a football. After being hit on the face, another house was knocked down, and when he got up, Leo, who sprayed out flames from his right hand, caught the jet force of the flames and flew into the air with his whole body. However, Gojo Satoru teleported and appeared behind it again, grabbed Leo's neck with his right hand, and fell forward. The entire battlefield is filled with dust, and the situation inside the game cannot be seen clearly. The figures of the two appeared inside the comic exhibition. There are no ordinary people in the comic exhibition, only a few people who have special classes against monsters. After the earth was hit and sunk, Gojo Satoru sensed several lines of sight, and when he looked up, he saw Hayakawa Akira with a shocked expression on his face, Himino, and several members of the anti-monster class. Hey, isn't this the little brother and young lady from the amusement park last time? He even comfortably raised his other hand in greeting. This undoubtedly made Lehu feel even more uncomfortable when her face was kissed on the ground. You hello. Ji responded in a daze. Hayakawa Cho next to him was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. He stammered and asked, Well, five masters, what are you? Oh, one of my brothers. If you are disobedient, teach me. Gojo Satoru said with a smile. Brother, if you are disobedient, discipline me? Everyone's face twitched. You call this a brother? They are not human species anymore, right? And if you are disobedient, discipline them? Who disciplines them like this? 0-0, although they thought this way. They also knew that the one who was under the pressure of Gojo Satoru was the main enemy to deal with this time. Get out of here. Leo who was full of anger, roared. The short body burned with a purple-black flame, and it was about to explode. Gojo Satoru raised his right hand and flung Luhu into the air, and the flames exploded like fireworks. The powerful impact made Haim Yi and the others below unable to stand on their heels, and blocked the wind with their arms in front of them. It's really not good, Gojo Satoru said flatly. After the flames dissipated, the leaking light in midair had already disappeared in place. No lower limit. Forward rotation method. Teleportation. After Lu Yin locked the position, Gojo Satoru also disappeared in place. Only those who looked like they had survived the catastrophe and had a special class on monsters were left behind. If the flame had exploded in place just now, Gojo Satoru would have been unscathed, but they would have been seriously injured and fell to the ground at least. Really, amazing screen, Himino sighed. In that amusement park incident, they also learned that that person was Gojo Satoru, the strongest onmyoji in the world of yin and yang today, the strongest man who can easily crush Astaroth, one of the 8 lords and king of Rod in the void world. Hayakawa Cho didn't speak, but had fiery eyes. If the gun demon appears next time, that man can definitely kill the other party completely. Chapter 149. Leo who quickly fled somewhere in the street. Now it doesn't even have the slightest desire to fight, and it is completely scared of being beaten. After all, the spell called No Lower Limit is really too pervert. How could such a technique exist in this world? Actually, what Leo who didn't know was, No Lower Limit is actually not much pervert, and the master of pervert is Gojo Satoru, who actually uses No Lower Limit spell as a passive skill. Now the only trump card is the domain. But the problem is, once the domain expands, Wujo Wu is very likely to expand the domain as well. The first time Lu saw Gojo Wu, he saw that the mantra of the other party was very different from the mantra of the onmyoji it had seen. Yo, where's my elder brother going? Gojo Satoru's voice appeared next to Lehu's 093, which made the latter panic and wanted to distance himself, but in the next second, an infinitely magnified side kick appeared in his eyes. Bang, a white arc streaked across the air. Leo who was kicked directly into the trash can. This made Wujo Satoru, who was suspended in midair, shout loudly. Yes, the goal is scored. Hashtag climbing out of the dirty trash can. Lu whose forehead burst out with veins, and his face was hideous. Gojo Satoru, today I want you to die. A roar. It doesn't care if you know how to expand the field now, and now it just wants to kill Gojo Satoru. Beating people belongs to beating people, but it doesn't bring such humiliation, right? He looked around, but Luhu didn't see the figure of Gojo Satoru just now. Where are people? Wally. Sorry. Let you wait for a few seconds. Gojo Satoru suddenly appeared in the open space, and beside him was Huaya Hongshu. With an onmyoji? Leo who couldn't figure out what the other party wanted to do. Bring a kid here. Why? Use it as a shield? No. I just took my lovely students for on-site teaching. After all, I am also a great teacher of the people. Just let it go. Gojo Satoru said. Great people's teacher? Whose people's teacher is so cruel? However, there was a sneer on the corner of Lu Hu's mouth. It's really stupid to bring a tow bottle on your own initiative. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Gojo Satoru couldn't help but chuckled, and a mocking expression appeared on his handsome face. It's okay. Anyway, you are very weak, ha. It was silent, The whole area was silent. Even many people watching the battle were silenced by these words. Lu Hu stood there in a daze. Her mind kept echoing Gojo Wu's words just now, and the spell power in her body climbed to a peak. The flame flickered, the pot lid fell, and 3 pillars of violent flames erupted from the Mount Fuji and the 2 pot lids. Stop looking down on people, little b asterisk 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 d. See if I don't swallow your smug face together. Lu Hu's one eye was about to pop out, and her voice was so roaring that it broke the sound. As a super-level cursed spirit, it was said to be weak after defeating the 12 heavenly generals. No one can bear this. After calming down the anger in her heart, Lu Hu gestured to unseal the seal with both hands, showing a mysterious smile. At the same time, Gojo Satoru also started teaching. A very important lesson is coming, Xiao Hongshu. The first point, I have to tell you who this miserable old man is. The curse that gave birth to wisdom and took form. That is, the cursed spirit. The domain expands. Feeling the mantra being crazily drawn away, man who was even more excited. A round black ball stretched forward from behind it, swallowing the 3 present in an instant. Spell spirits are also divided into strengths and weaknesses. It is a stronger super-level spell spirit, possessing the domain that represents the pinnacle of spells. While the words were being spoken, scenes continued to be born in the originally pitch-black space. Cracked earth emerged from the pitch-black ground, and flames roared everywhere. Cover the coffin and iron the mountain. After the words fell, the scene in the domain has been completely born and completed. The whole place is like coming to the lava hell. Lu Hu manipulated a boulder to hit Gojo Satoru, but the other party gently stretched out a hand, and it was broken into pieces before getting close to the boulder, which made him start to worry. Che, if it is an ordinary magician, it will be burned to ashes the moment it is pulled into the domain, but I can understand that Gojo Satoru is fine, but that kid is fine anyway. Seeing Huaya Hongshu looking around curiously, this made Lu Hu feel even more uncomfortable. I came here with a playful mentality. It doesn't matter if I can't kill him. I never thought that this power gap is such a reward. As a cursed spirit, as a new human being, I can't bear such shame and humiliation. Thinking back to the whole process of the battle, Gojo Satoru seemed to be playing with him, and Lu Hu would replace the Onmyoji kid next to him at the same time no matter what he said today. Wano Hongshu? Teacher Wu Tiao, what should we do now? Huaya Hongshu asked expectantly. She said she was afraid, but she was not afraid. She was just very curious and found it novel. Gojo Satoru smiled, slowly took off his sunglasses, and said, Good question. The most effective way to fight against domains is to expand domains on our side. When multiple domains are deployed at the same time, more mature spells will control the battlefield, but compatibility has a certain relationship with spell power. For point 5, I burn you to ashes, Gojo Satoru. Lu Hu roared crazily. With a wipe of his right foot, countless flames roared from the ground, overturning the cracked ground and sweeping towards him. Seeing the attack coming, Huaya Hongshu subconsciously closed his eyes, but opened them again quickly. She chose to believe in her teacher. Sure enough, when they were only 3 meters away from Gojo Satoru, the jet of molten flame seemed to hit something and stopped at this moment. At this moment, Gojo Satoru put the sunglasses back in his pocket and said softly, The field expands. The blue, extremely beautiful eyes quietly looked forward, raised his right hand, raised 2 fingers, and unsealed with 1 hand. A place without stars. Chapter 150. Looking at the huge black ball floating in the air in front of him, Tsuchimikado Arima's eyes shone brightly. I don't know what to think. Master Arima, this should be the domain that Master Ogaijima is talking about. Tsuchimikado Maikich's voice came from the side. But Gojo-sama and Miss Huaya seem to be trapped inside. Of course I know. Tsuchimikado Arima did not respond, but carefully observed the field. He wasn't worried about Gojo Satoru. The other party would definitely be able to break through this field, and even expand the same field. What a terrifying power. A female voice suddenly came from a distance. This familiar voice made Tsuchimikado Arima vigilant, and when he turned his head, the first thing that caught his eye was the pink braid. Makima. Hello, Lord Makima. Tsuchimikado Maikage didn't know her superior's vigilance, so 14 greeted him politely. Machima nodded slightly, and the golden circle looked at Tsuchimikado Arima, who looked wary, and asked pretendingly curiously, "What does your expression mean, Tianmen?" "No, nothing." Pushing his glasses, Tsuchimikado Arima said coldly. He didn't want to have too much involvement with this woman, and he didn't even want to talk. It's not because of the relationship between the two forces of the magic class and the Onmyoji, but because of the meaning of being alone, specifically for one person. Mazima shrugged indifferently and set her sights on the black ball in the field. Before that, she put a little mouse around Gojo Satoru and the others to hide and listen to them. As a result, as soon as the field was expanded, the ashes of the little mouse were all gone. Is it a cursed spirit formed by humans fearing the earth and accepting excessive spell power? Machima murmured to herself. The process of this formation is a bit like the demons in hell. Some people are afraid of guns, and the gun demons appear. Within the field, after the last sound of boundless space, a burst of dazzling white light spread from Gojo Wu's feet, engulfing Liuhu's domain in just 1 second. After the white light disappeared, a cosmic dark space was formed around it, and Liuhu kept on keeping his original movements as if in a daze, pouring countless garbage information into his mind. A few seconds passed. Liuhu's eyes were completely dull. In front of it, a black hole like Uzumaki lies ahead, gazing at it silently, surrounded by an iridescent halo. At this time, holding Huaya Hongshu with one hand, fearing that Gojo Satoru, who was also instilled with spam, would appear behind Liu, he grabbed the opponent's head with his big hand and murmured, "This is the inner side with no lower limit. Perception, communication, and life activities will be forced to continue without limit. You can't do anything here. You can only die slowly." The right hand slowly exerted force. "Close your eyes, little Hongshu." "Good 5, teacher." Although Huaya Hongshu knew what her teacher was going to do, she obediently closed her eyes. A cruel sneer appeared on Gojo Satoru's face, and he raised his right hand. "Hey, I have been banned 3 times and there is no way to describe it." Immediately afterwards, from the outsider's perspective, the black ball disappeared and turned into a pure white ball, and then turned into fragments like fragile glass. 2 people in the field came out of concentration. Gojo Satoru stepped on the dementia-faced Liuhu's head and said expressionlessly, "So now, the lecture is over. What should I do with you?" As a super-level cursed spirit, although Liuhu only has 1 head left, she is still alive. Give it time to heal, and the body will recover. The right foot slid up and down boringly, and Woodyu was still playing tricks. "If you can you give it to me?" Makima, who had been watching, came over with a gentle smile on her face. "Can you?" Gojo-kun. An invisible dominant force conveyed the past. However, it was automatically isolated by the no lower limit technique. Gojo Wu raised his eyelids slightly and tilted his head. "Makima? So that's the case, the power just now is dominance." With a nasty smile on the corner of his mouth, Gojo Wu kicked his right foot and shouted at the same time, "Catch Arima." "No problem." Tsuchimikado Arima on the other side responded excitedly and directly kicked back with a roundabout barb. "Mount Fuji, watch my shot." "Shoot a fart." "Hello, where the hell are you kicking? Get over here and get it." "Tisk, it's on the telegraph pole. Why should I go get it? I've taken it all." Even though he said so, Tsuchimikado Arima still went to get it. Gojo Satoru turned around and said with a sorry expression on his face, "Sorry, my friend likes to play football. I think these 837 Mount Fuji version footballs are very good, so I can't give them to you." Machima was silent for a while. "You call this football? Why don't you just tell me no? I'm going ahead." After speaking, Mazima turned and left without hesitation. But in her heart, she was also prepared to investigate the situation in the mainland of the island at all times, to see if there would be any cursed spirits like Liuhu appearing. Leaky Coral was the first, but definitely not the last. After seeing Makima leave, Gojo Satoru touched Huaya Hongshu's small head and said as if he had come here, "Xiao Hongshu, stay away from this person when you see her in the future. She is a bad woman. Don't have any communication with her." "Good teacher." Huaya Hongshu is a little unclear. Was that sister a bad woman just now? It doesn't look like it, but since Mr. Wujo said something, it must be right. Even if Mr. Wu doesn't use paper in the toilet, there will be another deep meaning. 3 times, it has been 3 times completely, I am completely speechless. I have deleted hundreds of words. You may find it a bit strange. Please forgive me. Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.